In the apocalypse, men are the most dangerous. As long as us sisters stick together, we can survive. We don't need men. Lu Yuan was a security guard at a high-end residential complex in Modu. After the apocalypse arrived, he carried a fire axe and escorted 18 female residents all the way from the first floor to the 21st floor. But not long after they finally reached safety, top actress Fang Yaqi took the lead and raised her hand to drive Lu Yuan out. 15-3, he was kicked out. But what they didn't know was that this was exactly what Lu Yuan wanted too. His shelter was stocked with a huge amount of supplies, and his system gave him supplies, attribute points, and all kinds of divine skills every day just for checking in. After driving Lu Yuan out, the women all laughed and said one after another, "Now that there's no man around, we're safe." Being under the male gaze every day was terrifying. We don't need a single man. But it didn't take long before cracks began to appear in their all-female team. They schemed against each other, and with no one capable of managing resources, they ran short on food. In the end, Modu's aloof socialite begged Lu Yuan to take her in for the sake of a piece of bread. And after her, a rich young heiress, a mega influencer, an elite female PhD, and even Fang Yaqi herself all came knocking at his door. "Lu Yuan, we were wrong. Please take us in. As long as you're willing to shelter us, we're willing to do anything." The story begins. In the apocalypse, men are the most dangerous creatures. I propose that, for the safety of us sisters, Lu Yuan should be expelled from the team. On the 7th day after darkness descended, only 19 people in the entire building were still alive. Lu Yuan stood behind the iron door of the safe room, staring through the peephole at the slowly writhing shadow at the end of the hallway. His hand was steady. The handle of the fire axe he gripped was wrapped in blood-soaked cloth strips, which he had taken yesterday from the corpse of a resident while breaking through the 17th floor. "Xiao Yuan, tired?" A voice came from behind him. Lu Yuan turned around and saw Qiu Yuan walk up and hand him a wet towel. Qiu Yuan was a very beautiful woman, probably in her early 30s. She had a seductive face and the charm of a mature married woman. Most importantly, her figure was outstanding, with a slim waist and shapely hips, and the proud curves in certain places were almost beyond the limits of reason. One look was enough to make it impossible to look away. Her personality matched that mature aura too. She was very gentle. Her status was no ordinary matter either. She owned a financial company under her name, had a net worth over 100 million, and often moved in Moda's top social circles. Among these 18 female residents, she was one of the few who still treated Lu Yuan fairly well. "Thanks." Lu Yuan nodded and took the wet towel from Qiu Yuan. Just as he took it, a bright female voice rang out from the center of the crowd. "Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan turned his head and saw Fang Yaqi stand up from the corner. She was a top actress in the Dragon Kingdom, with 20 million followers on Weibo. Before the apocalypse, she had just officially announced that she would be the female lead in an S-tier historical romance idol drama. At that moment, she was wearing a high-end cashmere shawl Lu Yuan had found in the next room. Her hair had been messy for several days, but the lofty arrogance between her brows had not faded in the slightest. Fang Yaqi looked at him. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear. "Thank you for the past few days. You're a good security guard." "I admit that." Lu Yuan said nothing. He only looked at her quietly, waiting for the but. "But," Fang Yaqi said, "just as expected, now that we've survived, I think some things need to be reconsidered." She looked around, her gaze sweeping across the 17 female faces around her. There was a corporate female executive in her 30s, a rich young heiress who had just graduated, a mega influencer. They were all watching her. "Everyone has seen what's happening outside," Fang Yaqi said, her voice taking on a performative kind of grief. "Those monsters, those dead people. We're the last people left now. We have to stick together if we want to survive. But the problem is..." Her gaze fell back onto Lu Yuan. "In the apocalypse, men are the most dangerous creatures." The safe room went silent for 1 second. "What?" Lu Yuan thought he had misheard. "I'm not wrong." Fang Yaqi took a step forward, the cashmere shawl swaying lightly behind her. "The 18 of us women aren't a threat to each other. But you're a man. You're stronger than us, and you have a weapon in your hand. Who can guarantee that one day you won't?" She paused, then said in a tone full of implication, "Turn into another kind of monster?" The monster she was talking about was obviously loaded with another meaning. Her words were like a stone thrown into still water. "I think Miss Fang has a point." A young woman with big dyed blonde curls said softly. Lu Yuan remembered her name was Su Wan, a beauty influencer. She was very pretty and had a great figure too. "The night before last, I even saw him staring at me for a long time." "Me too. I always felt kind of unsafe," someone else said. "Besides, he's just a security guard. He wasn't even from the same social class as us in the first place. Why should all of us listen to him now?" Lu Yuan stood by the door, still holding the axe, and suddenly found it a little ridiculous. 7 days ago, on the first night darkness fell, the entire complex had been filled with screams and the sound of chewing. He had rushed out of the duty room and smashed 2 monsters with his baton when they lunged at the residents. After that, he led these 18 people upward floor by floor. He grabbed the first batch of supplies from the property management office on the 3rd floor, emptied the shelves of the convenience store on the 5th floor, and when 3 monsters blocked them on the 8th floor, he stayed behind alone so they could run first. The wound on his back that still hadn't scabbed over had been left there when he blocked the claws of a monster pouncing toward Fang Yaqi. And now, Fang Yaqi stood there with that delicate face known by audiences across the country and calmly announced, "I propose that for the safety of us sisters, Lu Yuan should leave our team." After she said that, she turned to the others. "Those who agree, raise your hands." 1, 2, 3. Lu Yuan watched those hands rise one by one, like a rotting scene in a zombie movie played in slow motion. In the end, he counted 15 raised hands out of the 18. The only ones who didn't raise their hands were Yuan and the other 2 women. 15-3. See, Fang Yaqi slightly lifted her chin. "This is everyone's decision. Lu Yuan, you're a man. The outside world suits you better. We'll give you a share of the supplies. You should go." She said it as if it were only natural, as though this were some enormous act of mercy. Lu Yuan stayed silent for a long time. He lowered his head and looked at the axe in his hand, then at the pile of supplies. Then he raised his head again, his gaze calm like stagnant water. "Fine." The moment the iron door closed behind him, Lu Yuan heard the first sneer. "He's finally gone." Fang Yaqi's voice squeezed out through the crack in the door like a snake flicking its tongue. "I haven't slept well these past few days. I was always worried that I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see a dark figure standing by the bed. Now it's great. I finally don't have to stay on edge anymore." "Same here." Suwon's voice followed right after, carrying that exaggerated tone influencers always used in live streams. "You have no idea. Every time I went to a corner to change clothes, I felt like there was a pair of eyes behind me. Damn, a lousy security guard actually dreaming of Swan above his station. Wan, don't say that. He did save us, after all." That was Tang Shi's voice. Tang Shi was a fair-skinned, rich beauty from a very wealthy family, the full-on little princess type. Her voice was delicate and sweet, as if she always had candy in her mouth. "But honestly, it's definitely better for us if he leaves. Men are physically stronger than us. And who knows when those filthy thoughts in their hearts might erupt. So I said it from the start." Fang Yaqi raised her voice a little, like she was announcing a victory. "In the apocalypse, women being with women is the safest. No men staring at us. None of that disgusting possessiveness. As sisters sticking together, all soft and sweet, we can still survive just fine." Yeah. No one knew who chimed in, and right after that came a burst of girlish laughter. That security guard went out there. "The monsters outside will eat him first. If they eat him, they eat him. It has nothing to do with us anymore. Hey, what for do you think he is on now? Could he be getting chased by something right this second? Ha. Just imagining that is hilarious." All right. Fang Yaqi cut them off, her tone carrying the satisfaction of a leader. "Forget about him. Let us redistribute the supplies and take stock. We might even be able to keep eating and drinking well for quite a while. Starting now, we 18 sisters are one family. Sister Yaqi is right. From now on, we'll listen to Sister Yaqi." The commotion on the other side of the iron door came through the thick fireproof door in a muffled way, like bubbles rising from underwater. Lu Yuan stood in the dark hallway, carrying a bag of compressed biscuits and a jug of water in his hand. This was the only share he had taken from the pile of supplies before leaving. Calling it a pile of supplies was generous. Altogether, it probably wouldn't even last a week. He hadn't taken more, and he didn't need to because he had plenty of supplies. As for after he left, out of those 18 women, how many would actually make it out of this building? Ridiculous. He walked straight ahead. The voices behind him grew more and more distant, more and more blurred. Male gaze, soft and sweet, "We can do it ourselves." He had heard every word clearly, and he remembered all of it. 21st floor, not far away, inside a relatively hidden room. Lu Yuan pushed the door open and entered. It was pitch black inside. Nothing could be seen, but he didn't need to look. He knew every detail of this room clearly. He walked to the wall, opened a cabinet, took out a rechargeable camping lamp, and switched it on. Warm yellow light filled the whole living room. Lu Yuan set the lamp on the coffee table, straightened up, and looked at the scene before him. Cardboard boxes were stacked neatly in 2 rows. There were 6 cases of bottled water. Several large storage bags were filled with compressed biscuits and ham sausages. There were canned goods, self-heating rice meals, vacuum-packed marinated eggs, and the iodine gauze. And fever medicine he had taken from the pharmacy next door. These were the supplies Lu Yuan had stored for himself. The pile of supplies Fang Yaqi and the others had seen was probably only 1/4 of what was in front of him. The remaining 3/4 were all in this room. Lu Yuan had actually realized long ago that those women couldn't be relied on, so he had prepared thoroughly. From the very first day, he had known these people were not the same kind as him, especially Fang Yaqi. The way she looked at him had always carried a faint sense of lofty scrutiny. Lu Yuan had seen that kind of look many times before on the faces of the residents going in and out of the neighborhood gate. The way people looked at a security guard. That was just how it was. So he had kept something in reserve. Who would be thought he'd need to use that backup so soon? Lu Yuan walked to the pile of boxes in the corner, bent down and rummaged through them, then dragged out a folding chair from the very bottom. He unfolded it, set it beside the coffee table, and sat down. Then he pulled out the pack of compressed biscuit from his pocket, tore it open, and took a bite. Dry, tasteless, like chewing cardboard. And the reason he had saved these women, it was simple. He had thought this whole mess would last at most 3 to 5 days. The military would come. Rescue would arrive. Order would be restored. He was just a security guard. If he saved a dozen or so wealthy and powerful women, then later, if any one of them casually gave him a red envelope or arranged a job for him, that would already be an astronomical amount. Yuan was the boss of a finance company. Fang Yaqi was a hot celebrity. Gulan was a group CEO. Take any one of them out, and just a little leaking through their fingers would be enough to feed him for years. So he had saved everyone. But now that thought was already gone. 7 days. No planes had flown overhead. No loudspeakers had sounded on the ground. The internet was gone. The radio was dead. And outside the window, there was always that dark red sky, like a solidified scab of blood pressed over their heads, neither turning bright nor turning dark. Time had lost its meaning in this building. There were only 2 states left, alive or dead. Yuan stuffed the last bite of compressed biscuit into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. This crisis most likely would never end. At least, within the range he could see, no army was going to roll up in armored vehicles and take them away. The world outside had already turned into something he couldn't understand. And there was only one thing he could do, survive. So when Fang Yaqi said those words about expelling him from the group, he had almost failed to hold back his laughter. He wanted that more than anything. He had wanted to leave a long time ago. He leaned back against the chair and closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness deep into his mind. A translucent panel unfolded in his vision, floating in the dark void. System, Apocalypse Survival Assistance System, Beta Test Version. Host, Yuan. Current survival rating, S rank, days survived, 7 days, check-in status. Not checked in today, daily check-in reward pool, refreshing. Yuan silently said his heart, check-in. The words on the panel flickered, and 3 lines of golden prompts slowly appeared. Check-in successful. Obtain C-rank supplies. 1 box of Master Kong braised beef noodles, C-rank, 24 packs. Obtained a tribute point. Endurance +1, current endurance, 78. Obtain talent. Advanced lockpicking skill, can unlock all non-electronic mechanical locks. Skill cooldown, only C-rank supplies. Yuan was a little disappointed. He opened his eyes. There was now a cardboard box on the coffee table, bright red packaging, with Master Kong braised beef noodles printed on it. 24 packs, neatly arranged inside. He reached out and patted the surface of the box. The corner of his mouth twitched. A box of instant noodles, a bit of endurance, a lockpicking skill. Back before all this, what did stuff like this even count for? It wasn't even enough to meet the minimum for a delivery app discount. But now, in this building, a box of instant noodles meant he could hold out another week without touching that stored stock. And the taste wasn't bad either. In the apocalypse, instant noodles were hard currency. A bit of endurance meant that climbing from the 1st floor to the 21st floor would leave him 3 breaths less winded. And as for advanced lockpicking skill, he turned his head to glance at the security door by the entrance, then thought about all those locked apartments downstairs. Behind every door could be a batch of supplies. And now, to him, those doors were no different from standing open. This system was just too damn good. Yuan lay there comfortably. Meanwhile, inside room 201, the atmosphere was still pretty cheerful. Fang Yaqi suddenly had an idea. She clapped her hands and drew everyone's attention to herself. Sisters, I have a suggestion. Tonight, let us have a good meal and celebrate. Those words were like tossing chopped scallions into a pan of hot oil. The room instantly exploded. Great. Woo-woo. I haven't had a full night's sleep these past few days. Tonight, I'm going to eat well, then sleep until noon tomorrow. Sister Yaqi really gets us. I just want to relax for once. Celebrate. We have to celebrate. Several young women immediately started chattering noisily. Yuan had already started rummaging through the pile of supplies, muttering, let me see if there's anything good to eat. Wow, this bottle of Lafite from 2010. My family used to keep a few bottles too. She pulled a bottle of red wine out of the box and held it up to the candlelight. Is this real or fake? It's real. Tangsher leaned over and glanced at the label. This should be from the family living on the 8th floor, right? I remember their wine cabinet had a whole row of these. Who cares if it's real or fake? Let's open it first. Tangsher reached out and rummaged through the pile again. There's also this Australian Wagyu, vacuum sealed. Let me check the date. It should still be edible. And there's a box of foie gras and a tin of caviar. The two of them squatted in front of that pile of boxes, pulling things out one by one like they were shopping in a luxury goods warehouse. Red wine, steak, foie gras, a jar of black truffle sauce, several boxes of imported chocolates. Bits and pieces were spread all over the floor. Watching this scene, the corners of Fang Yaqi's lips curled up slightly. She stood to the side with her arms folded. That feeling of standing above everyone else filled her with a deep sense of satisfaction. Sister Yaqi, someone came over and asked, how are we doing this tonight? There's no kitchen. Simple, Fang Yaqi said. Open the red wine and drink it straight. Sear the steak with candles and solid alcohol fuel. Slice the foie gras and eat it with crackers. As for the caviar, just scoop it out and eat it like that. French cuisine delivered straight to your door. Yuan clapped her hands. A limited edition candlelight dinner for the apocalypse. Sisters, this is maximum style. Open it all. Fang Yaqi waved her hand. We're happy today. No need to save. All right, wait a second. A voice came from the corner. It wasn't too loud, but was enough for everyone to hear. Yuan stood up from the chair she had been sitting on. Her calm gaze swept across the excited crowd before finally landing on Fang Yaqi's face. Yaqi, she said, these supplies are the last of our food. A bottle of Lafite was worth tens of thousands before the apocalypse. Now at ISNT worth a bottle of water. If you use up all the best things in one meal, how are we supposed to get through the days ahead? The quiet murmuring in the room paused. Several women who had been crouching in front of the supplies also froze for a moment and exchanged glances. Fang Yaqi's smile faded a little, but it quickly returned. Sister Yuan, she said with a smile, sounding completely unconcerned, I know you mean well for us. But think about it. We just made a major decision. We got rid of a dangerous factor. Doesn't that deserve celebration? She took 2 steps forward, her gaze sweeping around the room as if she were giving a small speech. Supplies are important, but emotional value is important too. What have the sisters here gone through these past few days? Outside, we were constantly on edge. Even inside the safe house, we were still scared. We couldn't even change clothes without worrying there might be a pair of eyes nearby. But now it's different. We're truly safe now. This meal isn't just about eating. It's about giving ourselves an answer. We did it. We made it through. Emotional value is very important. Exactly. Sister Yaqi is right. I just want to eat something good. Who cares about later? And there are 18 of us. If we all think of a way together, what is there to fear about surviving? Voices of agreement rose one after another. Yuan had already pulled the cork from a bottle of red wine, and a rich aroma quickly filled the room. Tang Shi was crouching on the floor, searing steak with candles and a small metal tin. The sizzling sound of melting butter was enough to make anyone hungry. The foie gras had already been sliced and arranged on a cutting board, with a half-open tin of caviar set beside it. Things that people normally only saw in high-end restaurants were now all piled onto the coffee table. Under the candlelight, it really did look pretty convincing. Yuan watched the scene, her lips moving slightly as if she still wanted to say something. But in the end, she only let out a soft sigh. She said nothing more. She sat back down, but in her beautiful eyes, a faint flicker of something unusual passed through. She remembered the look in Yuan's eyes before he left. There had been no anger, no grievance, not even the slightest trace of disappointment. That look had been like a pool of water, deep, impossibly deep, with no bottom in sight. He had left too calmly. He looked like someone who had been driven away. He had looked more like someone who had chosen to leave on his own. Yuan buried that thought deep in her heart and said nothing. The candlelight dinner continued. The steak was finished. The wagyu had been cooked medium, served with foie gras and black truffle sauce. Under the dim candlelight, it really did have a bit of a Michelin feel. After a few glasses of red wine, everyone's faces were flushed, and their voices had grown noticeably louder than before. But the good times didn't last long. There was only one last piece of steak left on the plate. It had already been cut, about 2 fingers wide, resting on a sheet of foil and still giving off a little heat. Then Lin Mushiue and Qin both reached out with their forks at the same time. The tips of their forks collided with a clear ding. Lin Mushiue paused, then looked up at Qin. Qin looked back at her. Neither of them pulled back. They were both daughters from wealthy families, pampered little princesses at home. Neither one was the kind to back down. I saw it first, Lin Mushiue said. I stuck my fork out first, Qin said. Your fork may have been faster, but my eyes are on it first. And what else that's supposed to matter? My eyes are on the whole steak first too. So does that mean you shouldn't eat it all? The two of them went back and forth, voices rising higher and higher. At first, the people beside them treated it like a joke and laughed while trying to smooth things over. But when they realized the two really were getting serious, the laughter died away. I haven't had a single bite of hot food in 3 days. Lin Mushiue said stiffly. Give me the last piece. Like anyone else has had it any better? Qin refused to give in. You should give it to me. I'm 2 years younger than you. Shouldn't an older sister make way for her younger sister? Cut that crap, enough. Fang Yaqi stood up from the sofa. The smile was still on her face, but it already turned somewhat stiff. Holding her wine glass, she walked forward 2 steps and stood between the two of them. Mushiue, she said, keeping that same steady tone of a gala host, it's just a piece of steak. It's not worth this. We're sisters. If there's a problem, talk it out. Split this piece between you two. Half each, all right? Lin Mushiue glanced at Fang Yaqi, the corners of her mouth turning downward. She said nothing, but she didn't pull back her fork either. Qin did pull back her fork, but right after that, she rolled her eyes, turned her face away, and muttered, fine, split it then. It's not like it's anything that great anyway. Lin Mushiue's brows instantly drew together. Who are you saying isn't that great? I meant the steak. Why are you so worked up? You think I can't hear that tone? You alright. Fang Yaqi set her wine glass down on the coffee table, and her voice finally rose. That shout did quiet them down for a moment. Everyone in the room turned to look at her. Fang Yaqi took a deep breath and put on the same queenly presence she used when acting, her gaze sweeping across the room. Sisters, she said, we were just celebrating. We already agreed that from now on, we'd be of one heart. And now look at us. It's only been such a short time, and you're already fighting like this over a bite of food. Is it really necessary? It's just a piece of steak. She paused, then softened her tone, like she was coaxing a group of sulking children. And think about it. Where are we? The 21st floor, the highest in the entire building. There's so many households downstairs, so many apartments. You think there's no food left in their fridges, cabinets, or storage rooms? If we finish eating, then we'll just go find more, right? She spread her hands, sounding casual. It's just finding some food. It's not like it's that difficult. Didn't we rely on Yuan to go out and find food before? If he could do it, we can too. After she said that, the atmosphere in the room really did loosen up. Suan added from the side, exactly. If even Yuan, the security guard, could find food, why would so many of us be afraid we can't? Stop arguing. Drink the red wine. Tang Shi also picked up her glass. Come, let's have a drink. What's past is past. Lin Muxue and Qin exchanged a glance. Even though they still looked unhappy, they didn't keep arguing. Qin set her fork on the table and picked up her wine glass for a sip. Lin Muxue took that piece of steak away, and no one stopped her again. The candlelight started flickering again, the wine was refilled, and the steak was chewed and swallowed. The thin layer of awkwardness on everyone's faces was quickly drowned out by the red wine. But Yuan sat in the corner and saw the whole thing clearly. She held that glass of red wine she had barely touched, her gaze shifting from Lin Muxue's face to Qin's face, from Fang Yaqi's face to the pile of supply boxes that were almost empty. There was still half a bottle of red wine left. The foie gras was gone. The caviar was almost finished, and out of several boxes of chocolate, 3 had already been opened. Crumpled balls of aluminum foil had been tossed onto the table. Before the apocalypse, in their eyes, this probably would have just been a perfectly ordinary dinner. But now all of it was non-renewable. And that perfectly ordinary dinner was already gone. Yuan set down her wine glass, interlaced her fingers on her knees, and lowered her gaze to look at her hands. She said nothing, and no one noticed her. In a group like this, silent people were always easy to ignore. She was thinking about something. When Fang Yaqi had said that finding some food was simple, her tone had been light and airy, like she was just saying they should go downstairs to pick up takeout. It was like she had completely forgotten those things wandering around the building. Forgotten that Yuan carried an axe every time he went out, forgotten that on the 8th floor, that massive black shadow had once been only 3 steps away from their heels. It was like she thought that if Yuan could do it, then they could do it too. Yuan's fingers slowly tightened. Sooner or later, Fang Yaqi was going to get all of them killed, and the thought that had originally still been vague in the bottom of her heart had now become incomparably clear. She made her decision in silence. Meanwhile, Yuan had no idea about the farce that had happened among those women. Right now, he was crouching in the corridor on the 18th floor, tightening the straps on his backpack again. The black fog was getting thicker and thicker. Starting yesterday, that grayish-black mist carrying a corrosive stench had begun creeping upward from the lower floors. It was manageable during the day, but at night, it could practically swallow an entire floor. If a person stood inside it, they wouldn't even be able to see their own toes. After observing this phenomenon, Yuan came to one conclusion. If he didn't search the lower floors now, he might never get another chance. The black fog was surging up from underground. Sooner or later, it would drown all the lower floors. By the time that happened, forget looking for supplies. Even breathing would become a problem. So at 12 o'clock sharp this afternoon, he left right on time. This was a pattern he had summarized over 7 days. Every day, between 11:30 at noon and 12:30, the black fog would thin out, and those monsters wandering inside, it would also quiet down for a while. He didn't know the exact reason, but it happened right on schedule like an alarm clock. Yuan called this the window period. The window period lasted 1 hour. Search within that hour. Climb back to the 21st floor, shut the door, and lie low. Go over the time limit, and once the black fog thickened again, then things would be hard to say. He chose the 18th floor because this was the limit. He had already gone down to scout the 17th floor once, just yesterday. Carrying his axe, he had reached the corner of the 17th floor when that mass of black shadow had been writhing just beyond it. And the smell coming off it had been so choking that his eyes hurt. He had immediately made the decision to retreat. The 18th floor was currently the lowest point where he could move safely during the window period. And the 18th floor had another advantage. When he and those women had retreated from the 1st floor to the 21st floor, they had only had time to break open the doors that could be smashed along the way. One swing of the fire axe, the lock core shattered, the door opened, and they grabbed what they could before leaving. But on the 18th floor, several units had reinforced high-end security doors with alloy lock cores. When the axe hit them, all it did was throw sparks. The doors didn't budge at all. At the time, monsters had been chasing them from behind. He hadn't had time to wrestle with those doors, so he gave up on them directly. Now it was different. Lu Yuan stood in front of the first door on the 18th floor and reached out to touch the lock. A Yale electronic fingerprint lock, dual system dual drive. Automatically locked when the power was cut. Before the apocalypse, a door fitted with a lock like this would cost no less than $50,000 for the whole set. And you'd still need to place the order 3 months in advance. Back when Lu Yuan was on patrol, he had heard homeowners chatting about it. They said this lock was pry-proof, smash-proof, and resistant to technical unlocking. Insurance companies would see it and directly lower your premium. Now, when he looked at this lock, an indescribable feeling surged up in his heart, as if someone had suddenly connected some nerve in his brain that had never been used before. He could feel the internal structure of the lock core clearly, every tumbler, every wafer, the mechanical base beneath the encrypted chip, all of it laid out before him like a blueprint. He pulled out a thin steel wire and a flat metal shim from his pocket. He had taken both of these from the toolbox in the duty room. He had never known how to use them before, but now the moment his fingers closed around them, his movements flowed as naturally as clouds and water. The steel wire slid in, the metal shim pressed down. Half a turn to the left, a slight lift. Click. The door opened. Lu Yuan lowered his head to look at the tools in his hand, then looked at the door, and the corner of his mouth twitched. System, you really are amazing. He pushed the door open and went inside. It was very dark. The curtains were drawn shut tight. Lu Yuan pulled out a small flashlight from his backpack and twisted it on. The beams swept across the room. The living room was frighteningly spacious, visually at least 70 or 80 square meters, with a genuine leather sofa, a marble coffee table, and a reproduction oil painting hanging on the wall. The frame was pure copper. He strode quickly into the kitchen. The moment he opened the double-door refrigerator, a sour, rotten stench hit him in the face. The expensive fresh ingredients inside had all spoiled. He frowned and shut the fridge, then turned to rummage through the cabinets. The moment he opened one, Lu Yuan's eyes went wide. There were 7 or 8 bottles of red wine lined up in the wine cabinet, all decent vintages. On the lower shelf sat a bottle of Hennessy XO and a bottle of Japanese whiskey, the bottle frosted and pretty sleek looking. This family, Lu Yuan muttered, pushing the alcohol to one side. No rush for the liquor. Food first. He kept digging. There wasn't much in the dry goods cabinet, but every item was high-end. 1 jar of Italian black truffle sauce, with more than half left. 2 packs of pasta, 1 wide and 1 thin. 1 box of French canned foie gras, the tin heavy in the hand. In the corner, there was also a small bag of dried scallops, probably around half a jean. There was also 1 bag of rice. 5 kilograms, already opened but barely touched. By his estimate, it could cook around 10 meals. On the bottom shelf of the cabinet were also 2 packs of vacuum-sealed rice noodles and 2 self-heating hot pot boxes. Lu Yuan crouched there and looked through it all once. His Adam's apple bobbing. He remembered that half an hour ago, he had been squatting in the shelter gnawing on compressed biscuits, dry enough that chewing made his cheeks ache. Then he looked at what was in front of him now: pasta, dried scallops, truffle sauce, canned foie gras, a bag of rice. You people used to be rich, he said, biting the flashlight between his teeth as he started stuffing things into his backpack. From now on, you're all my dear fathers. He stuffed the whole bag of rice into the backpack, took both packs of pasta, shoved the truffle sauce into the side pocket, wrapped the dried scallops and foie gras in clothes, and tucked them into the inner compartment. He took the rice noodles and self-heating hot pot too. First unit. The haul wasn't bad. Second unit. Fingerprint lock plus mechanical lock, double verification. Lu Yuan felt around with it for a while. Click. It opened. There were several open bottles of red wine sitting on the kitchen counter in this apartment. He didn't touch them, but from the cabinet, he dug out 2 boxes of self-heating rice, the kind from some outdoor gear brand that looked pretty high-end. Next to them were 2 cans of instant coffee. One had already been opened, but the seal strip was still there. He sniffed it. Still good. In the corner was also a box of chocolate, imported, still unopened. Lu Yuan stuffed everything in his bag, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. The third unit. After opening the door, he did not head to the kitchen first, because the thing sitting on the coffee table in the living room made him stop in his tracks: a folded solar charging panel, about palm-sized when folded up, and roughly as big as 2 sheets of A4 paper when unfolded, with 2 USB ports on the side. He pulled out his phone and plugged it in to test it. The charging icon lit up. It was slow, but it worked. Lu Yuan tucked it into his clothes, wrapping it up tightly. After searching through the kitchen, he only found a few packs of vacuum-sealed rice noodles and 1 box of self-heating hot pot in a dry goods cabinet, plus a small sealed bag of red dates. It was not much, but better than nothing. The 4th unit, the 5th unit, the 6th unit. In 1 hour, he opened the doors of 6 households. Those high-end security locks that he could not even smash open with an axe before now could not last even 2 minutes in his hands. But he did not dare get greedy. Time was up. As soon as 12:30 passed, the black fog clearly thickened. The shadows at the end of the hallway began to sway. Carrying his haul, he turned and ran straight for the stairwell. By the time he climbed back up to the 21st floor on his last trip, the clothes on his back were completely soaked, and his backpack was so stuffed the zipper looked ready to burst. He practically dragged himself into the shelter. Dumping the supplies onto the floor, he collapsed into the folding chair and panted for a full 5 minutes. The camping lamp was on. Its warm yellow light shone over the pile of supplies. 5 kilograms of rice, 2 boxes of self-heating rice, 2 packs of pasta, a few packs of rice noodles, 3 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 1 jar of truffle sauce, 1 can foie gras, 1 small bag of dried scallops, 2 cans of instant coffee, 1 box of chocolate, 1 small bag of red dates, and that solar charging panel. Bracing himself on his knees, Lu Yuan stood up, crouched in front of the pile, and counted everything one by one. 5 kilograms of rice. If he ate sparingly, it could last around 10 days. The 2 boxes of self-heating rice and the box of chocolate could count as treats. The pasta, rice noodles, and self-heating hot pot together, more or less, could get him through about 1 week. The dried scallops and foie gras were good stuff. He would save those for a critical moment. He counted it up on his fingers, and the tension on his face slowly eased. 1 month. If I ration it, even 2 months won't be a problem. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. The supply problem was solved. He stood up, dusted off his hands, and let out a long breath. From the pile, he dug out 1 box of self-heating rice, opened it, poured in water, closed the lid, and crouched beside it to wait. Gulu gulu. The heating pack started bubbling. He took out the solar charging panel again and set it beside the coffee table. He crouched in front of the charging panel and stared at it for quite a while, then reached out to touch its surface a little carefully. Before the apocalypse, this thing sold for nearly 1,000 on Taobao, he said to himself. But now, even if you offer me 10 million, I still wouldn't trade it. The self-heating rice was ready. He opened the lid, and the fragrance of preserved meat rushed right into his face. The rice grains were plump and distinct, and the sausage was glossy and red. He sank into the folding chair, held the meal box in his hands, scooped up a huge spoonful, and stuffed it into his mouth. Fragrant. The whole box was gone in no time. Lu Yuan scraped every last grain of rice from the bottom of the box with his spoon, even crunching through the crispy rice crust with loud, crackling bites. After finishing, he set the empty box on the coffee table and leaned back, letting his whole body sink into the chair. He rubbed his stomach and slowly let out a long breath. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth still shining with oil. He thought to himself that today's trip had been worth it. 10 at night. The candlelit dinner in Unit 201 had long since ended. Wrapped in that cashmere shawl, Fang Yaqi was curled up on the biggest sofa, her face still carrying a faint flush from the alcohol. She rolled over, mumbled something vague about talking tomorrow, and then went silent. Tang Shi was dozing in the corner with her knees hugged to her chest. The others were sprawled here and there across the sofas and carpet in 2s and 3s. Some were still muttering softly about something, while some had already closed their eyes. Gradually, snoring started to rise. One after another, light and heavy, everyone had fallen asleep. Qiu Yuan had not slept. She leaned against the chair in the farthest corner, her back against the wall, eyes half closed, breathing so even she looked exactly like she was asleep. But her ears had stayed alert the whole time, listening to every sound around her. She waited about 40 minutes. After confirming everyone was asleep, Qiu Yuan slowly opened her eyes and rose from the chair with extremely careful movements. She was wearing a pair of disposable hotel slippers. The soles were thin, and they made almost no sound against the floor. Step by step, she moved over to the pile of supplies, crouched down, and rummaged through it. She took 1 bottle of mineral water, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, and 1 can of luncheon meat. She stuffed them into a black canvas bag and carried it in her hand. It was very light. Then she walked to the door, put her hand on the handle of the iron door, and slowly, inch by inch, pulled it open. The iron door let out a faint sound as it opened. Qiu Yuan paused for 2 seconds and glanced back into the room. No one woke up. She turned sideways and slipped out. The hallway was pitch black. Qiu Yuan stood at the doorway, gripping the strap of the canvas bag tightly. She took a deep breath, then started walking to the left. She knew where Lu Yuan lived and went straight there. Inside the apartment, Lu Yuan was wearing headphones and holding a pair of dumbbells while doing bench presses. The facilities in this high-end apartment complex were absurdly complete. The gym was right beside the apartment building, accessible by keycard. Inside were treadmills, spin bikes, a Smith machine, a dumbbell rack, a cable machine, everything you could want. Before the apocalypse, he had never even stepped through the door of a gym. But now it was different. Now he had to train hard. Working out burned plenty of calories, but he was not worried about food anymore. Right now, his body was what mattered most. In the apocalypse, being 1 second faster meant a way to live. Being a little stronger meant having confidence. He had no intention of spending his whole life hiding on the 21st floor like a rat. Sooner or later, he was going to walk out of this building. And if he wanted to make it out, he would be relying on this body. Of course, he would also be relying on the system. He set down the dumbbells, took off one side of his headphones, and crouched down to stretch. The muscles along the backs of his calves were a little tight. He had just pressed them twice when he suddenly heard sound. Very light, muffled. He froze and turned his head. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. Lu Yuan froze for 1 second. He set down the dumbbell in his hand, turned, and walked to the door. He grabbed the fire axe leaning in the corner by the wall, gripped it tightly, then pressed his ear to the door and listened. There was breathing outside. He made no sound. Axe in hand, his whole body was stretched tight like a fully drawn bowstring. If something smashed the door open from the other side in the next second, he would swing without hesitation. He had seen those monsters before. Some of them could imitate human voices, deliberately making cries for help to trick people into coming out. In these 7 days, he had learned one thing. In the apocalypse, confirm first, then act. Never trust your ears alone. Lu Yuan, it's me. The voice outside sounded again, kept very low, carrying a kind of careful caution. Then she quickly added, "Are you in there?" Lu Yuan was startled. He moved his eye to the peephole, and in the round lens appeared a somewhat panicked face. Xiao Yuan. She stood at the door, wearing a dark coat and clutching a canvas bag in her hand. Her hair was a little messy, and she glanced back toward the hallway as if afraid something might follow her. After confirming it was really her, Lu Yuan put down the axe, twisted open the lock, and pulled the door open a crack. The moment Xiao Yuan saw the door open, she visibly let out a breath of relief. Without waiting for Lu Yuan to speak, she slipped sideways and squeezed her way in, moving so fast she brought a gust of wind with her. Lu Yuan was pushed back a step by her. He quickly swept his gaze down both ends of the hallway. It was empty, and nothing seemed to be following her. Then he reached out, shut the door, and locked it. The lock clicked back into place. He turned around and looked at the woman standing before him in the warm yellow light of the camping lamp. Xiao Yuan's chest was still rising and falling, and her breathing was a little rushed, probably because she'd been nervous walking over here in the dark just now. That charming face of hers carried a complicated expression, panic, relief, and a kind of determination that was hard to put into words. Lu Yuan leaned the fire axe against the wall and looked at her. "Why did you come?" Xiao Yuan stood there for a few seconds, as if calming her breathing. She lifted the canvas bag in her hand a little, then raised her eyes and met Lu Yuan's directly, without beating around the bush. "I think I'll have a better chance if I follow you." Lu Yuan didn't respond. "They want to live much longer." Xiao Yuan continued, her voice not loud, but every word clear. "Fang Yaqi and her group, something will happen to them within a week. I don't want to regret it when that time comes." Lu Yuan looked at her, his face expressionless. Xiao Yuan really was a smart woman. In fact, he had noticed it from the very first day. Although this woman in her early 30s didn't talk much in the group, she was very calm and very intelligent. While others fought over water, she was observing where the exits were. While others were crying, she was counting the supplies. While others were afraid, she was thinking about what to do next. People like this stayed quiet, but their minds were clearer than anyone else's. Lu Yuan had always felt that Xiao Yuan was one of the few in that group who could survive. The premise was that she had to make the right choice herself. And now she had. Lu Yuan had only left for a few hours, and she had already chosen to come over and throw in her lot with him. This top-tier socialite who moved through Shanghai's upper circles really was sharp as hell. But Lu Yuan didn't directly agree to Xiao Yuan's request. Instead, he asked, "Why should I take you in? What value do you have?" Xiao Yuan looked at Lu Yuan. There was no panic in that look, no grievance either. Instead, it carried a calmness that said, "I knew you were going to ask that. I brought supplies." She pushed the canvas bag forward a little. Lu Yuan glanced at the thin, flat bag, but didn't reach out to take it. He only tugged faintly at the corner of his mouth. Then he stood up and tilted his head toward the storage room inside. "Come with me." He pushed open the door that was usually left half closed and stepped aside from the entrance. Xiao Yuan followed him. Then her whole body froze. The light from the camping lamp spilled in from the living room, making everything in the storage room stand out clearly. There were 6 cases of bottled water stacked neatly. Beside them were several large storage bags stuffed full of self-heating rice meals, rice noodles, pasta, instant noodles, and all kinds of food. In the corner sat several bottles of red wine and 1 bottle of Maotai, brought up from downstairs this afternoon. Hanging by the wall was a whole Iberian ham, still vacuum-sealed and unopened. And there were all kinds of things she couldn't even name, piled up to half a wall. Xiao Yuan stood at the doorway, staring at the food. Those charming eyes of hers held undisguised shock. This is only part of it." Lu Yuan folded his arms and leaned against the doorframe, his tone flat. "There are still a few units downstairs I haven't searched yet. I'll go move more next time." Xiao Yuan pulled her gaze back from the pile of supplies and let it fall on Lu Yuan's face. She looked at him seriously for a few seconds, then smiled. "You really are someone worth relying on." Lu Yuan didn't say much. He simply continued waiting for Xiao Yuan to speak. Xiao Yuan obviously understood and said, "In the apocalypse, a good shelter needs planning and management. How supplies are distributed, how consumption is controlled, how future collection plans are arranged. Someone needs to handle those things. I have that ability. When Xiao Yuan said this, she was neither humble nor overbearing. Her eyes stayed fixed on Lu Yuan. This was her strength. She was the owner of a financial company. She had managed money and people before. When it came to coordination and planning, she really was more professional than Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at her without nodding or shaking his head. He said, "For now, I'm living alone. It doesn't need to be managed that precisely." Xiao Yuan nodded to show she understood. She had long guessed Lu Yuan would say that. The difficulty of managing one person and managing a team was completely different. Bringing this up now could only count as one card in her hand, but not one she could actually play. Then she paused and took a step forward. And besides, she lifted her eyes to look at Lu Yuan. Her voice was a little softer than before, and the end of it rose slightly. "Lu Yuan, isn't someone like me value too?" As she said that, she took another half step forward. The distance between them instantly shrank to less than an arm's length. The warm light of the camping lamp shone over from the side, making her already charming face look especially vivid. A woman in her early 30s was at the age when she had the most flavor. The mature allure unique to a married woman between her brows and eyes mixed with the perfectly measured vulnerability she was showing right now. And it really was hard for anyone to look away. She was wearing a thin dark coat, and at some point, one button at the collar had come undone. From Lu Yuan's angle, he could just catch a glimpse of a stretch of delicate fair skin beneath the dark outerwear, along with the outlines of two curves, half hidden in the dim light. Very full. Even the tone she used when she said that was perfectly measured. It wasn't blunt seduction, nor was it a stiff exchange. It was an insinuation with a sense of boundaries, like an unspoken transaction between adults. She knew exactly what she was doing, and she also knew Lu Yuan would understand. A faint orchid-like fragrance drifted into his nose. It smelled extremely good. The smile on Lu Yuan's face deepened. Xiao Yuan really was smart. She knew clearly what the biggest card in her hand was, and she also knew exactly when to lay that card on the table. A once untouchable Shanghai socialite, worth over 100 million, someone who moved in top-tier social circles, the kind of woman who normally wouldn't spare even an extra glance for a security guard. And now, she was standing in front of a lowly security guard and saying something like this. No one could resist this feeling of a goddess from the top falling so far. Lu Yuan didn't act coy. He reached out, wrapped an arm around Xiao Yuan's slender waist, and with a gentle pull, drew her into his arms. Xiao Yuan didn't dodge. She even leaned into his chest, raising her chin slightly. In those charming eyes of hers, a hazy, watery look surfaced. Her full, delicate body pressed against Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan felt boundless softness and allure. In that case, Lu Yuan lowered his head to look at her, his voice a few degrees lower than before. "Let me see your sincerity." Xiao Yuan tilted her face up. The two of them were so close they could hear each other breathe. "I'll definitely satisfy you." She softly said those words, and then she slowly bent down and lowered herself to one knee on the floor. This noble Shanghai socialite worth over 100 million had completely cast aside her pride. In front of someone like Lu Yuan, a mere little security guard, she did, the next morning, inside Unit 201, before dawn. To be exact, the apocalypse-esque sky had never been bright. It was always that dark red chaos. But people still had body clocks, and one by one, people woke up. Su Wan was the first to notice that Xiao Yuan was gone. Rubbing her eyes, she climbed up from the carpet, dazedly swept her gaze around the room, counted the heads, and then froze. Where was Xiao Yuan? As soon as she said that, the others who had just woken up also looked around. The sofa was empty. The chair in the corner was empty. The bathroom door was open, and no one was inside. She didn't sleep here last night? Tang Shi sat up, her hair a mess. She was still here when I fell asleep. Xin Yi frowned it. A few of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere slowly turned off. Then someone said, "I wonder if she want to find that security guard?" Those words were like a knife, stabbing through the last bit of drunken haze from last night. No way. Su Wan widened her eyes. She really want to find that security guard? If not, where else could she go? The door was locked, and monsters were all over the hallway. Where could she go? She took the supplies and left. Someone rummaged through the pile of supplies, and their voice changed pitch. She took 1 bottle of water, 2 packs of crackers, and 1 can of food. The canvas bag is gone too. The room fell silent for 2 seconds, and then Fang Yaqi's voice rang out. That woman went to find Lu Yuan. Fang Yaqi sat up from the sofa, the cashmere shawl slipping down to her waist. Her face still carried the fatigue of someone who had just woken up, but that air of superiority had already returned to her brows. She looked around and let out a cold laugh. A rich woman in her 30s running off to cling to a little security guard. Isn't that embarrassing? She's just stupid, Su Wan chimed in. A guy like Lu Yuan was a watchdog before the apocalypse. And in the apocalypse, he is only good for being a watchdog. What kind of status does Xiao Yuan have? She is going to rely on him? What could she possibly be after? A man, of course. When Tang Shi said that, she rolled her eyes, her tone carrying that obvious disdain everyone understood. A woman in her 30s, after all. Starved for love. At least Lu Yuan is a man. Even if he is a security guard, he is usable enough. Anyway, I don't believe she DB after anything else. Exactly. A stinking security guard who led us around for 2 days and really thinks he is a hero now. Xiao Yuan probably got fooled by that whole "I'm so strong" look of his. Laughable. What can he even fight? He just has a bit more strength. That is all. We sisters can figure something out ourselves too. And think about it. A woman with long curly hair leaned in and lowered her voice. Xiao Yuan's age, her figure, she probably wanted a man a long time ago. Before the apocalypse, she still had to keep up that socialite act. Now that the apocalypse is here, she doesn't have to keep it up anymore. She just handed herself over. Enough, enough. Fang Yaqi raised her hand to stop them, her expression carrying a kind of leaderly tolerance. If she wants to leave, let her leave. We want to force her to stay. With 17 sisters together, we can still survive. We don't need her, and we don't need that security guard either. Sister Yaqi is right. Exactly. With those two gone, we even save a share of supplies. That bitch Xiao Yuan can go mix with the security guard. When she gets played to death, don't come crawling back to us. The group kept chattering over one another, and the things they said got uglier and uglier. Xiao Yuan's departure was like a fuse, completely igniting the last bit of warmth from last night's sisterhood. What burned out of it was nothing but sourness and resentment. They cursed Xiao Yuan as a traitor, a bitch, shameless. They cursed Lu Yuan as a frog, trying to eat swan meat. After cursing, they still didn't forget to add, anyway, we can do it ourselves too. Just as they were cursing with enthusiasm, Lin Mo's Wang, who had been sitting in the corner without saying a word, the one who looked gentle and had a sweet face, suddenly spoke up. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was very quick, carrying a kind of restless unease that she couldn't hold back. Sister Yaqi, she said, it's almost 12. Fang Yaqi glanced at her. Should we go out to look for supplies today? As soon as that was said, the room fell silent in an instant. Everyone looked at each other. The lively cursing mood from just now was like it had been doused with a bucket of cold water, and it snuffed out with a hiss. Look for supplies? After they ate a good meal last night, the pile of supplies really had shrunk a lot, although there was still some left. Everyone knew that amount wouldn't last a few days. And the problem was before this, the one who went out to look for supplies was Lu Yuan. He took an axe, and people downstairs scouted the way, picked locks, carried things back up, and they only had to stay in the safe house and wait for him to return and split the goods. Though none of them would admit it out loud. Everyone knew who had really been doing the work for those 7 days. Now that person was gone. The expression on Fang Yaqi's face stiffened for a moment, but she quickly recovered. She adjusted her shawl and said calmly, don't rush. We still have some food. Let us rest today and go look tomorrow. As soon as she said that, someone immediately frowned. Yaqi, said Gulan. She had been sitting by the window the whole time, holding half a bottle of water left over from last night. We can't do that. Yesterday's gathering already used up a lot of supplies. We should head down early while we still have the strength and search. The longer we drag this out, the less we have. Yeah, Sister Yaqi. Lin Mo's Wang said from the side. We ate well yesterday, and there isn't much left today. We need to replenish it. And what if the black fog gets thicker later? For once, Qin did not side with Fang Yaqi. If it can go today, then let us go today. I said rest. Fang Yaqi could not tolerate the other's objections at all. Her voice rose a notch, carrying a sharpness that brooked no rebuttal. She swept a look over the people who had spoken, then lifted her chin slightly. If anyone thinks we absolutely have to go today, then go by yourselves. I'm not stopping you. Open the door yourselves, go downstairs yourselves, find the supplies yourselves, and carry them back yourselves. I'm not stopping you. That shut Gulan up. Gulan was a strong woman, but she was in management. If you really asked her to grab an axe and smash open a door by herself, she probably didn't even know how heavy Lu Yuan's fire axe was. The others who had objected also fell silent. They had ideas, but no one dared go downstairs alone. At that moment, Suwan spoke up just in time, her tone light, as if she were comforting a group of children. What are you rushing for? There is plenty of food. This building is so big. Are we still afraid we can't find anything to eat? Before, Lu Yuan dragged us out every day, which was a complete waste of time. How capable could a security guard like him really be? Tomorrow, once we've rested up, we can empty the entire building in an afternoon, okay? Exactly. Tang Shi lifted a small mirror and looked at her own face. I'm even planning to do my makeup today. You have to look pretty in the apocalypse too, right? Otherwise, what is the difference between us and those monsters? Yeah, I brought foundation and lipstick too. Do any of you have mascara? Let me borrow it. Ugh, my tube dried up, but I've still got a new one. The topic somehow veered off into makeup. The few who had just been discussing supplies looked at the scene before them. Their lips moved as if they wanted to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. Gulan set down the water bottle in her hand and glanced at Lin Mo's Wang. Lin Mo's Wang looked back at her too. Neither of them said anything, but the meaning in their eyes was very clear. Forget it. So the room continued growing lively again. Several women huddled together, digging through their bags for makeup. Someone had replaced the candle on the candlestick with a new one. The yellow flame flickered, shining on faces coated with foundation and lipstick. They were laughing happily, as if putting on makeup in the apocalypse really meant there was nothing left to fear. Lu Yuan was woken up by his own body clock. When he groggily opened his eyes, the camping lamp had long since gone out. The only light in the room was the dim reddish glow seeping in through the gap in the curtains. He was lying on the bed in the bedroom, the blanket pulled up to his chest. The mattress beneath him was so soft that every bone in his body seemed to be protesting. He moved a little, and the soreness all over him surged up like a tide. His legs were sore, his waist was sore, and the muscles in his back felt like someone had twisted them several times, wrung them dry, and stuffed them back in. He tried lifting his arm, and a tight, aching weakness came from his shoulder, the kind of emptiness that followed overexertion. Lu Yuan lay on the pillow and stared at the ceiling, letting out a breath. He turned his head and glanced to the side. Xiao Yuan was still asleep. She was lying on her side, the blanket wrapped up to her shoulders, one hand resting by the edge of the pillow. Her breathing was long and even, and there was still some lingering blush on her face. A strand of hair had fallen across the pillow, making that face look especially soft. Lu Yuan looked at her for 2 seconds, then slowly sat up and leaned against the headboard. The bedsheet slipped to his waist. He lowered his head and looked at himself. There were faint, shallow scratch marks on his chest and arms, and a bruise still lingered at his waist. These were the marks of last night's madness. Last night, from the living room to the kitchen, from the gym to the bathroom, and then onto this bed. Xiao Yuan's figure and looks were exactly the kind that no man could resist. Those curves matured to the very peak, that flexible waist. The way she took the initiative and cooperated, and the way she bit her lip at certain moments and whispered for him not to stop. Even now, just thinking about it made Lu Yuan's temples throb. He had only gone to sleep around 4 or 5 in the morning. Xiao Yuan had gone to sleep even later than he had. In the end, she had simply collapsed onto his chest, unable to even lift her arms. The two of them had fallen asleep like that, stacked together. Lu Yuan fished out a cigarette, picked up a lighter from the nightstand, and lit one. The sizzling sound of the tobacco catching fire was especially clear in the quiet bedroom. With the cigarette in his mouth, Lu Yuan silently said in his heart, "Sign in." The words on the panel flickered. Sign in successful. Obtain B-rank supplies. Alloy reinforcement set. B ×1 includes reinforced anti-theft door bolt, pry-resistant steel strips, explosion-proof lock cores, and window frame reinforcement clips. Obtained attribute point. Endurance +1, current endurance 89. Obtained talent. Enhanced perception. Greatly increases the sharpness of the 5 senses, passively triggered. B-rank supplies? That actually sounded pretty good. Lu Yuan looked at those 3 lines, pleasantly surprised. The next second, a warm sensation spread out from his chest, flowing through his blood vessels to every part of his body. It was incredibly comforting. The soreness throughout his body seemed to vanish. Lu Yuan sat there for 2 seconds, then threw off the blanket and jumped out of bed, standing barefoot on the floor and moving his arms and legs a few times. The strength in his body was like a battery that had just been fully charged, so full that he couldn't help bouncing in place a couple of times. Good as new. Then he turned his head and glanced at Xiao Yuan, who was still asleep on the bed. She was probably exhausted enough to sleep like a log. She hadn't even woken up when he had thrown off the blanket and jumped out of bed just now. As he was now, Lu Yuan could probably fight another 100 rounds with Xiao Yuan without any problem. Of course, he didn't actually go bother her. He suppressed the thought instead. Xiao Yuan was too tired. Better let her rest. Lu Yuan turned to look at the supplies that had just arrived. A large toolbox had appeared on the coffee table in the living room. When he opened it, he found 4 thickened steel strips, 2 sets of explosion-proof lock cores, 1 box of door bolt clips, several window frame reinforcement parts, and a rechargeable electric drill with matching expansion screws. These things were enough for him to reinforce this shelter from the inside out. Even if those things outside came slamming into the door later, they wouldn't be able to break through anytime soon. At the same time, he could feel his senses beginning to change. Tiny sounds were becoming clear. He could hear it. He could hear wind pouring into a broken window on some floor outside. The whistling sound the airflow made as it passed through cracks in the window frame. Before, he would never have noticed those sounds at all. Now he could hear everything. Lu Yuan stood in the living room, closed his eyes, and felt it for more than 10 seconds. Then he opened his eyes and took a deep breath. System, you really are my goddamn dad. After recovering, he glanced at the time. 10:30. There was still 1.5 hours until the noon window period. His stamina had recovered when he signed in just now, and all his fatigue had been wiped away. Xiao Yuan was still asleep, and would probably sleep until the afternoon. Perfect. Lu Yuan walked into the bedroom, bent down, and pulled Xiao Yuan's blanket up a little, covering the shoulder she had left exposed. Then he turned and walked out of the bedroom, took his coat off the hook behind the door, and put it on. Backpack, flashlight, steel wire and metal sheets, fire axe, steel pipe. He fastened or packed them one by one, either at his waist or into the bag. He stood at the door and checked his equipment once, then pulled the door open, slipped out sideways, and gently closed it behind him. The corridor was pitch black. When Lu Yuan reached the stairwell, he closed his eyes and felt for a moment. His hearing was more than one level stronger than before. In some direction on the 19th floor, something was moving slowly, dragging along with the rustling sound of fabric scraping the ground. In the stairwell on the 17th floor, there seemed to be an extremely faint sound of breathing, like the rhythm of something sleeping. But on the 18th, 19th, and 20th floors, nothing was blocking his path. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He tightened his grip on the fire axe and walked toward the stairwell. As he walked, he thought, time to fleece another batch off them. The 18th floor was still normal. The black fog in the air was about the same as yesterday, a thin layer clinging to the ground. But when he stepped down the last stair and stood at the entrance to the 17th floor corridor, his heart gave a jolt. The air on the 17th floor made Lu Yuan's scalp tighten. The black fog was far denser than it had been yesterday. When he had come to scout the place yesterday, the fog had still been just a thin layer, like the haze on a cloudy day. He could still barely make out outlines a few meters away. But now, the entire corridor looked like someone had splashed it with ink. Gray-black fog floated thickly through every inch of space above, below, left, right, everywhere with no layering at all. Standing at the stairwell and looking inside, he could only make out the wall 3 meters away as a vague shadow. The corrosive smell in the air was also stronger than yesterday. Lu Yuan stood at the stairwell entrance and didn't rush to move. He closed his eyes and released his perception. Once his perception opened up, the outline of the 17th floor spread through his mind, covering most of the corridor. There wasn't any obvious movement. No footsteps, no breathing. None of that distinctive, sticky scraping sound monsters made. But he vaguely felt that something was off. It was hard to put that feeling into words. Like someone was staring at you from somewhere you couldn't see. His senses were far sharper than before. Some faint signals he wouldn't have been able to catch before now clung to his nerves like spider silk. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and made a judgment. This place could still be searched, but he couldn't stay long. With the black fog this thick, something would definitely go wrong if he stayed too long. Keeping close to the wall, he walked forward a few steps, pushed open the first door, and quickly swept the room. He found a box of unopened vitamin tablets in the bedroom nightstand. And under the TV cabinet, he felt around and found 2 packs of batteries, around 8 or 9 in total. In the kitchen, he found a bag of vacuum-sealed nuts and 2 cartons of milk. The milk was expired, but he sniffed it. It hadn't gone bad yet, so it was still drinkable. The second apartment, there was an unopened box of cookies and a few packets of instant milk tea on the coffee table in the living room. He stuffed them all into his backpack. He also took a pack of toilet paper from the bathroom cabinet. The third apartment, the owner of this place was probably some kind of gear enthusiast. In the corner of the storage room, there were 2 small camping gas canisters and a matching portable stove head. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up the moment he saw them, and he quickly packed them into his bag. He searched 4 apartments in total, and it took him a little over 20 minutes. The black fog was still getting thicker. By the time he stood in the middle of the hallway, it had grown so dense that he could barely make out the apartment numbers anymore. Every breath carried a rusty smell, and his throat felt like it was stuffed with a ball of wet cotton. Just then, Lu Yuan's footsteps suddenly stopped. He felt it. That sensation of being watched surged at him from all directions, like countless thin needles stabbing into his skin at the same time. The fog was too thick. He couldn't see anything, but his perception spread out like a net and caught those gazes. The source of those gazes was hidden in the darkness on both sides of the corridor, beyond the reach of his sight, behind the thickest layers of fog. A lot of them, at least 7 or 8. He had no idea what they were. But what made Lu Yuan's back go cold the most was that they didn't move. Those gazes just hung there in the thick fog, quietly, soundlessly, resting on him. No breathing, no footsteps, no growls or chewing noises like monsters usually made. There was only a constant, unchanging focus, like a row of cameras all pointed at him at once. Lu Yuan could feel that they were standing right there. The black fog hid their outlines, and he couldn't see a thing, but he knew they were there. That stillness was even more terrifying than being chased. He slowly took a step back. Those gazes neither grew stronger nor weaker. They stayed at the same density, pressing down on his perception. He kept backing away. When he retreated to the stairwell, he stopped moving slowly. He turned around and sprinted upward, taking 3 steps at a time. He made it from the 17th floor back to the 21st floor in a very short time, and he never once looked back. He pushed the door open and slipped into the shelter, locked it, and leaned against the door, panting. The clothes on his back were already soaked through. That rusty taste was still clinging to his throat, and he had to swallow twice before he could barely force it down. He closed his eyes and felt his surroundings for a moment. Those gazes were gone. He was finally safe. Lu Yuan stood leaning against the door for quite a while, the rise and fall of his chest gradually calming down. He lowered his head and looked at his backpack. vitamin tablets, batteries, nuts, 2 cartons of milk, cookies, instant milk tea, a pack of toilet paper, 2 camping gas canisters, and 1 portable stove head. It wasn't too much, but if he rationed it carefully, it would be enough to keep him going for 7 or 8 days, maybe 10. He walked over to the coffee table, took everything out one by one, and lined them up neatly. Then he sat down in the folding chair, holding the stove head in his hand, his mind still on those shadows from just now. The fog had been that thick, and they had just stood inside it. He leaned back in the chair and recalled that feeling of being watched. There was no hostility, no killing intent, just observation, like a group of spectators gathered outside a cage, quietly and patiently watching the thing inside. I can't go down to the 17th floor anymore. He muttered to himself. If I go down from now on, I stop at the 18th floor at most. For the time being, I'm not touching anything below the 17th. Yuan was just about to get himself a glass of water when he suddenly caught a scent in the air. The rich aroma of oil-fried food, mixed with a hint of chopped scallions, drifted over from the direction of the kitchen. He froze for a moment, then walked over and pushed open the half-closed sliding kitchen door. Yuan was standing with her back to him at the stove. Blue flames from the butane burner licked the bottom of a frying pan. Inside it, 2 slices of ham were sizzling, and beside them was an egg nestled in the pan, the white already set and the edges lightly browned. She was wearing an apron. He had no idea where she had dug it up from. It was floral, made of light blue fabric, tied in a bow at the back of her waist. She had changed clothes too, a light blue house outfit made of cotton linen fabric, with the sleeves rolled up to her forearms and the loose collar exposing her collarbone. Her hair had changed from the messy state it was in last night into a braid that hung down from one shoulder, swaying gently with the movement of her hand as she flipped the ham. Yuan stood at the doorway and watched for 2 seconds. A woman in her early 30s, with a naturally full and voluptuous figure. That house outfit was stretched over her body into several curves that were hard to look away from. And yet, when she lowered her head to turn the fried egg, her movements were light and gentle. The braid hung by her shoulder, and her whole body gave off the feeling of someone waiting for you to come home for a meal. But even in these domestic clothes, Yuan's top-tier modus socialite aura wasn't covered up at all. If anything, it gave her an even stronger contrast. Yuan walked up behind her and reached out, wrapping an arm around her waist. The moment he embraced her, Yuan let out a soft little cry of surprise, and the spatula in her hand paused for a second. But very quickly, she recognized who it was from the force and warmth of the hug. She turned her head slightly, didn't struggle free, and only asked in a gentle voice, "You're back? You didn't run into any danger, did you?" The spatula in her hand resumed turning the ham, but the concern in her voice was impossible to hide. She knew better than anyone now that Yuan was her only support. If anything happened to him, there was no way she could survive in this building for more than 2 days on her own. "I'm fine." Yuan rested his chin on her shoulder, breathing in the scent of shampoo from her hair. After a 2-second pause, he added, "But it's probably getting more dangerous." Yuan's hand movement paused ever so slightly. "The black fog downstairs is creeping upward. It's a lot thicker than yesterday. The 17th floor is already almost impossible to stay on," Yuan said, his tone a little heavier than before. "At this rate, it won't be long before it reaches the 20th floor." Yuan didn't say anything. She scooped the fried ham and egg out of the pan and placed them onto a white porcelain plate beside her, then turned off the butane burner. Only then did she turn her head and meet Yuan's gaze, a gentle smile appearing on her face. "It's okay," she said. "As long as you're here, I'm not afraid of anything." Her voice was very soft when she said it, but her eyes were steady. There was no exaggerated expression. She just said it plainly, as naturally as if she were commenting that the weather was nice today. But hearing it made Yuan feel a lot better inside. No wonder this woman had moved in top-tier circles. Not only was she beautiful, her emotional intelligence was high too. With just one sentence, she gave him exactly the emotional reassurance he needed. No crying, no fussing, no panic. Everything she offered him was calmness and softness. Yuan smiled, tightened his arm around her a little more, and pulled Yuan closer into his chest, pressing her more firmly against him. She froze for a moment, still holding the plate in her hand, then turned her head slightly and looked at him with an expression that was both surprised and a little helpless. She paused. "Didn't we already last night was last night." Yuan rested his chin in the hollow of her shoulder, his tone shamelessly matter-of-fact. Yuan pressed her lips together. That complicated expression passed across her face once, then finally turned into a soft sigh. "You've really been repressing yourself too much. Haven't you?" There was a faint note of grievance in her voice. She had already seen it last night. Yuan's stamina had gone far beyond what she'd expected. She and thought that after sleeping for less than half a day, he would already be fully recovered again. "Don't tell me you're unwilling?" Yuan asked. Yuan said with a smile, "Of course I'm willing. I'm your woman now. You can do whatever you want." Yuan laughed. Of course, I'd be holding back in front of you. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, a top-tier socialite worth over 100 million. The center of the Magic City social scene. And I'm just a little security guard. What do you call this? Crossing class lines. What he said made Yuan's cheeks heat up for a moment. She turned her head and shot him a glare, but there was no real anger in it. Only a coquettish complaint. What's socialite or not? Her voice dropped very low, carrying a soft resentment that seemed to seep into the bones. Right now, I'm yours. She didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning in her words didn't need to be spoken aloud. Hearing those unspoken words, Yuan felt as if someone had lightly scratched at his heart. Meanwhile, inside room 201, a full day of rest had passed. No one went out. No one went looking for supplies. The 17 of them just stayed huddled inside the 200-square-meter apartment, each passing the increasingly boring hours in their own way. I want to take a shower. Yuan's words made the room go quiet for a beat. She stood by the bathroom door, her golden wavy hair falling over her shoulders. The makeup on her face had been carefully touched up, and even her lipstick had been reapplied. But her expression didn't look good. Frowning, she repeated herself in a tone that screamed, I can't take this anymore. I haven't showered in 3 days. My whole body feels awful. I'm definitely showering today. There's no water. He leaned against the wall opposite her, clutching half a bottle of mineral water in her hand. Check the faucet. The water was cut off ages ago. Then use mineral water. Yuan said it like it was the most natural thing in the world. Don't we still have several cases left? He frowned. Even though she usually stayed close with Fang Yaqi, those words still sounded way too wrong to her. That water is for drinking, she said. You're going to use bottled water for a shower? How many bottles would one shower take? A whole case wouldn't even be enough. What are we supposed to drink afterward? If we run out of water, we can just go find more, right? Yuan waved her hand dismissively. There's so many households in this building. What family doesn't have a few cases of water? Stuff like mineral water is everywhere. Do we really need to be this stingy? He was left speechless by that for a second. 2 seconds later, she said, that is easy for you to say. When Yuan was still here the first couple of days, there really was extra water after he brought some back. But that was because he went downstairs to carry it up. Who is going to do that now? Then we'll go move some tomorrow. What is the big deal? As Yuan spoke, she was already about to rummage through the supply boxes for water. Wait. Gulan stood up from the chair in the corner. Her tone wasn't harsh, but the presence she had from years of speaking in the business world still pressed down on Yuan by half a head. Yuan, Qin is right. Mineral water is for us to drink, not to bathe with. One full case, if we ration it carefully, can last us several days. If you use it all for one shower, it's gone. Yuan's expression stiffened for a moment. She glanced at Gulan and didn't dare talk back directly, but she still curled her lips and muttered. Do you really have to make such a huge deal out of this? It's just a shower. This isn't making a huge deal out of it. Gulan's tone remained steady, but it carried weight. Supplies are supplies. What they're used for and how they're used, there has to be a sense of priority. As soon as she said that, before Yuan's displeasure had even faded, a few people nearby started speaking up for her. Sister Lan, you're being way too tense, Tang Shi said as she sat up from the carpet, absent-mindedly fiddling with her nails. Before all this, I used Evian just to wash my face. Bottled water isn't even that rare. Exactly, another woman chimed in. People who live in places like this, who among us didn't use quality water before? Qin, don't say I'm exaggerating. If I remember right, your family used imported water just for tea, didn't you? It's normal to be a little nervous about supplies, someone else added an agreement. But if you're too nervous, it just makes everyone unhappy. It's only one case of water. We can just go downstairs and get more tomorrow. There's no need to act like we're about to die of thirst. Gulan looked at the women crowding around to speak for Yuan, pressed her lips together, and said nothing more. She could tell that in the eyes of the people arguing with her, this so-called shortage of supplies was still stuck at the stage of just going to the supermarket to restock tomorrow. They kept saying they'd go look tomorrow, but not a single one of them even knew what the situation downstairs was. Fang Yaqi had been leaning back on the main sofa, listening the whole time. Only after both sides had gone quiet did she slowly speak. All right, everyone stop arguing. She sat up a little straighter, adjusted her shawl, and let her gaze sweep over everyone in the room. In a gentle tone like she was soothing children, she said, we're all sisters here. Is it really worth it to spend all day arguing over these little trivial things? The room fell quiet, and everyone looked at her. As for the shower issue, I understand. Fang Yaqi glanced at Yuan. It really is uncomfortable not showering for several days. But Sister Gulan also has a point. Supplies need to be used sparingly. She paused, then revealed a smile that suggested she had a solution. How about this? Let us endure it for today. Tomorrow we'll all go out together to look for supplies. We'll bring back a lot and pile the apartment full. Once we have enough water and enough food, you can shower however you want, as many times as you want. So let us stop arguing today. Rest first, save your energy, and tomorrow we'll do a proper sweep. Su Yuan was instantly soothed by Fang Yaqi's words. Her expression relaxed quite a bit. She muttered, "All right then, turn around," and sat back down, no longer bringing up the shower. Chini didn't say anything else either. She put the half bottle of water in her hand back beside the supply pile and sat down hugging her knees. Just like that, the argument dispersed. But Gulan stood in the corner, watching Fang Yaqi lean back against the sofa and close her eyes again as if resting. Then she looked at Su Yuan and Tang Shi, who had already started discussing what shoes would be more convenient to wear downstairs tomorrow. Then she looked at the pile of supply boxes, already visibly thinned out by a layer. The corners of her mouth pulled downward slightly. Her face showed almost no expression, but a chill rose in her heart. When this group of women gathered together, they talked about sisterhood and unity. But the moment a real problem appeared, they immediately fell apart. One wanted a shower, one wanted water to drink, one thought supplies were everywhere, and one wanted to ignore everything and just wait for someone else to keep them alive. They kept saying they'd go find supplies tomorrow, but no one mentioned who would lead, where they would go, or what they would do if they ran into monsters. Fang Yaqi had used one sentence, "Let us talk about it tomorrow," to cover over every conflict, but she had never really thought about how tomorrow was supposed to be survived. Gulan turned her head and looked outside through the gap in the curtain at the layer of dark red sky. Xiao Yuan had made the right choice. If she stayed any longer, this group would probably not survive even 1 week. And as for herself, it was time to seriously think about that option too. Meanwhile, in sharp contrast to the noise and chaos in room 201, inside Lu Yuan's safe house, it was very quiet. Xiao Yuan had been thoroughly worn out for the entire day. First, she hadn't even fallen asleep until around 4 or 5 in the morning. After waking up, Lu Yuan had caught her around the waist in front of the stove and pressed her down for another round. Then after they finished eating, he came at her again in all sorts of ways, completely draining the last of her strength. After it was over, she came out from her shower, dove straight into the blankets, and fell asleep immediately. As for Lu Yuan, he was still full of energy as ever. After being enhanced by the system, his stamina and endurance were now much, much stronger than before. He took out the large toolbox rewarded by the system and started working. The tools were spread out in front of him one by one. For thickened steel bars, 2 sets of blast-resistant lock cylinders, a box of door bolt latches, several window frame reinforcements, 1 cordless electric drill, and a box of expansion screws. Lu Yuan picked up the drill and weighed in his hand, then picked up a steel bar and compared its length. He more or less had a plan in mind. He stood up and started reinforcing the doors and windows of the safe house. He worked back and forth for an hour. He was only halfway done when Lu Yuan was about to take a short break. Bang! Someone knocked on the door. The drill in Lu Yuan's hand stopped abruptly. He straightened up without making a sound and pricked up his ears to listen. There was no other movement outside, but the knocking came a second time. Bang, bang, bang. 3 knocks, the rhythm steady, unhurried, like someone casually rapping on the door while standing there. A chill ran through Lu Yuan's heart. He snatched up the fire axe leaning in the corner, gripped it tightly with the blade facing forward, then hunched over and moved to the door, pressing himself sideways against the wall instead of standing directly in front of it. He put his eye to the peephole. The round view through the peephole was gray-black. The black fog in the hallway was thick, far thicker than when he had gone out to search for supplies. A figure was standing at the door, blurry, its outline indistinct, as if it were wrapped inside the fog. He couldn't see its face or what it was wearing. He could only barely make out a humanoid shape standing there motionless, facing the door. He waited 5 seconds. The figure did not leave, nor did it knock again. It just stood there. Lowering his voice, Lu Yuan spoke. "Who is it?" There was silence outside for 2 seconds. Then the blurry figure moved a little, as if it had lifted its head and turned toward the peephole. A voice came through the fog, broken and hoarse. But it was definitely human speech. "I'm a resident from the 18th floor." Lu Yuan did not loosen his grip on the axe. "I escaped up from below." The voice continued, speaking very slowly, as if talking took a great deal of effort. "Can you save me? Just open the door and give me a little food." A resident from the 18th floor. Lu Yuan's mind turned rapidly. He had been to the 18th floor many times. Although there were a few apartments he had not opened, he had basically checked the place over. There was no way any living person was still there. Lu Yuan stared at the figure in the peephole, stayed silent for 2 seconds, then said, "There isn't any food here. Go farther inside. Room 201 is a big shelter. There's a lot of food in there." The figure outside paused for a moment. "Room 201, farther inside." The voice repeated it once, as if digesting the information. Then it slowly turned around and shuffled toward the depths of the corridor. Its movements were very slow, carrying a stiff, rigid feeling, like a machine that had not been oiled in a long time, starting up again. Its footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Lu Yuan stayed by the door, watching the corridor through the peephole the whole time. Only after he saw the blurry figure disappear behind the hallway did he finally let out a long breath. It can even talk, he muttered to himself, his tone heavy with unconcealed gravity. The old monsters only had one trick, howling. They made that scalp-crawling screech, then lunged forward to bite. But this one was different. It could knock on doors, talk, and ask whether it could have a little food. If Lu Yuan had not confirmed that there were no living people on the 18th floor, he might actually have believed it. The apocalyptic environment was gradually changing. Before, there were only monsters. Now there were these strange creatures that could speak. Things were getting worse and worse. But Lu Yuan could not change any of that. At this point, the only thing he could do was continue reinforcing his safe house. Whatever that thing was, as long as it didn't come looking for him, that was enough. What he needed to do now was weld his own door shut. After finishing all that, Lu Yuan also took a shower. It was about time to rest. When he returned to the bedroom and saw Qiu Yuan on the bed, her clothes in disarray and large patches of snowy white skin exposed, he looked at her hot body and the corners of his mouth curled slightly into a smile. In the apocalypse, having a woman really did feel different, especially a noble woman like Qiu Yuan. When she submitted beneath him, that sense of achievement and pleasure was beyond comparison with anything else. It was very enjoyable. So Lu Yuan got into bed, wrapped an arm around Qiu Yuan's slender waist, and slowly fell asleep. The window period was about to arrive. He would rest for a while first, then act later. Inside room 201. Fang Yaqi sat on the main sofa with a serious expression, and for once had taken the initiative to gather everyone for a meeting. We absolutely can't delay any longer today. It's time to act and get supplies. All right, everyone listen to me. Fang Yaqi cleared her throat and said, there are definitely still supplies downstairs. We have to move a batch up before the black fog completely rises. It'll be the noon window period soon, which makes it the best time to move. Let's divide the tasks, work together, and finish it fast. That was rare coming from her, but it was at least practical. They might usually be pampered, but they were not stupid. They also knew that if they didn't go get the things on the lower floors now, they would never be able to get them later. But once it came to assigning specific roles, the scene began to spiral out of control. Then I'll be in charge of carrying things. Okay, I've got decent arm strength. Chini spoke first, sounding fairly enthusiastic. Then how much are you carrying? Lin Muxiua asked from the side with her arms crossed. 3 or 4 bottles of water. 3 or 4 bottles. Are you joking with me? Lin Muxiua glared. If one trip only gets 3 or 4 bottles, then how many trips do we need to make? Then you carry them. If you can carry more, you go. It's not like I said I wouldn't carry anything. I'm talking about efficiency. Efficiency my ass. You don't even know what downstairs looks like. Enough, enough. Fang Yaqi raised a hand to interrupt. Muxiua, you and Qin move supplies together. You two are one team. Sister Yaqi. Lin Muxiua immediately changed expressions, her tone softening with a hint of coquettishness. I didn't sleep well last night, and my legs are still weak. Can I be in charge of watching the route? I have a good sense of direction. I could just help everyone find the way. Before Fang Yaqi could answer, Tang Shi cut in. What about me? I'm short, and the stairwell is pitch black. I'm scared of falling. Can I stay by the door and support you? Once you bring the supplies up, I'll be in charge of sorting them. Support my ass. Suwon rolled her eyes from the side. You're just standing by the door, waiting to eat. Then you go. If you're so capable, you go downstairs. I'll go then. Halfway through saying it, Suwon suddenly stopped, glanced toward the door, and her voice dropped noticeably. But don't make me go too far. It's so dark in the stairwell. What if there's a monster and I'm alone? Aren't you also just standing around waiting to eat? I'm just being cautious. The more they argued, the fiercer it got, and the other women nearby were not idle either. I can run fast, sure, but I don't know the way. I'm afraid I'll get lost. Then I'll team up with you. I know the way. You know the way? Yesterday, you even got stuck in the bathroom and couldn't get out. That's because the bathroom door got jammed, okay. My back isn't good. I can't carry heavy things. Then what are you going down there for? Sightseeing? I can cheer everyone on. Cheer, cheer. We're starving to death here. What use is your cheering? The room was full of overlapping chatter. More than a dozen women were speaking at once, their voices piling together in a buzzing mess, livelier than a wet market. Some said they should bring bags. Some said they should wear sneakers, except none of them had brought any. Someone suggested twisting bedsheets into ropes and hauling the supplies up, but that idea was rejected on the spot because no one knew how to tie knots. Fang Yaqi sat on the sofa, the expression on her face turning stiffer bit by bit. She tried calling out a few more times, quiet down, and listen to me. We'll assign by groups. But every time her voice had just risen, it was drowned out by even louder arguing. Gulan sat in the farthest corner, hugging her knees as she watched the scene. She could not even be bothered to speak anymore. She had watched this group argue for nearly half an hour, and task assignment was still at 0. She suddenly felt a little tired. Not physically tired, but the kind of tired that came from watching a group of people gather around an empty pot and passionately discuss whether to use an iron ladle or a wooden one to serve rice. Before they could even argue out a result, a knock came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was not loud, but amid the noisy room, it was especially clear, like a needle popping a balloon. Everyone fell silent at the same time and turned to look at the door in unison, their faces full of surprise. At a time like this, who would be knocking? It has to be Yuan. Yuan was the first to react, the corners of her mouth curling into a mocking smile that said, "See? What did I tell you? She couldn't survive over at Yuan's place. So now she's slinking back to beg us." "Yeah, seriously." Tang sure picked it up, her tone light and airy. "I said it already, didn't I? What can one lousy security guard protect? She was probably used up and thrown out. Supposedly some top-tier socialite in Modu, worth over 100 million. If she doesn't have even the slightest bit of sense. That canvas bag of hers only had 2 packs of biscuits and 1 bottle of water in it. Yuan definitely snatched her stuff. No food, no water. She's probably starving and can't take it anymore. TSK. She left so decisively back then. And now she's coming back just as decisively. A woman like that is the textbook type. Only after getting tricked by a man does she know to turn back. If she comes back, are we even taking her in? Taking her in for what? Being a saintly pushover is stupidity. I'm not accepting her anyway. Everyone chimed in one after another, mocking her non-stop, getting more and more into it as they talked. A woman with long perm curls even stood up and walked toward the door, reaching for the handle. "I'll go open it and take a look." The expression on her face right now must be priceless. "Wait." Gulan strode quickly out from the corner and stopped her hand at once. The movement was light, but firm. She directly pushed that hand off the doorknob. "Don't open it so fast." Gulan lowered her voice, her expression serious. "What if it's a monster? Let's see clearly first." That sentence was like a bucket of cold water dumped over them. The few women who had still been laughing immediately shut up, exchanged glances, and the expressions on their faces changed from eager to watch a joke unfold too. That actually made sense. After all the chaos of the past 2 days, candlelight dinners, makeup, gossip, arguments, they had almost forgotten what it was really like outside. Forgotten those sounds of things eating people. Forgotten the screams that had come from downstairs that night. They had even forgotten that they were still in the apocalypse. Gulan's single sentence yanked them back, and everyone's back stiffened a little. Gulan paid them no mind and walked to the door herself. Lowering her voice, she asked, "Who is it?" There was silence outside for a few seconds. Then a voice came through, hoarse. "I'm a resident from the 18th floor. I escaped up from below. Can you give me something to eat?" "A resident from the 18th floor?" Fang Yaqi spoke up, still putting on airs. Her tone carried the scrutiny of a leader. "Are you male or female?" "I." The person outside stopped, as if choked by the question, and did not respond for a long while. Yuan cut in from the side. "Do you even need to ask? You can tell from the voice that it's a man." That was like tossing a bomb into the room. "A man? Then absolutely don't let him in." "Exactly. One Yuan is already more than enough for us to deal with. Men in the apocalypse are the most dangerous. Anyone can pretend to be pitiful on the outside. Once he gets in, who knows what he'll do? Learn from mistakes. Absolutely no men." Fang Yaqi nodded as well. She cleared her throat and said toward the door, "If you're a man, then leave quickly. This is an all-female shelter. We won't keep a single man here. Go look somewhere else." It went quiet outside again. Quiet for a long time. So long that the people in the room started wondering if he had already left. Then that voice sounded again, slower than before this time, as if carefully weighing every word. "Actually, I'm transgender." The room went silent for a beat. Although outwardly I'm male, that voice continued. "I've always wanted to become female." That sentence was like a ladle of water splashed into hot oil. The room exploded instantly. "Transgender? Seriously?" Tang Shi was the first to widen her eyes. "Wow. Then deep down she's always been a girl, right?" Someone covered her chest. "That's just too hard. A male body with a girl's heart. Isn't that a sister oppressed by patriarchal society? She's totally in the same camp as us. Deep down, she's already one of us girls." I used to follow a transgender blogger before. She was incredibly brave. That kind of spiritual awakening is really admirable. If she feels like a woman inside, then at her core, she is a woman. That's completely different from those disgusting men. Oh my God. She climbed all the way up from the 18th floor by herself, went through so many terrifying things. And now she's standing at the door begging us in such a humble tone. Don't you feel bad for her? I feel awful for her. Open the door. Open the door. Don't let our sis wait outside too long." As they talked, several of them surged toward the door again. Some even started rummaging through the supplies, preparing to find food, muttering that they should get something ready for their sis first and let her come in before anything else. "Stop right there." Gulan stood at the door with both arms spread wide to block them, her back pressed against the door panel. Her voice was several times louder than before. "Have all of you lost your minds? Transgender? Have you even seen him? Do you know whether the thing standing outside is a person or something else?" "Sister Lan." Tang Shi curled her lip. "Why are you such a killjoy? She already said she's transgender, and you believe it just because she said it?" Gulan stared at her, her gaze sharper than a blade. "What if he's lying to you? What if he isn't even human and is just imitating human speech? And you're seriously going to open the door and let him in?" That made the few people who had rushed to the door hesitate. They looked at each other. Their enthusiasm faded a little, but their faces still held that expression of you being too suspicious. They had all seen those monsters before. They could not talk at all. The thing outside clearly did not sound like a monster. The voice outside sounded again, carrying a slight tremble. I'm not a bad person. I just want to find something to eat. I really admire how independent and strong you all are. I want to be like you too. That sentence was like a piece of candy dropped into a jar of honey. The people who had just calmed down exploded all over again. Listen to that. How sincere. She must be suffering so much inside, in an environment like this, and she still has to endure the pain of identity recognition. I really want to hug her. Don't be scared, sis. We'll open the door for you right now. Several people moved around Gulan and reached for the doorknob. Gulan blocked the doorway alone. Her frame was shoved hard enough to make her stagger back a step, but she still refused to move, gripping the doorknob in a death hold. Don't open it. Gulan's voice was hoarse as she turned and shouted at the crowd. Have you all gone insane? You'll get sold off one by one and still help count the money for the seller. You don't even know what that thing outside the door is. But no one listened to her. That group of women crowded around the door, all talking over one another as they urged her to move aside. They said that if she refused, then she was discriminating against transgender people. They said she was creating division. They said her thinking was backward and outdated. Gulan was surrounded by a crowd of people arguing around her. Her ears buzzed, and several hands were prying at the doorknob in her hand at the same time. The lock gave a soft click. At the exact moment several hands grabbed the knob together and pulled outward, a voice slammed over from behind, cold and sharp. I'd like to see who dares open it. The voice wasn't too loud, but it was cold enough, like an ice spike driving down from overhead, punching a hole straight through the uproar filling the room. Everyone froze for a moment. The movements of their hands stopped in unison, and they all turned around instinctively. The speaker stood half a step to the side of Fang Yaqi, arms folded as she leaned against the wall. She was very beautiful. She wore a neat black suit, had long hair, and kept one hand in her pocket. She was tall, standing straight. She was probably more than half a head taller than most of the women in the room, and her presence was overwhelming. Her name was Zhang Bing, Fang Yaqi's assistant. Publicly, she was introduced as a personal assistant, but in reality, she was a bodyguard. Before the apocalypse, she had followed Fang Yaqi around for 5 years of appearances and events, helping her get through many crises. A huge part of why Fang Yaqi's all-female group could act so arrogantly came from the confidence this woman gave her. The moment she spoke, the room fell silent. Yuan's hand stiffened in midair. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something. Zhang Bing's gaze swept over and landed on her face. Neither too heavy nor too light. Yuan's throat bobbed once, and she pulled her hand back. Tang Shi also retreated half a step, pretending to fix her hair, not daring to meet Zhang Bing's eyes. Zhang Bing. Tang Shi let out a dry laugh. Listen, she already said she is transgender. I heard. Zhang Bing's tone was flat. Then tell me, does a transgender person count as a man or a woman? Tang Shi opened her mouth. She is a woman on the inside. I'm asking you whether that counts as male or female. Zhang Bing cut her off, her tone unchanged. Tang Shi fell silent. The room was so quiet that only the candle flame could be heard flickering, stretching everyone's shadows into crooked shapes. All that passionate talk from earlier about brave souls and sisters was crushed clean away by Zhang Bing's expressionless face in 3 short sentences. Fang Yaqi cleared her throat and stepped forward half a step, standing beside Zhang Bing. She looked down over the crowd, the corner of her mouth carrying a faint, unreadable curve, as if she had expected this scene all along. I already said it. As long as it's a man, Fang Yaqi said in a mild, gentle voice. But every word was bitten out clearly. Then he is not allowed into our all-female shelter. That would be contamination. The same goes for transgender people. What trans or not trans? A man is a man, scheming to the core. And filthy. She said that last word, filthy, very softly, like she was talking about something beneath even the effort of serious discussion. Yuan stood in the crowd, her face a little flushed. Usually, in front of Fang Yaqi, she was quicker than anyone else to flatter her and butter her up. But this time, she really couldn't hold it back. That transgender person's story had hit her too hard. It made her think of the brave bloggers she followed on Zaihongshu, and of the pain that group suffered from being rejected by society. Sister Yaqi. She forced herself to speak, her voice less than half as loud as before. I don't think it's right for you to say that. She is transgender. She is not like those disgusting men. They've already been persecuted by society and suffered enough. ISNT are all-female shelter, supposed to accept oppressed women? Yeah, Sister Yaqi, someone else softly echoed. I think Yuan has a point. They're the sisters who really need us to stand up for them. We can't just deny someone as a woman inside, because they look like a man on the outside. Wouldn't that make us no different from people who discriminate against transgender people? I think we should let her in. One more sister means one more bit of strength. The voices came in scattered fragments. Even the people speaking had no real confidence. But at least they still said it out loud. Several women looked at one another. The saintly glow in their eyes still hadn't completely gone out. Zhang Bing said nothing. She just lowered her folded arms and let them hang at her sides. Then she took one step forward. Just one step. The sole of her shoe struck the floor with a crisp sound. The room instantly went so quiet it was like someone had hit pause. Yuan took half a step back. The ones who had been chiming in just now also shrank their necks, and no one dared say another word. Zhang Bing stood between the door and the crowd, blocking the entire path by herself. No matter what's outside the door, she said, her tone even and flat. Without any rise or fall, if you want to open it, get past me first. No one moved. The air stayed frozen for about a dozen seconds. The dark figure outside the door also went silent, as if measuring something through the door panel. Then a string of muffled muttering drifted in through the crack of the door. It was so slurred it sounded like several broken syllables mashed together. No one could make out what was being said, but there was an indescribable note of disappointment and resentment in the tone. The voice grew quieter and quieter, farther and farther away, as if the dark figure was slowly shuffling toward the other end of the hallway while muttering to itself. The footsteps dragged, heavy, stopping after every step. Only after quite a while did they disappear completely. Gulan kept her back pressed against the door, her whole weight leaning on it. Only after those footsteps could no longer be heard at all did she let out a long breath. No matter what, this crisis was over. But this time had passed. What about next time? That was hard to say. How much longer could this so-called all-female team survive in the apocalypse? Meanwhile, inside the shelter, Yuan was stuffing the last piece of equipment into his backpack. He pulled the zipper shut and stood up to test the weight. It wasn't too heavy, but he had brought everything he should: a water bottle, compressed biscuits, bandages, rope, a steel pipe, and a fire axe. He rolled his shoulders, checked his gear once over for anything loose, then looked toward the bedroom door. Yuan walked out from inside. She had already changed clothes. The zipper of her black athletic jacket was pulled to her chest, her hair was tied into a neat ponytail, and with her sweatpants and running shoes. She looked a bit more energetic than before, but her complexion really didn't look good. Her lips had barely any color, and when she walked, her legs moved more slowly than usual. Her beautiful long legs seemed a little weak. Yuan sized her up and frowned. Can you manage? Want to rest another day? Ever since Yuan had come here, he really had tormented her too hard. He had no idea how many times it had been by now. Yuan himself had the system and recovered stamina quickly, but Yuan was a completely normal person and a delicate woman at that. If she forced herself to endure it, it definitely wouldn't be easy. Yuan raised her head and forced out a smile. As long as there is food, I could do anything. True enough. In the apocalypse, being willing to work for a mouthful of food was the most basic survival rule. What made Yuan smart was exactly this. She wasn't pretentious, she didn't put on airs, and she knew what she was supposed to do. And she also knew what she had to give in return. Yuan nodded. Let us go. Yuan gave a soft in response. The two of them pushed the door open and headed down the hallway toward the fire escape. Yuan led in front, and Yuan followed half a step behind. One set of footsteps light, one heavy, echoing far through the quiet corridor. They had just reached the corner by the fire escape when they ran straight into a group of people. 7 or 8 women poured out from the other end of the hallway, sparse and uneven, walking in a crooked, unsteady line. Some carried plastic bags, some had empty hands, and one was clutching a clothes-drying pole taken from who knew where, holding it like some kind of treasure. They were still muttering nonsense to each other like, "You take this, I'll take that," and the like. It was the people from room 201. Looks like the finally finished dragging their feet, barely managed to assign the tasks, and came out the door full of reluctance. The two groups ran right into each other face to face. The hallway went silent in an instant. Even the air seemed to freeze for half a second. Fang Yaqi was walking in front. The moment she saw Yuan and Yuan, her steps very clearly stalled. The people behind her also stopped, and their gazes landed on the two of them in perfect unison. Yuan was the first to speak. She leaned half her body out from the crowd, looked Yuan up and down, and curled her lips upward. Well, isn't this Sister Yuan? I thought a monster had dragged you off. Turns out you delivered yourself right to a man-'s door. She deliberately dragged out the word sister, raising the ending high. Several people behind her started laughing too, their faces full of that smug, "I told you so" look. Tang Shi stood to the side with her arms crossed and chimed in, her eyes sweeping over Yuan's pale face. "Why is your face so white? Did he wear you out that badly?" "Ah, a famous rich socialite from Modu with a net worth in the hundreds of millions and a little security guard played you into this state. TSK. What did I say?" Yuan spread her hands. "Back when she left, I already said it. A woman in her 30s, starved for love, and once the apocalypse hit, the moment she got let loose around men, she started sticking herself to one. Sure enough, I used to think you were pretty classy," another woman said sourly. "But now, you're nothing special after all. A top-tier Modu socialite, TSK, hanging around with a security guard. What is the difference between that and getting played by a homeless bum? And that net worth in the hundreds of millions? Who even knows if that money can still be spent now? Yeah, totally played to pieces. The mocking voices buzzed over one after another like flies, each line nastier than the last. The women all wore that excited expression of "I finally caught you with dirt on you." Like they couldn't wait to tear Yuan apart from head to toe just to laugh at her. But Yuan didn't care. She stood there, gripping the strap of her backpack, and there was even still that faint smile at the corner of her lips. She was a mature married woman. The biggest difference between a mature married woman and those girls in their early 20s was right here. She knew what was worth caring about. And what wasn't worth caring about at all? Staying alive was more important than any idle gossip. A few insults weren't going to tear a piece off her. So she simply didn't care what these people were saying. Fang Yaqi took a step forward and lifted her chin slightly. Yuan, I'll give you one more chance now. Turn back before it's too late. If you leave Yuan now, you can rejoin our all-women team. But if you keep refusing to come to your senses, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. She stood there with her back ramrod straight, holding herself exactly like she used to when accepting awards before the apocalypse, as if she were waiting for Yuan to lower her head, admit her mistake, and beg to come back. Yuan looked at her and only wanted to laugh. Go back. Go back to room 201 and wait to die with that bunch. No food, no water, endless arguing, tripping each other up, and turning every tiny little thing into complete chaos. She had stayed in that room for 7 days, and every single minute of it was burned in her memory. Go back for what? To suffer? Now that she was with Yuan, she ate well and stayed warm. Even though Yuan really was a bit stronger in that area, a bit wilder, she didn't mind it. In times like these, if you had food to eat, a place to sleep, and someone protecting you, then of course enjoying those things came with a price. Where in this world was there such a thing as free food and free shelter? Yuan had spent so many years in high society. She understood this kind of calculation better than anyone. She was just about to refuse when her hand was suddenly taken. Yuan lowered her head and saw that Yuan had taken her hand. Yuan, Yuan said in an absent-minded tone, like he was just talking about how nice the weather was today. There's no need to stoop to their level. Then with his free hand, he pulled a Snickers bar out of his pocket. Yuan peeled back the wrapper, revealing a section of chocolate and peanut energy bar, and held it out. Here, have a Snickers. Get some energy back after you eat it, then we'll head downstairs to move supplies. He raised his hand and fed the Snickers to Yuan's lips. Yuan froze for a moment. Then the smile at the corner of her lips shifted from faint to genuine. She opened her mouth and took a bite. The chocolate melted on her tongue, and the sweet peanut bits crunched in her mouth, bringing a long-lost sense of satisfaction. After swallowing, she spoke in a slightly soft, sweet tone. MHM. Thanks, hubby. Then she turned her head to look at Yuan, her gaze sticky and affectionate. Hubby, let us go. Let us go. Yuan held her hand, and the two of them walked around the all-women team and passed by them. As she walked, Yuan took another bite of the Snickers. Her cheeks puffed out as she chewed, and her face was full of that look that said, "I'm so happy right now." The people behind them all froze. It stayed quiet for several seconds before someone was heard quietly swallowing. Suwon stared at the Snickers in Yuan's hand, her gaze following it from Yuan's mouth to her hand, then from her hand to Yuan's pocket. She could clearly see that there seemed to be 2 more bars stuffed inside it. Their pile of supplies had long since run out of anything like that. Yesterday's candlelight dinner had completely wiped out all the good stuff. What was left were some compressed biscuits and a few packs of instant noodles. And even those had only been picked out after sorting through everything for half the night yesterday. Snickers? That was flat out impossible. Right now, they hadn't even seen a decent snack in forever. Their mouths felt so bland they wanted to eat people. So now, watching Yuan leaning against Yuan's side, her hand held, being fed chocolate and peanuts, that surge of jealousy was even more sour than when they had been mocking Yuan just now. Fang Yaqi's face completely darkened. She stared at the two of their backs, her lips pressed into a line, and only after several seconds did she squeeze out a sentence through clenched teeth. Bitch. A man gives her a tiny little favor, and she's willing to be his slave. What a pathetic man-worshipping bitch. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed that sour feeling, then raised her voice and shouted to the people behind her, "Everybody, don't stoop to the level of that trashy couple. Hurry up and go look for supplies. It's just Snickers. If we search around casually, we'll definitely find a whole pile of them. Move." Those words really did work. The few women who were still swallowing their saliva immediately perked up at the phrase "a whole pile of Snickers," urging each other toward the fire stairwell. Go, go, go. Let us go find Snickers. We'll definitely find something even better. Way more than his 2 bars. There are so many households downstairs. Just pick one at random, and there'll be chocolate inside. I'm telling you. A whole group chattered noisily as they poured into the stairwell, their footsteps clattering downward. Fang Yaqi walked in front, her steps fast and urgent. Like if she walked a little faster, she could reclaim the face she had just lost. The 18th floor. This really was the lowest floor that people could still move around on normally for now. The 17th floor was already completely inaccessible, swallowed by dense fog. Once the all-women team reached the 18th floor, Fang Yaqi immediately slipped into command mode. 2 women to a group, split up and moved separately. She stood in the middle of the hallway and waved a hand, like a female general reviewing troops. There are so many of us. We'll definitely search faster than those two. Search every room carefully for me. Take anything that can be moved. Don't let them beat us to it. The way she arranged things really did look pretty convincing. Tang Shi and Su Wan were put in one group, Qin, Yi, and Lin Mushuang in another, and the rest paired off in twos, making a total of 6 groups. Each group claimed a few apartments whose doors had already been broken open. Fang Yaqi stood in the hallway by herself, coordinating everything, while Zhang Bing stayed not far behind her, arms crossed and expressionless as she followed along. Everyone got moving. They turned those already broken apartments upside down. Cabinets, coffee tables, nightstands, bathrooms. Every place that could be searched was searched, and they really did dig up quite a lot of stuff. I found half a case of water here. I've got compressed biscuits here. 3 packs. There's a power bank here, and it still works. I found a few packs of tissues. Piece by piece, supplies were piled up in the middle of the hallway. Watching that pile grow higher and higher, the corners of Fang Yaqi's mouth finally lifted. She stood there beside the supplies with her arms folded, calculating in her head. Water, biscuits, tissues, batteries. All the odds and ends added up to quite a lot. Once we clean out all the supplies, let us see what you do then. Fang Yaqi was feeling smug when she caught sight of Lu Yuan and Xiao Yuan walking over from the darkness out of the corner of her eye. They strolled along at an unhurried pace. They didn't look like they were searching for anything at all, more like they were out taking a walk. When they passed the apartment doors that had already been ransacked, they didn't even spare them a glance and just walked right past. Fang Yaqi frowned slightly. What is going on? Why don't they look anxious at all? Then she saw Lu Yuan stop in front of a tightly shut security door. Fang Yaqi remembered that door. When Lu Yuan had led them upstairs before, this door had already been closed. She and several of the women had tried prying it open with a chair leg and smashing it with a fire axe. When the axe came down, it only knocked off a few sparks, and the door didn't move an inch. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. This kind of high-end security door was one of the hardest to break open in the entire building. The lock cylinder was top tier. Without a key, it was impossible to open. She had just been about to sneer a couple of words when she saw Lu Yuan take some kind of tool out of his pocket. It looked like he was going to try picking the lock. Fang Yaqi froze. What is he doing? Picking the lock? Su Wan saw it too and leaned over, muttering softly, a security guard knows how to open this kind of lock too? Neither of them thought Lu Yuan could actually open it. Unexpectedly, after a while, click. The lock actually opened. Lu Yuan reached out and gave a push. The security door silently slid inward, revealing the pitch-black living room inside. Fang Yaqi stood rooted to the spot, the expression on her face shifting from smugness to confusion, and from confusion to shock. How'd he do that? Standing behind Lu Yuan, Xiao Yuan turned her head and glanced at Fang Yaqi. There was no smugness in that look, no mockery. It was calm, as if she were looking at a stranger she didn't know. Then Xiao Yuan followed Lu Yuan through the door and casually pulled it shut behind her. The hallway stayed quiet for several seconds. Su Wan was the first to speak. Since when does he know how to pick locks? I don't know either. Tang Shi muttered. This kind of door shouldn't be possible to open at all. Then how is it now? That bastard. He was holding something back. Everyone stared at that security door that had closed again, their expressions indescribably complicated. They knew exactly what it meant that Lu Yuan could open this kind of door. These unopened apartments were basically all places that hadn't been looted yet. Every single apartment was a treasure vault. The stuff inside, there was a ton of it. And now, all those treasure vaults were in Lu Yuan's hands. No wonder Lu Yuan had dared to leave so confidently. No wonder Lu Yuan had dared to support Xiao Yuan with so few supplies. So he had already prepared a backup plan long ago. Fang Yaqi clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, fury blazing in her beautiful eyes. That damn security guard. Meanwhile, inside the apartment, Lu Yuan and Xiao Yuan were feasting. After entering, the two of them split up clearly. Xiao Yuan was in charge of searching the cabinets, while Lu Yuan handled the locks. There were still several locked cabinets and a safe inside this apartment, and he pried them all open at a rate of 1 every 10 seconds. But there wasn't anything good inside. It was basically all cash, gold, silver, and the like, completely meaningless. On the other hand, Xiao Yuan found quite a few good things. Lu Yuan, there are self-heating hot pots here, 3 boxes. There are nuts over here, a huge jar, canned food, luncheon meat, and braised pork, 5 or 6 cans, biscuits, chocolate, and a bag of beef jerky. As Xiao Yuan called out, she kept stuffing things into the bag. After a while, she realized there was too much stuff. The backpack zipper wouldn't close, and the tote bag was almost full too. Lu Yuan squatted on the floor and looked through the pile. estimating how much the two of them could carry. Then he made a decision. Everything we can't take, open it all and eat it. Yuan looked at him without hesitation or doubt. She knew why Yuan was doing this, and she supported him unconditionally. She crouched down and tore open all 3 self-heating hot pots, poured in water, and waited for them to heat up. Then she twisted open a can of luncheon meat, stabbed a piece with a fork, and stuffed it straight in her mouth. Yuan tore open a bag of beef jerky and shoved it into his pocket as a snack. Then he opened a box of chocolates, broke off a piece, and handed it to her. The self-heating hot pots bubbled away, and the aroma of cured meat and spicy broth mixed together and spread through the whole room. The two of them squatted beside the coffee table, each holding a self-heating hot pot and eating with their heads down. Next to them sat the open jar of nuts and the luncheon meat. Yuan scooped up a spoonful of nuts, dumped it into the hot pot, gave it a stir, and ate with obvious delight. This one that's good, Yuan said through a mouthful of food. Open that braised pork in two, Yuan said. Got it. The two of them happily buried their heads and kept eating. Outside the door, meanwhile, the all-female group had already turned every room on the 18th floor that could be opened upside down. The harvest was poor, basically just water, instant noodles, and some compressed biscuits. The better supplies had already been taken away by them before. Back when Yuan had still been in the group, the good stuff had always been picked first. Later, after they moved it upstairs, more than half of it had been wiped out in that candlelight dinner. What was left now was all the scraps they hadn't thought much of back then. Yuan stacked those cases of water and some instant noodles on the hallway floor, her expression looking rather ugly. That escort? Fang Yaqi walked over with a frown and looked at the pile. How was there only this little? The 18th floor was already searched before, Yuan said, spreading her hands. Anything edible was basically all eaten already. This is all that's left. We already took the good stuff upstairs before, and then. She didn't continue, but everyone knew what came after that. After that, they had devoured red wine, steak, and foie gras in one meal. Yeah, this is all that's left, Tang sure muttered from the side. I searched 4 apartments, and didn't even see a crumb of chocolate. Compressed biscuits again. It's compressed biscuits again. I really don't want to eat this stuff. It's good enough that there's food at all, and you're still being picky? I'm not being picky. I just want a different flavor. Everyone stood there sighing in front of that meager pile of supplies. Some people crouched down and rummaged through it over and over, as if hoping they might still uncover some surprise underneath. Gulan stood at the very back of the crowd, arms crossed as she leaned against the wall, looking at the miserable expressions on each of their faces. The corner of her mouth curved slightly. They brought this on themselves. Back then, they thought Yuan was in the way and drove him out. And then they even had some stupid candlelight dinner. Now they discovered that everything they should have had was gone. Who could they blame? Fang Yaqi stood in the middle of the hallway, staring at that pitiful pile of supplies, and angrily stamped her foot. But after she did, her gaze drifted involuntarily toward that tightly shut security door deep in the hallway. Behind that door, Yuan and Yuan had already been inside for nearly half an hour. What had they found? In her mind, she quickly imagined the scene inside that apartment. A spacious living room, fully stocked cabinets, shelves packed with dried goods. There had to be so many good things in there. Things 100 times better than the lousy instant noodles they had scavenged. No, the thought in Fang Yaqi's mind grew clearer and clearer. They couldn't just go back empty-handed. There were supplies behind that door, and if Yuan could pick locks, then he should unlock one for them too. Sisters. Fang Yaqi raised her voice and turned to face everyone. We can't just take this little bit. There's still so many locked doors on the 18th floor. Yuan knows how to pick locks, right? Let him open them for us. Her words were like a bolt of lightning striking the crowd. Several people who had been sighing and groaning just moments ago instantly looked up, their eyes lighting up. Right? He knows how to pick locks. Let him open them for us. We're all people from this building, and we're still the owners. Isn't it only right for a security guard to unlock doors for us? Exactly. He was supposed to serve us in the first place, and now that he has gone off on his own, he doesn't want to own up to it? What kind of logic is that? Come on, let us go wait for Yuan to come out. The women immediately got energized and rushed toward the security door in a clatter. Gulan watched them and gently shook her head. She knew this group of women was definitely going to suffer for it. Yuan might not talk much, but he had a method to the way he did things. You couldn't just block his door and say a couple of lines about how he was security and should do this, then expect to pressure him into it. Besides, with the lockpicking skill in his hands now, in this building, he was the one person who lacked nothing in terms of supplies. Why would he share his advantage with a group of people who had driven him away? Gulan was already preparing to watch the show. Time passed bit by bit. In the hallway, those women blocked the security door and chattered away, discussing how they would bring it up later. Some said they should be polite since they were asking for help, while others said there was no need to ask politely because he had been supported by their money to begin with. They were arguing merrily when the lock clicked. The door opened. Yuan and Yuan came out one after the other. Yuan had a bulging military backpack on his back. with side pockets stuffed full of things. He was also carrying a tote bag in his hand, packed so full that the corners of various packages were sticking out. Yuan followed beside him, her backpack also stuffed to the brim, and she was holding 2 unopened self-heating hot pots. There was still a satisfied, well-fed look on her face. Most importantly, the moment the door opened, a rich aroma of self-heating hot pot wafted out. Spicy broth, cured meat clay pot rice, mixed with the scent of luncheon meat and nuts, spreading through the hallway like an invisible hand that grabbed everyone's stomachs at once. The women from the all-female team hadn't eaten much to begin with. They'd spent the entire afternoon rummaging through boxes and moving things around, burning a lot of energy, and they were already hungry. Now that they smelled that aroma, hunger surged up like a tide. Several of them swallowed at the same time. Yuan stared at the 2 self-heating hot pots in Yuan's arms, her eyes practically glued to them. Fang Yaqi smelled it too. Her throat bobbed once, but she didn't show it on her face. Instead, her expression grew colder, and she lifted her chin even higher. Yuan glanced at the group blocking the doorway and said bluntly, "What are you doing? Move aside." Fang Yaqi stepped forward, directly blocking him. She tilted her head up and stared at Yuan with the attitude of someone saying, "I'm talking to you now." Her tone left no room for negotiation. "Yuan, help us open the door to the apartment next door." Yuan looked at her and froze for a second. Then he laughed. It wasn't a polite laugh. It was the kind of laugh you gave when something amused you, with an expression in his eyes that said, "Are you kidding me? Why should I help you?" He asked, "Do I provide that service?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately shot back. "You are the security guard for our building. We pay so much in property fees every year, so you have the duty to help us." "That's right." Yuan immediately chimed in, putting her hands on her hips and standing beside Fang Yaqi with complete confidence. "We're the ones paying to support you. What is wrong with opening a door? Isn't that what you're supposed to do?" "Exactly. Think about it yourself. When you were working here before, weren't you getting a salary every month? We paid property fees to support you, and now we're just asking you to pick a lock. And you're making excuses? It's just a few doors. Helping us open them one costs you a chunk of flesh. And you know how to do it anyway. It's just a small favor. So why are you being so stingy? We're all in the same building. Why are you being so selfish?" The voices came one after another. Those women seemed to have found their confidence again, their chests held high and their chins lifted, as if they really were standing on some moral high ground. Words like property fees, security guard, service, and duty from the old world kept coming out of their mouths, carrying a strange, self-righteous absurdity. They were standing in the hallway on the 7th day of the apocalypse, on the 18th floor, shrouded in black fog, with a few bottles of mineral water and several packs of compressed biscuits at their feet. And yet they could still say things like, "We're the ones paying to support you." It was as if the labels from the old world were still stuck on everyone's foreheads. As if Yuan were still that security guard in uniform, standing at the entrance of the residential complex, bowing and scraping. They still acted like version T0. Yuan looked at them, the smile on his face not fading at all. If anything, it deepened. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at Yuan. Yuan looked back at him, the corners of her mouth also carrying a smile. Then Yuan turned back and spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear, like stones dropped one by one into water. "First, I don't get a single cent of the property fees. The money goes into the property management company's account. It has nothing to do with me. Second, I quit. From now on, you're strangers to me. Do I have any duty to help strangers?" Yuan said calmly. The hallway went quiet. The few voices that had just been so righteous were completely choked off by Yuan's words. Their mouths were open, but none of them could say anything. Yuan was right. In this situation, they really were strangers now, even enemies. Talking about property fees now was ridiculous. But the silence only lasted a few seconds. Another sharp female voice squeezed out from the crowd. "Even if we're strangers, you still have a duty to help us. You're a man, so by nature you should help us women." "That's right." Another person immediately echoed. "You were born to help us. That's what you're supposed to do." Yuan looked at the woman who spoke and froze for 2 seconds. Then he laughed out loud. This time it was a real laugh. His shoulders even shook twice, as if he had just heard the funniest joke of the year. He stopped laughing and looked at the girl. "Didn't your big celebrity Fang say clearly when she told me to leave that women only need to help each other and don't need men's help at all? Now you're saying this. Aren't you slapping her in the face?" That sentence was like a precise surgical blade, cutting straight into everyone's sore spot. The women who had just been echoing each other immediately shut their mouths, their faces going green and white. Indeed, every single thing Fang Yaqi had said that day in the safe room was still fresh in their memories. What did she say about men being the most dangerous in the apocalypse? About women banding together being enough to survive? About not needing men? She said it so loudly, so self-righteously, and now every single one of them came running over to beg a man for help, even saying men were born to help women. The double standard was absolutely insane. Fang Yaqi stood behind the crowd. Her expression so ugly it looked like she'd swallowed a live fly. She was furious inside, but she couldn't force out a single word, because she really had said all that stuff. Every sentence was right there. There was no denying it even if she wanted to. Yuan looked at the group, standing there speechless, and couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on them. He turned his head and glanced at Yuan. Let's go. The two of them turned and headed for the stairwell. You can't leave. Yuan suddenly rushed out of the crowd and spread her arms to block Yuan's path. She lifted her chin, her jaw clenched tight. If you don't open a door for us today, then don't even think about leaving. Her spoiled rich girl temper had flared up. She wanted to do this the hard way. Before she could even finish speaking, Yuan raised his hand. Slap. The slap landed solidly across Yuan's fair, delicate face. The sound was crisp and loud, echoing down the hallway for several seconds. The blow made Yuan stumble back 2 steps before she crashed sideways into the wall. One hand covered her reddening left cheek, and she stood there completely stunned. She stared at Yuan with her eyes wide, disbelief filling them. From childhood until now, when had Yuan ever been hit by anyone? She was a pampered, rich young lady. Her family doted on her and protected her, and outside, what man didn't bow and scrape the moment he saw her, greeting her with a smile? Forget being hit. No one had ever even spoken harshly to her. And now, a security guard, a little security guard she wouldn't even have spared a proper glance at before, actually slapped her across the face. Yuan stood there covering her cheek, frozen in place. Her lips trembled, but not a single word came out for a long time. Her eyes had already turned red, but she had even forgotten how to cry. A strange dead silence fell over the scene. Everyone on the all-female team was stunned, including Fang Yaqi. They all stared at Yuan with their mouths hanging open, like they had just seen something that shattered their understanding of the world. Even now, they still thought of Yuan as just a security guard. Even though Yuan had already left, they had still believed they could order him around whenever they wanted. But that slap had shattered those thoughts into pieces. And right then, Zhang Bing moved. She stepped forward quickly, her right hand shooting out toward Yuan's wrist. Her movement sharp and clean. But Yuan's reaction was even faster. Before her hand could even touch him, Yuan had already countergrabbed. He was faster than Zhang Bing and stronger too. His 5 fingers tightened around her wrist, then he pressed down and twisted. Zhang Bing was dragged half a step forward. Just as her other hand started to come up for a counterattack, Yuan had already twisted her into position and pinned her shoulder from the side. The whole sequence was so clean it looked like he'd done it 100 times before. From start to finish, it took less than 2 seconds. Zhang Bing froze. She struggled once, but couldn't break free. She struggled again, but Yuan's hand was like a steel clamp, completely unmoving. She looked up at Yuan, and for the first time, a crack appeared on her usually cold, detached face. It was shock, mixed with a faint fear she couldn't hide. This man's strength was too great, so great that it completely exceeded her expectations. She had trained in Sanda for 7 or 8 years. It wasn't like she didn't understand the strength gap between men and women. But Yuan's level of strength had already crossed past the line of normal difference and entered a completely different tier. Yuan kept hold of Zhang Bing's wrist without letting go. He calmly swept his gaze across everyone there. His voice wasn't loud, and his tone was flat. Can I leave now? No one answered. Fang Yaqi stood in the middle of the crowd, looking at Zhang Bing being restrained by one of Yuan's hands. The little bit of confidence she had left deflated like a leaking balloon. Zhang Bing was her final support, the very thing that let her stand firm among this group. Now Zhang Bing had been pinned down by Yuan with one hand. What did she have left? Her lips moved. She gritted her teeth and said quietly, "Move aside." Those 2 words came out with extreme difficulty, like they had been ground over in her throat several times before she finally forced them out. But she said them. The crowd parted to both sides like a receding tide, opening up a path. No one dared block them anymore. The righteous, arrogant expressions from earlier had all been wiped clean away by that slap and that hold. They had finally realized one thing. Yuan was no longer that security guard who would stand there and reason with them. Only then did Yuan release Zhang Bing's wrist. Then he turned and walked toward the stairwell with Yuan. After a few steps, Yuan suddenly stopped. He turned back to look at Fang Yaqi, the corner of his mouth carrying a teasing smile. "Oh, right." He spoke like he was casually doing them a favor. "There's still a little hot pot soup base left inside. If you want it, hurry up and take it back. You can use it to soak biscuits. Though, it's got my saliva in it. Hope you don't mind." After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. Yuan followed behind him, and the 2 of them turned into the stairwell one after the other. Their footsteps gradually faded away. The hallway went so quiet that only breathing remained, along with Yuan's muffled sobbing as she covered her face. Fang Yaqi stood there, her face shifting between green and pale. Her nails dug into her palms hard enough to leave several white marks. Hot pot soup base covered in saliva, and he wanted them to take it back and use it to soak biscuits. That kind of thing was obviously meant as humiliation. She was a top-tier celebrity. When had she ever suffered humiliation like this? And from a security guard, no less. Lu Yuan really was too hateful. Fang Yaqi clenched her fists, her chest rising and falling several times. She still wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. All she could do was watch helplessly as Qiu Yuan and Lu Yuan left. After they were gone, that security door was still open, and the smell of hot pot still drifted through the hallway, like a pair of invisible hands tugging everyone's stomachs forward. Fang Yaqi took a deep breath, turned around, and said to the others, "We're going back." The moment she finished speaking, Qin Yi suddenly opened her mouth. Her voice wasn't loud and carried a bit of hesitation. "Sister Yaqi, there's still a little time. How about we go inside and take a look?" Fang Yaqi turned to look at her, her gaze cold. "Why?" Qin Yi shrank her neck back a little under that look, but since the words were already out, she could only brace herself and continue. "I just mean, what if there's still some food left inside? We could just go in, take a quick look, and leave. It won't delay anything." Fang Yaqi looked at her coldly. "Look at what? Lu Yuan's leftovers? You want to eat Lu Yuan's saliva?" That was harsh. Qin Yi choked on the words. She opened her mouth, wanted to argue, but Fang Yaqi had hit the weak spot exactly. She really did want to go in and take a look. When the smell of that hot pot had drifted out earlier, her stomach had already growled several times against her will. She had barely eaten all day, just half a compressed biscuit. She was so hungry her chest was practically stuck to her back. Now the door was open, and the smell of meat was drifting out from inside. Her mind kept turning over one thought. What there was some left. When Fang Yaqi saw that she had gone quiet, she thought that was the end of it. But after sweeping her gaze over everyone else, she realized everyone was swallowing their saliva. Tang Shi was squatting on the ground pretending to tie her shoelaces, but from that angle, it was obvious that her throat bobbed once. Lin Muxue stood there with her arms crossed, but her eyes kept drifting toward that open door. Su Wan covered her face, but her eyes were red, and her gaze kept slipping in and out through the crack in the door. The smell drifting out from behind that door was far too aggressive. The numbing spice of hot pot base, the salty aroma of luncheon meat, the oily scent of roasted nuts, all of it mixed together and burrowed straight into everyone's nose. Paired with stomachs that had been empty for half the day, that clawing, gut-twisting feeling was impossible to suppress. Fang Yaqi looked at the circle of women and understood exactly what they meant. In the end, she closed her eyes for a moment, like she was making some huge compromise. "Go in, be quick, and come right back out." The moment those words fell, the people who had been pretending not to care moved at once. Qin Yi was the first to rush through the door. The others followed one after another, surging into the apartment in a noisy wave, moving far faster than they had when searching for supplies earlier. The apartment was even messier than they had imagined. On the coffee table sat 3 already opened self-heating hot pot boxes. The noodles and vegetables inside had all been eaten, leaving only the red chili oil broth with a few scallion slices floating on top. Beside them were several empty cans. The luncheon meat labels were still stuck on them, and the insides were spotless. Even the grease around the edges had been scraped clean. A jar of nuts sat open, with only a few crumbs left inside. Chocolate wrappers were scattered all over the floor. The air was full of the smell of food, warm and rich, mixed with the faint sweet fragrance of carbs. Standing before this wreckage, not a single one of them could speak. There was only one scene replaying over and over in their minds. Just now, they'd been outside, desperately rummaging through broken houses that had already been looted once, filthy and dusty as they hauled compressed biscuits around. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan and Qiu Yuan had been sitting right here in this room, blowing on steaming hot pot, prying open can lids, eating until their mouths were glossy with oil. They were outside chewing on dry, hard-compressed biscuits, and those two were inside eating self-heating hot pot with all kinds of canned food. Why? It would be one thing if Lu Yuan got to enjoy this. But why did Qiu Yuan get to? Just because she was willing to offer herself? Bitterness and jealousy flooded the women's hearts. They stared at the empty containers on the coffee table and suddenly felt like the slap on their faces didn't hurt nearly as much anymore. The hunger in their stomachs was what really hurt. "See if there's anything else." Qin Yi muttered in a low voice, then crouched down and started searching under the coffee table. The others followed suit, like a group of little animals that had been hungry for a long time, rummaging through the scraps and remnants of food. Someone poured the few crumbs left at the bottom of the nut jar into her palm and ate them. Someone else picked up a tiny bit of chocolate stuck to a wrapper and licked her finger. "There's a piece of beef jerky on the floor," Tang Shi shouted. Several people looked over at once. Sure enough, near one of the sofa legs, there was a dropped piece of dried beef. Tang Shi crouched down to pick it up, wiped off the little bit of dust stuck to it with her hand, then stuffed it in her mouth and chewed. A rich, high-status beauty was picking food off the floor and eating it. The people beside her watched the scene. Their hearts ached, but no one laughed at her, because none of them had the right to laugh at anyone else. No one touched the self-heating hot pot boxes with the red oil broth still inside. There really were still a few scallion slices and a tiny bit of minced meat floating in them, but everyone tacitly avoided them. Spit. Lu Yuan had said it before. Even though they were starving, they still hadn't reached that point yet. Everyone deliberately avoided even looking at them too much, as if a few extra glances would shake their resolve. Only Gulan was different. She walked over to the coffee table, crouched down, and picked up the self-heating hot pot boxes one by one. Carefully, she put the lids back on them, then wrapped them in newspaper and packed them into the plastic bag she had brought. Tang Shi saw this and frowned. Gulan, what are you doing? You're really going to eat Lu Yuan, spit? Gulan looked up at her, but said nothing. She kept packing the boxes away, wrapping them tightly in newspaper. Then she stood up, tied the plastic bag shut, and held it in her hand. Tang Shi rolled her eyes. Gulan ignored her. She knew this stuff could save her life when the time came. Other people found it disgusting. She didn't tea. Staying alive was more important than being squeamish. If you're done, let's go. Fang Yaqi stood at the door, not wanting to stay here for even one more second. That smell was too torturous. Even she wanted to find something to eat in here. The group filed out the door in a loose, ragged line, carrying the little scraps they had scavenged. It was a sharp contrast to the swaggering way they had arrived empty-handed. Every one of them was silent, wearing that complicated expression that was part embarrassment, part unwillingness, and part hunger-induced misery. Like a receding tide, the group withdrew from the 18th floor and headed back upstairs along the stairwell. Lu Yuan and Qiu Yuan returned to the 21st floor. After checking the 3 steel bars and the blast-proof lock cylinder to make sure everything was intact, he finally took the backpack off his shoulders and let out a long breath. That boundless sense of security wrapped around him. In the apocalypse, having a safe house was an incredibly important thing. Qiu Yuan also set her backpack on the coffee table, her shoulders relaxing slightly. She glanced at the pile of supplies filling the living room. Unlike Lu Yuan, she didn't just collapse onto the sofa. Instead, she crouched down and pulled open the biggest storage bag. Dump everything out. I'll organize it. She spoke. Lu Yuan had originally wanted to say he would do it, but seeing that she was already crouched there and getting to work, he didn't stop her. He dumped everything from the backpack and shopping bags onto the coffee table in a clattering heap, then pulled out the loose odds and ends from his pockets too. Qiu Yuan reached out and took the items one by one. At some point, she had already spread out a large clean towel beside her, as if she had prepared it in advance. She first separated the food from the other supplies. She lined up the bottled water, stacked the self-heating hot pots, sorted the canned goods into meat and vegetables, put the snacks into one bag, and stored the batteries and charging cables in another small box. She even took out a sheet of paper and a half pencil and started writing on it. Dates, categories, quantities, and roughly how long everything could last. Her handwriting was elegant, but crisp and efficient, without any unnecessary flourish. Lu Yuan leaned back against the chair and watched her work, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. To be honest, if he were by himself, he definitely would not do something this meticulous. He would just carry the stuff back and toss it in a corner, maybe only remembering which batch to eat first and which to save for later. But Qiu Yuan was different. She gave every single item a place, set the order, marked the dates. The whole process flowed smoothly, carrying the calm composure of a high-level executive. This woman's ability really spoke for itself. A financial company boss, worth over 100 million. Someone who had managed hundreds of employees and handled cash flow in the hundreds of millions. Planning out this little bit of supplies was basically a dimensionality reduction strike. As Lu Yuan watched her profile, what he thought was that if the shelter grew bigger in the future, Qiu Yuan's role here would be irreplaceable. After a while, Qiu Yuan finally finished stacking the last can. She took the sheet with the inventory list and checked it from beginning to end. Satisfied, she nodded, then stood up and stretched. I'm going to take a shower, she said. Lu Yuan nodded. They had water, all of it stored ahead of time, and using some of it for a simple shower was still fine. Qiu Yuan took a change of clothes and went into the bathroom. The sound of running water soon followed. Lu Yuan didn't stay idle either. He turned and went into the gym, put on his earbuds, and started his daily workout. Dumbbells, bench press, pull-ups, he went through a full routine, keeping to the rhythm he had maintained these past few days. After getting the system S-boost, his stamina had improved a lot. After finishing his workout, he was only lightly sweating and didn't feel very tired. About an hour later, Lu Yuan came out of the gym and used a towel to wipe the sweat from his neck. The moment he walked into the living room, he saw that Qiu Yuan had already finished showering and was standing by the water dispenser, pouring something into a cup. I made you some protein powder. Drinking it after working out is good for recovery. I dug it out myself. It was all the way in the back of the storage room cabinet. There is still half a can left, and it hasn't expired. Qiu Yuan shook the cup in her hand. Lu Yuan walked over and took it. It was warm, not hot to the touch. You're really thoughtful. Lu Yuan smiled, but he also gently pulled her into his arms, his gaze falling on her proud, ample curves. I want to drink something else. Qiu Yuan's cheeks reddened too. She shot him a look full of charm. I just don't have any. Otherwise, I'd let you drink as much as you wanted. Lu Yuan smiled, tipped his head back, and finished the protein powder in the cup in one go. He set the cup on the coffee table, then went in to take a shower himself. The hot water washed away the sweat and smell on his body. He turned off the water, dried himself, put on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, and walked out. The moment he pushed open the bedroom door, the scene before him made Lu Yuan freeze. Yuan had somehow changed into a lace nightgown. The lace nightgown was extremely thin, as if one glance could see right through it. And right now, Yuan had nothing on underneath. She was completely bare inside. Her figure had always been outrageously stunning to begin with. Wearing a nightgown like this, and with nothing underneath, those graceful curves and that full, fair softness naturally carried an endless visual impact. Most importantly, Yuan was now half kneeling on the floor like a docile little kitten, as if she were waiting for her master's favor. Lu Yuan walked over, and Yuan lifted her head as well. A hazy look appeared on her delicate, breathtakingly beautiful face. Lu Yuan looked Yuan over carefully again before finally saying, "Where'd you get those clothes?" "I found them when I went into that room, just now. I thought they'd probably come in handy, so I brought them back." Yuan's eyes shimmered with moisture. "Do you like it?" Lu Yuan's gaze turned burning hot, and the corners of his lips curled up. A mature woman really did understand, and she knew how to play too. Lu Yuan lifted her chin, his smile deepening. "I like it very much." The next second, Lu Yuan kissed her directly, their lips meeting. Very soon, they became entangled with each other. Meanwhile, at the other end of the hallway on the 21st floor, the atmosphere inside room 201 was completely opposite to the atmosphere between Lu Yuan and Yuan. A group of people trickled back into the room. After entering, they collapsed separately onto the sofa, the carpet, and the corners like their bodies had fallen apart. No one spoke. A suffocatingly oppressive air hung in the room. Yuan dropped on the floor with a thud, leaning against a sofa leg. In her hand, she still clutched the half bottle of mineral water she had picked up on the 18th floor. She stared at it for a long time without unscrewing the cap. Tang Shi, who had been slapped, hugged her knees and curled up in the corner by the wall. Her eyes were red, and no one knew what she was thinking. Qini leaned back on the sofa and stared at the ceiling, looking like all the bones had been sucked out of her body. Everyone else was about the same. Some stared blankly at the floor with their heads lowered. Some held the compressed biscuits they had found but still hadn't opened them. The pile of supplies they had carried back was scattered by the door, not even 1/5 of the lively candlelight dinner they had eaten last night. This had completely shattered their fantasy. No one said it, but everyone was thinking the same thing. Could they really survive? The thought surfaced in everyone's mind like a thin needle of ice. It was the 7th day since the apocalypse began. There were no planes, no rescue, no broadcasts, no signal. Their group was huddled inside the room, arguing and fighting over a pack of compressed biscuits. Yuan had left. After following Lu Yuan, Yuan ate well and stayed warm. She could even eat one self-heating hot pot and take another with her. As for them, they could only sit on the floor and gnaw on dry compressed biscuits. The earlier atmosphere of sisterly celebration receded from everyone's faces like a falling tide, exposing what lay beneath like a beach: panic, confusion, helpless bewilderment. They had finally realized it. Maybe no rescue was coming. Maybe they really were not going to be saved. What they should be thinking about was how to stay alive. Sitting on the sofa, Fang Yaqi could clearly feel the change. She swept her gaze across everyone's expressions in the room, and her heart skipped. She stood up, clapped her hands, and raised her voice a little. "Everyone, don't worry." All eyes lifted and turned toward Fang Yaqi. "Even though we failed this time, one failure means nothing. As long as us sisters are united, no matter how great the difficulty, we can overcome it." She spread her arms like she was standing center stage, accepting applause. Lu Yuan is just one man. If he can survive, then can us 17 sisters do the same? She took a step forward and continued, "We girls, every single one of us, is a female lead. As long as we believe in ourselves, we'll definitely be able to survive in this building." Her words were sonorous and forceful, full of emotion. Yuan's eyes brightened a little, and she sniffed. Tang Shi raised her head from the corner. Several people exchanged glances. The layer of panic that had just started to rise seemed to be suppressed a little by those words. Seeing that it was working, Fang Yaqi let the corners of her lips lift slightly and added, "Don't panic, everyone. Everything is still under control. Today, we just weren't prepared enough. Tomorrow, we'll definitely turn things around." But as for exactly how they would turn things around, what the plan for tomorrow was, and who would be responsible for carrying it out, she did not mention a single word. Yet for some people, that sentence was already enough. A lot of girls bought into this kind of completely meaningless emotional reassurance, fantasizing about a beautiful future. As for how it would actually be done, no one knew. Only a few people's eyes flickered, and they did not join in the renewed excitement. Gulan sat in the very corner, gnawing on a compressed biscuit. As she watched that group of people get fired up again by just one sentence from Fang Yaqi, no one knew what she was thinking. Zhang Bing stood leaning against the wall, swept her gaze around expressionlessly, and said nothing. Just like that, the night passed. The next morning, The sky still had not brightened, and the people in the room woke up one after another. No one had slept well. Most of them had spent the whole night in a half-dreaming, half-awake state. Their stomachs growled from hunger, and they tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Zhang Bing stood in front of the pile of supplies and handed out breakfast one portion at a time. One compressed biscuit per person. Less than half a cup of water per person. This is all we're eating? Yuan took the hard compressed biscuit and looked at it. The disgust on her face was impossible to hide. Why is it this thing again? It doesn't tea have any taste at all. Chewing it is like gnawing on wall plaster. Exactly. Tang sure frowned too. What about the instant noodles? Aren't there still instant noodles? Take them out and make them. I want something hot too. I've eaten these compressed biscuits several times already. My throat is protesting. Just from swallowing them, the complaints rose and fell one after another. Like a bunch of hungry children throwing a tantrum. Zhang Bing broke off a piece of compressed biscuit for herself too, stuffed it into her mouth, chewed, swallowed, and spoke in a tone as flat as if she were giving a work report. We're saving the instant noodles for noon when we go out. Moving around outside uses up a lot of energy, so we need the extra calories. Right now we're staying inside the room. Compressed biscuits are enough. She didn't say much, but the tone in her voice left the others with no way to argue back. On top of that, Zhang Bing hardly ever smiled to begin with. Even though those women were unhappy, none of them actually dared to talk back to her face. Yuan curled her lips, sullenly took a bite of the compressed biscuit, and with a crisp crack, chewed twice. Her brows knitted even tighter. It tasted awful, dry, flavorless, and it scraped her throat on the way down. Before the apocalypse, she wouldn't even have touched this stuff. Even diet food tasted better than this. But now, she was starving, so all she could do was nibble at it one bite at a time. Ignoring the facts for a moment, as Yuan chewed, she suddenly muttered, I want steak, I want red wine, I want king crab. That line was like a fuse, instantly igniting everyone's hunger-fueled imagination. Stop. You're making me even hungrier. When I was at home before, the steak was always pan-fried and served by the housekeeper. I didn't even need to step into the kitchen. I want lobster too, steamed with garlic or baked with cheese. Wow, just thinking about that smell. Do you all remember that French restaurant from before the apocalypse? Their foie gras was seriously incredible. Oh, stop talking, I'm drooling already. The more they talked, the hungrier they got. They were gnawing on compressed biscuits, but their minds were full of steak, red wine, lobster, and foie gras. Before the apocalypse, those things had been completely ordinary to them. They'd even gotten sick of them and complained. But now, even if a steaming hot bowl of braised pork trotter rice were placed in front of them, they'd probably finish it in tears. But reality was reality. In front of them, there were only rock-hard compressed biscuits and half a cup of cold water. Hey, someone suddenly said, where did Mumu go? How come I haven't seen her? That made everyone freeze for a moment. They all turned their heads and looked around. Not on the sofa, not in the corner. The bathroom door was open, and no one was inside. Su Mumu, that sweet and adorable girl, just a little over 20. The kind of pretty little beauty who looked like she had stepped right out of Manga. She hadn't talked much in the team before, and she was always quietly staying in some corner, with very little presence. But that sweet face of hers was unforgettable after just one glance. More importantly, back then, she had been one of the 3 people who opposed Yuan leaving the team. And now she was gone. Is she in the bathroom? No. The bathroom door is open. It's empty. She was still here last night. I remember she was sleeping over by that sofa. She was already gone when we got up this morning. Several people exchanged looks. Their expressions were complicated, and that bad feeling in their hearts was becoming clearer and clearer. Gulan sat in the corner, the compressed biscuit in her hand still unfinished. When she heard Su Mumu's name, she raised her head. That sweet oval face appeared in her mind, along with that figure who was always crouching quietly in some corner. She is a lot smarter than you people think. That thought surfaced in Gulan's mind. Back when they raised their hands, Su Mumu hadn't raised hers. When Yuan left, she hadn't said a single word either. Last night, while everyone else was making a fuss, she had probably already made her decision. Gulan took a bite of the compressed biscuit. Crack. She chewed slowly. That little girl looked all quiet and harmless, but she sure ran fast. Meanwhile, inside Yuan's apartment, the sound of barbell plates clashing came from the gym, one after another, steady and rhythmic. After finishing his last set of bench presses, Yuan racked the barbell, sat up, and let out a breath. He had already completed today as sign-in. The moment he opened his eyes that morning, he had tapped sign-in. The reward that popped up on the system panel was pretty good. It had something very important. First, the supplies reward was an S-rank mysterious water tank. Mysterious water tank. After connecting it to a water pipe, you can obtain a continuous, inexhaustible water supply. When Yuan saw the effect of this supply item, his eyes lit up involuntarily. A continuous, inexhaustible water supply during the apocalypse. That was practically the most important thing of all. After all, while the apartment currently had stored water, it still wasn't enough. Not even close. With this mysterious water tank, that problem would never need to be worried about again. And the attribute point rewarded this time wasn't tea endurance anymore. It had changed to strength. After allocating the point, that warm sensation surged from his chest into his limbs. Back then, while still on the bed, he had clenched his fist and immediately felt that the force in his palm was different from before. He had tested it just now while bench pressing. His limit used to be a little over 120, but now he had pushed it to 140 and still hadn't hit bottom. It might have only gone up by 20 kilograms, but for the human body, that was already a very obvious leap. If he kept adding points every day like this, his body would only grow stronger and stronger, far surpassing the limits of ordinary people. As for the ability he drew today, it was night vision. It let him clearly see the outlines of things, even in complete darkness. When he had walked in the gym earlier, he had turned on a flashlight. The room had been pitch black, but the dumbbell rack, the cable machine, and the steel pipe in the corner of the wall all carried a sort of gray-white clarity to them. He could make out the general shape of everything. In this pitch-black building, this ability was more useful than any weapon. Really nice. After finishing his workout, Yuan got ready to take a shower. He entered the bedroom and, following the System S instructions, installed the mysterious water tank. Once the mysterious water tank was installed and connected, water quickly began flowing into the entire apartment. This time, even when showering, Yuan no longer had to worry about water. He could finally wash to his heart as content. After showering, he dried his neck and chest with a towel, changed into a fresh t-shirt, and came out of the bathroom. Sounds were coming from the kitchen. Yuan was cooking in there. Yuan was crouching in the corner of the kitchen. In front of her was a shallow basin holding half a basin of water that had been used to wash vegetables, with a few bits of leaves floating on the surface. She was carefully pouring that water into another bucket, moving lightly and slowly, afraid of spilling even a single drop. Beside it were 2 empty bottles, waiting to be filled with the used vegetable washing water and saved for flushing the toilet. When Yuan walked over from the living room, this was the scene he saw. In the apocalypse, water was an extremely precious resource. That was why Yuan was being so frugal. But now, there was no need anymore. He leaned against the door and watched for a while, then walked in and gently wrapped his arms around her from behind. When Yuan was suddenly embraced from behind, her hands paused for a moment, but she quickly continued pouring the water. The corners of her lips curved slightly. What's wrong? There was a hint of heartache in Yuan's voice. You don't need to save water like this anymore. Yuan's movement stopped. She turned her head to look at him. Why? The water's almost completely cut off. If we don't save it, how are we supposed to survive later? She said it very seriously, as if she had already grown used to this kind of life where every single drop of water had to be carefully calculated. She had even already made plans in her heart. If one day even the used kitchen water ran out, she might have to go outside and collect fog water. Although Yuan was a socialite with a fortune worth billions, she was also an extremely virtuous woman. Yuan smiled, let her go, walked over to the kitchen counter, and reached out to turn on the faucet. Splash! A stream of clear water poured out from the tap. The flow wasn't very large, but it was steady and continuous. The sound of it falling into the sink was especially clear in the quiet kitchen. Still crouching there, Yuan's small mouth opened slightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She stared at the endlessly flowing water as if she were looking at some unbelievable miracle. In the past, when she collected water, she had to use a small bowl and wait for it drop by drop. If even a single droplet splashed out, she would hurriedly catch it with her hand. And now it could actually flow like this? She subconsciously reached out and let the stream run over her fingertips. Only when that icy, cool sensation came through did she finally confirm it was real. This was a water output she had never experienced since the apocalypse began. What was going on? She stood up and quickly walked to the sink. Looking at the rushing water, she turned to Yuan. What did you do? Yuan reached out and twisted the faucet back. The stream gradually weakened, then finally stopped. Leaning against the counter, he said casually, I found a way to reconnect the building's water supply pipes. The rooftop storage tank probably isn't completely dry yet, so I made a simple diversion setup. At least we can use water for a while now. He said it lightly, as if he had just fixed a faucet. But Yuan was a very smart woman. She knew things were definitely not that simple. The whole building had lost power long ago, and the water supply system had already collapsed. Under those conditions, getting water down from the rooftop meant dealing with who knew how many pipes, valves, and pump stations in between, while also making sure the water pressure was enough and that nothing leaked. She didn't understand the technical side, but just thinking about it made her feel how complicated it had to be. And yet Yuan had quietly handled it all without a word. She looked at Yuan and didn't press for details. She had long known that there were plenty of things about him she couldn't understand. But as long as the result was good, as long as there was food and water in the shelter and they could stay alive, she didn't need to ask about everything. She only needed to know one thing. Following him was the right choice. Yuan suddenly threw herself at him, her whole body crashing into Yuan's chest. Her pretty face was full of completely undisguised admiration. "You're seriously amazing." She had lunged so suddenly and so hard that Lu Yuan was knocked half a step backward before he steadied himself, holding Qiu Yuan in his arms. With her soft and graceful body pressed against him, the sense of accomplishment in Lu Yuan's heart expanded without limit. The mysterious water tank was only the first step. With the system in hand, he could build this shelter step by step into a true fortress. Unlimited water, unlimited electricity, unlimited energy. Maybe none of that was far off. For now, all he needed to do was lie low, sign in every day, take it slow, and gradually transform this place into the safest corner of the apocalypse. The aroma of food drifted through the living room. Qiu Yuan was setting out bowls and chopsticks on the small tea table. The fire on the portable gas stove had already been turned off, and she had transferred the food from the pot onto 2 plates. One was diced ham stir-fried with dried scallops, topped with a bit of chopped scallion, glistening with oil. The other was instant rice noodles cooked into a soup, with a few slices of luncheon meat and a few stalks of greens tossed in, even though it had all been pieced together from instant food and canned goods. After passing through her hands, it actually looked pretty decent. Qiu Yuan's cooking skills were honestly pretty good. Lu Yuan walked over and sat down. He picked up his bowl, grabbed a bite of the diced ham with his chopsticks, and put it in his mouth, chewing a few times. The salty, savory flavor spread across his tongue, mixed with the distinct seafood fragrance of the scallops. In this bleak apocalypse, it felt especially precious. Qiu Yuan sat across from him, picked up her bowl, and started eating too. Halfway through the meal, Qiu Yuan suddenly set down her chopsticks, her expression turning a little solemn. "Have you noticed? Since this morning, the black fog in the hallway has been getting thicker and thicker." Lu Yuan chewed his rice noodles and gave a muffled "mm." "I went out to check this morning." Qiu Yuan frowned. "Our floor originally barely had any fog, but now it's almost as thick as the 17th floor. I don't know what kind of change is about to happen again." Lu Yuan frowned slightly, swallowed the food in his mouth, then set down his chopsticks and stood up. "I'll go take a look." He walked to the door and glanced outside through the peephole. The hallway really was much thicker than yesterday. Gray-black fog hung in the air, obscuring the wall across from them until only a vague outline remained. It was about the same density as the 17th floor had been back then. After looking for a few moments, Lu Yuan returned to the table and sat down. This kind of thing has happened before. He picked up some food with his chopsticks, his tone casual. On the 3rd day, the 21st floor got completely flooded with black fog. It was way thicker than this, like being soaked in ink. At the time, everyone was scared out of their minds and thought they were done for. But not long after that, the fog receded. Qiu Yuan hadn't joined them yet at the time and had still been hiding alone, so she hadn't paid attention to that change. "It receded?" "Yeah." Lu Yuan nodded. "Later, I figured that this kind of black fog that suddenly surges upward isn't the same as the kind that slowly creeps upward. The kind that surges up suddenly will sometimes recede, kind of like waves coming in cycles. I don't know the exact reason, but the rest no need to worry too much. What we really need to worry about now is the kind that slowly climbs upward. That one just keeps building up thicker and thicker. It won't recede." After hearing that, Qiu Yuan relaxed a little, but her brows still didn't fully smooth out. "It's already reached the 18th floor. It'll probably get to the 21st soon enough. When that happens," her voice trailed off. Her chopsticks rested against the rim of her bowl, and her gaze lowered, as if she were thinking of something far away. "When the black fog rose up, where could they go? The roof? The rooftop terrace? And then what?" Looking at her worried expression, Lu Yuan finished the rice noodles in his bowl, set down his chopsticks, and spoke more steadily than before. "We'll deal with it one step at a time. There is always a way when the cart reaches the mountain. No need to think so much." Qiu Yuan looked up at him. Meeting his calm, unhurried gaze, the unease in her heart was pushed down a little. After thinking it over, she felt he was right. There was no point thinking so much now. If the black fog really came up, they would deal with it then. Worrying ahead of time wouldn't help anyway. Besides, with Lu Yuan here, everything would be fine. She picked up her bowl again and took another bite. Just after they finished eating, before they even had time to clean up the dishes, a burst of urgent knocking suddenly rang out. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythm was fast. Lu Yuan's chopsticks froze midair, while his hand had already instinctively reached for the fire axe leaning against the side of the sofa. Qiu Yuan also set down her bowl, grabbed the baseball bat from the corner, and held her breath. The two exchanged a glance, neither making a sound. The room went silent for 2 or 3 seconds. Then the second round of knocking came. After that, a voice slipped in through the crack of the door, soft and delicate, carrying a hint of panting. "Sister Qiu Yuan, brother Lu Yuan, it's me, Su Mumu." Su Mumu. A face immediately surfaced in Lu Yuan's mind, sweet-looking, with crescent eyes when she smiled, and a voice so soft it was like sugar melting in it. He remembered Su Mumu. Back when they had been retreating upward from the 1st floor, she had twisted her ankle and nearly fallen. He had reached back and grabbed her. After steadying herself, the girl had looked up at him and said, "Thank you, Gidge," in that sweet, soft voice, her eyes curving into two little crescents. Later, whenever he carried things past her, she would quietly say, "Thank you, Gidge," or "Gidge, you've worked hard," in a voice that wasn't too loud, but sounded especially pleasant. Lu Yuan had remembered her ever since. The impression she left wasn't too deep just because she had a sweet mouth. It was also because of her background. Supposedly her family ran a medical equipment business, and not a small one. She was always picked up and dropped off in an Alfred, a standard rich young miss. Before the apocalypse, her face had ranked in the campus beauty contests, and she had quite a few followers on Zaihanshu. She was the kind of favored daughter of heaven who came with her own halo. A girl like that was the kind Lu Yuan had only ever dared admire from afar before. But now in this apocalypse, no matter how many halos she used to have, she was just an ordinary pretty girl now. However, Lu Yuan remembered very clearly that when Fang Yaqi had first suggested a show of hands vote, Su Mumu hadn't raised her hand. She had crouched quietly in the corner, neither raising her hand nor saying a word, just staying silent like that. Based on that alone, Lu Yuan already had a much better impression of her than of the others. Lu Yuan glanced at Xiao Yuan. After thinking it over, Xiao Yuan lowered her voice and said, "Mumu is actually a pretty good person. She is not like Fang Yaqi and Su Wan and those people. And she is a doctor from the medical department at Modi University." Lu Yuan nodded. That was also a profession in short supply. He walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. The black fog in the hallway was very dense, but through the peephole's limited view, he could still make out a slender figure standing outside. She had short hair cut to ear length, a beige-white coat, and a canvas bag clenched in her hand. She was raising a hand to smooth the loose strands by her ear. There weren't many tear marks on her face, but she was trembling a little. Lu Yuan stepped back and nodded at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan took a few steps forward. "Mumu, is that you? Did you come alone?" "MHM," the sweet voice outside replied. "I snuck out by myself. They didn't notice at all. When I left, I even pulled the door shut for them." Xiao Yuan asked a few more key questions. Questions only she and Su Mumu would know. Su Mumu answered them one by one. Every answer came quickly and accurately, and she even added some details on her own. After confirming everything was correct, Lu Yuan undid the steel bar and locked cylinder one by one, then pulled open the door. Su Mumu quickly walked inside. She really was beautiful. Even without makeup, even dressed in such an ordinary coat, her looks were still incredibly strong. Back when she was among that group of women, she had been too quiet, always shrinking into the corner, her presence completely overshadowed by noisy people like Su Wan and Tang Shi. But now that she was standing in front of Lu Yuan, that face was beautiful enough to make it hard to look away. And there was always a sweet smile on her pretty face, giving people an extremely healing feeling. "Xiao Yuan Jia, Lu Yuan Gidge, thank you for taking me in." Xiao Yuan had her sit down and casually move the bowls and chopsticks aside. Then she asked, "How did you get here? Nothing happened on the way, right?" Su Mumu set down her canvas bag, sat up straight, and replied in a soft voice, "I found a way to slip out this morning. I really couldn't stay over there anymore. They really aren't any good. They're nowhere near as good as Lu Yuan Gidge." When she said that last sentence, she lifted her eyes and glanced at Lu Yuan. In those curved eyes was a sparkling hint of admiration, like a lost child who had finally found an adult. Lu Yuan met that gaze and said nothing, but the corner of his mouth moved slightly. This girl looked sweet, talked sweetly too, and knew exactly how much emotional value to give. Not too much, not too little, just enough to make people feel comfortable hearing it. Xiao Yuan was just about to respond when she suddenly frowned. "This morning? What time is it now?" Lu Yuan looked at his phone. "It's almost 11. 11? Su Mumu herself froze for a moment and widened her eyes. "But I clearly came out at 6, she left at 6, and only arrived at 11. A full 4 hours. From room 201 to Lu Yuan's shelter, it was only a 3-minute walk. Even if the black fog was thick and she walked slowly, 10 minutes at most. Yet Su Mumu had spent 4 hours walking through the hallway." Lu Yuan put down his phone. "What happened on the way? Tell me in detail." Su Mumu thought back for a moment. The sweet smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by a trace of lingering fear. "After I went out this morning, I headed this way. But the more I walked, the thicker the fog got. As I kept walking, I stopped knowing where I was, and I started feeling kind of dazed too. The hallway seemed to become especially long. No matter how I walked, I couldn't reach the end. Later, I met an old lady. She said she had come up from downstairs. I asked if she knew where you lived, and she pointed me in the direction. I followed the way she pointed, and after walking for a while, I arrived at your door." "An old lady?" Lu Yuan pressed. "What did she look like? What was she wearing?" Su Mumu tilted her head and thought. "I think she was wearing gray clothes. Her hair was gray-white, and her face had lots of wrinkles. She spoke very slowly, but I could hear her clearly. After saying it, she herself also felt that something was off, and her voice dropped a little. Thinking about it, now, she came up from downstairs, but with the black fog that thick, how did she walk by herself? I didn't think that much at the time. I was only focused on finding the way." Lu Yuan and Xiao Yuan exchanged a look. They had already vaguely suspected before that the black fog had the power to make people lose their way, but they had never confirmed it. Su Mumu's trip had now confirmed it for real. That gray-black fog didn't just block vision. It could also make people lose themselves. If it hadn't been for that old lady, Su Mumu probably would have become completely lost in the black fog. As for whether that old lady was human or something else, if she was a monster, why hadn't she attacked Su Mumu? Why had she instead pointed out the way? Lu Yuan asked a few more detailed questions, and Su Mumu answered everything she could. But she herself had only been in a dazed state and couldn't explain anything more clearly. By the end of the questioning, she could only shake her head blankly. All she had left was one repeated line, "I don't really remember." At that moment, Su Mumu's stomach let out a very timely growl. Gurulu. The sound wasn't loud, but in the quiet room, it was especially clear. Su Mumu's cheeks reddened slightly, and her gaze fell onto the leftovers that still hadn't been cleared off the table. There was still a little left at the bottom of a small bowl of diced ham stir-fried with dried scallops. It had already gone cold. Beside it was half a bowl of leftover rice, extra from what Yuan had cooked that morning and hadn't finished. Su Mumu looked at those leftovers, hesitated for a moment, then raised her head and carefully looked at Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan Gij, can I eat what is left of these? You don't have to heat anything up for me. This is fine." When she said that, her voice was very small, and those bright, sparkling eyes carried a bit of nervousness and expectation, as if she were afraid of being refused. She actually understood very clearly that in the apocalypse, being able to get a bite to eat was already pretty good. So what if it was leftovers? It was still 100 times better than gnawing on compressed biscuits over in room 201. The fact that Lu Yuan was willing to take her in was already unbelievably good luck for her. She had no right to be picky. Yuan glanced at Lu Yuan, and Lu Yuan nodded. Yuan smiled. "Don't eat leftovers. I'll go heat up a self-heating rice meal for you." No, no, no. Su Mumu hurriedly waved her hands, her tone extremely serious. No need, Lu Yuan Gij. This stuff is perfectly edible too. At a time like this, I'm not picky. Food absolutely can't be wasted. As she spoke, she picked up the small bowl of leftovers from the table, grabbed her chopsticks, and put a mouthful of cold, diced ham into her mouth. She chewed, swallowed, and an unexpectedly satisfied expression appeared on her face. Then she took another bite of the cold rice, eating with complete seriousness, as if she were eating some luxurious delicacy. Yuan stood there holding the self-heating rice box. When she saw that scene, she froze for 2 seconds without moving. Lu Yuan also watched Su Mumu, this former rich young miss, picked up and dropped off in an Alfred, a Xiahongshu campus beauty, a little princess who used to go out surrounded by followers. And now, under the camping lamp, she sat there holding a bowl of cold leftover food and eating it with exceptional relish. There was even a grain of rice stuck at the corner of her mouth, and she didn't notice it herself. Lu Yuan felt a little dazed inside. Before the apocalypse, Su Mumu had truly been a goddess everyone noticed, with people chasing after her in endless lines. Now, a bowl of leftovers was enough to make her show that kind of satisfied expression, like she had just picked up some huge bargain. The environment really could completely change a person. But at the same time, his favorable impression of Su Mumu also deepened by another layer. She wasn't pretentious, and she didn't put on airs. When it was time to lower her head, she lowered it. When it was time to eat leftovers, she ate leftovers. In an apocalypse, people like that would survive longer than those clinging to the idea of "I'm a rich young lady. I can't suffer." On the other side, inside room 201, the atmosphere was even more stifling than yesterday. She ran? She really ran? Su Wan sat on the armrest of the sofa, her face dark. So Mumu? That sweet girl who never made a sound all day? She slipped away without saying a word? She was still here this morning. I saw her sitting in the corner with my own eyes. Tangsha thought back for a moment. After that, I didn't pay attention. Who knows when she left? She left pretty cleanly too. Didn't even say hello. She usually looked so obedient and well-behaved. Who would be thought she was so scheming? Another woman said with a roll of her eyes. Heh, she probably went over there and offered herself up, Su Wan said with a cold laugh. For a bite to eat, she doesn't even want her dignity anymore. She used to be the campus belle of Modi University. The guys chasing her lined all the way to the school gate. Tangsher's tone was sour. And now, she actually delivered herself to a security guard. TSK. If all those guys who used to chase her found out, their whole worldview would probably collapse. What campus belle or not? Su Wan curled her lip. Isn't she just some woman who run off with a man for a bite of leftovers now? I said it before, Yuan was like that. And Su Mumu isn't any better. One by one, they all act so lofty, but deep down they're each more. She suddenly got stuck halfway through the sentence. Because she herself didn't know what word to use next. She wanted to call Su Mumu cheap, but that didn't seem quite right. After all, that girl really had never offended anyone, and she always spoke sweetly. But the resentment lodged in her chest just wouldn't go down. Why could Su Mumu run off? When she thought about Su Mumu going over to Lu Yuan's side and eating good food every day, it made her feel terribly unbalanced. The room fell silent for a moment. Several people exchanged looks, each wearing a different expression. No one admitted it out loud, but that sour taste in the air was obvious. Zhang Bing had been standing near the door the whole time, expressionless as she chewed on a piece of compressed biscuit. After swallowing the last bite, she spoke. The fog is too thick today. Don't go out. We'll rest for a day. That actually made everyone present let out a breath of relief. If they didn't go out, they wouldn't have to go down 18 floors, climb stairs, or carry things. Even if no one said it, nobody wanted to go out and take risks in weather like this. As for why the fog had suddenly grown thicker, and whether it meant danger, no one asked. Right now, they only cared about themselves. Zhang Bing added, don't eat the instant noodles yet either. Keep eating compressed biscuits. The moment those words came out, the room erupted. Why? Even if we're not going out, we still have to eat instant noodles. We need to recover our strength. My throat's already burning from eating compressed biscuits. If I keep chewing these, I'm not going to make it. I want instant noodles. The protests rose one after another, like people haggling in a wet market. Su Wan took the lead in shouting. Tang Shi nodded along from the side. And even Qini frowned, feeling that Zhang Bing was meddling too much. Zhang Bing stood there with her arms folded. After waiting for them to finish yelling, she finally said flatly, we don't have much instant noodles left. We need to save them. If we eat them now, things will be even harder later. After saying that, she swept her gaze across the faces of the protesters one by one. There was nothing openly threatening about it, but everyone her eyes landed on unconsciously shut their mouths. Su Wan opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't dare argue back. She sat down on the sofa gloomily, broke the compressed biscuit in her hand into small pieces, and stuffed them in her mouth one by one, chewing until her jaws ached. The room quieted down. The only sound left was the crack of people chewing biscuits. Everyone expressionlessly gnawed on the hard lump in their hands, looking like they were chewing shoe soles. Then suddenly, a fragrance drifted over. It wasn't the rich aroma of a proper meal. It was more like the salty, spicy smell of red chili oil mixed with seasoning, slowly spreading through the still air. Several people stopped chewing at the same time and looked toward where the smell was coming from. Gulan was sitting in the farthest corner, holding an opened, clear takeout container in her hands. Inside was the hot pot soup base they had brought back from the 18th floor yesterday. A thin layer of white fat floated on top of the red oil, along with a few softened bits of scallion. The soup base had already congealed, but with a stir of chopsticks, it loosened again. She broke the compressed biscuit into small pieces, dipped them into the red, oily soup, and put them in her mouth, chewing with focus. There was even a little shine of oil at the corner of her lips. The room went quiet for a few seconds. Everyone stared at the takeout container in her hands. That was the thing they had all collectively despised yesterday. It had Lu Yuan's saliva on it. No one had been willing to touch it. They would rather go hungry than even look at it. When Gulan had put it away, Tang Shi had even mocked her, saying she had no shame for the sake of a bite to eat. But now, as the fragrance of that red oil drifted over, they suddenly felt that maybe it wasn't actually that disgusting. Lin Mushuang, who was sitting not far from Gulan, suddenly moved. She stood up, hesitated for a moment, then carried the half piece of compressed biscuit she hadn't finished over to Gulan. Sister Lan, can I dip mine once? Just once. Gulan looked up at her, said nothing, and pushed the takeout container a little toward her, as if she had received some enormous blessing. Lin Mushuang carefully broke off a tiny piece of biscuit, dipped it into the red oil, coated it in a glossy layer of sauce, and stuffed it in her mouth. She chewed once, and her whole body froze. That long-missed salty, spicy taste burst across her tongue. The richness of the oil and the sharp fragrance of the spices mixed together, instantly washing away the bland dryness the compressed biscuit had left in her mouth. Her throat bobbed, and she broke off another piece, this time dipping even more. It smelled too good. The second person to stand up was Qini. Then came a second, a third, 7 or 8 people crowded over, some squatting, some standing, each breaking off bits of compressed biscuit to dip into that, now completely cold box of red oil broth. Some of them even simply soaked the entire biscuit in the broth, waited until it softened, then fished it back out to eat, looking as satisfied as if they were eating some grand feast. Gulan sat in the middle, the takeout container in her hands, tightly surrounded by the crowd. She said nothing, and she didn't mind the number of people. She just quietly held the container there, watching those once lofty, rich young ladies and internet-famous socialites crowd around a single box like a group of starving children, each taking turns dipping and eating. And all of them were eating with such relish. The whole scene was full of irony. Fang Yaqi sat on the sofa, watching this. The corners of her mouth pulled down, her expression complicated. She was also clutching half a compressed biscuit in her hand, but she never stood up and walked over. She just sat there, watching that circle of people huddled together and eating with their heads down. She didn't go. But after a very long time, she still hadn't taken a second bite of the biscuit in her hand. On Lu Yuan's side, After the meal was finished and the bowls and chopsticks had been cleaned up, the three of them sat in the living room for a while. The dark red light outside seeped in through the curtains, dim and murky. That faint rusty smell in the air was heavier than yesterday. Even with the doors and windows shut, they could still smell a trace of it. Yuan yawned, her eyes misting with physiological tears. She was obviously truly exhausted. With this fog today, we probably can't go out. Yuan glanced toward the hallway. The black fog was so thick it was outrageous. Looking through the peephole, he couldn't even make out the shadow of the wall across from him. Yuan nodded and didn't say much. Su Mumu sat obediently on the folding chair, her hands resting on her knees, also not saying a word. Let's rest first, Yuan said as he stood up. Since there was nothing else to do, they might as well do the most energy-saving thing. Yuan smiled, understanding that the most energy-saving thing he meant was sleep. She stood up and rolled her neck. I'll sleep with Mumu. You can sleep alone in the master bedroom. Yuan had no objection. A few days ago, things with Yuan had been too intense. He could handle it, but Yuan's stamina was obviously falling behind, and she needed to catch up on sleep. Besides, Su Mumu was here now. Yuan and Yuan couldn't be as crazy as before anymore. All right, Yuan said. I'll sleep in the master bedroom. You two sleep in the second bedroom. The blankets are in the closet. Take them yourselves. Yuan pulled Su Mumu into the second bedroom. The two of them rustled around inside, while making the bed and spreading out the blankets, with quiet bits of conversation drifting out from time to time. Su Yuan ye. How long have you been with Yuan ji? Not long. What is he usually like to you? Pretty good. He always gives me food first. Are you tired then? Maybe you should sleep early today. Yuan listened from outside, and vaguely felt that Su Mumu's question had gone a little beyond normal small talk. But he didn't think too much about it. He turned and went into the master bedroom, closed the door, and lay down. The mattress in the master bedroom was a little firmer than the one in the second bedroom, and the blanket still carried the scent of Yuan's body. He closed his eyes, listening to the faint laughter and whispers occasionally coming from the next room. He slowly relaxed, and soon he felt sleepy. In the second bedroom next door, Yuan and Su Mumu lay on the same bed, shoulder to shoulder. Su Mumu chatted about random things for a while, moving from food to Yuan, then from Yuan to the black fog outside. Her voice grew softer and softer. Yuan was already exhausted. Wrapped up in that wave of sleepiness, her breathing soon became long and even. Su Mumu lay on her side in the dim red glow and didn't move. Listening to Yuan's breathing, and after confirming that she was truly asleep, she gently pulled her hand out from under the blanket and slowly sat up. Yuan rolled over, muttering something muffled under her breath before sinking back into deep sleep. Sumumu post. And only after Yuan's breathing became steady again did she get off the bed as quietly as possible. Barefoot, she stepped onto the floor without making a single sound. Her canvas bag was placed by the bedside. She walked over, crouched down, unzipped it, and from the very bottom took out a neatly folded set of clothes. A blue and white JK uniform, a sailor collar, a short skirt, and a brand new pair of white thigh-high socks. She had brought these on purpose. She changed out of her pajamas, her movements quick and light, as if she had rehearsed this many times before. She put on the blue and white sailor uniform, tying the ribbon at the collar neatly. The skirt barely covered the middle of her thighs, and the white stockings wrapped from her ankles all the way up above her knees. Barefoot on the floor, her long hair fell loose, the ends slightly curled inward, making her already delicate face look even more pure and lovely. After changing, Su Mumu stood in front of the mirror and looked at herself. A sweet face, a pure school uniform, long legs shaped by the white stockings into soft, clean lines. She looked like a campus goddess, like a proper, obedient junior girl walking straight out of manga. This was her most perfect outfit. Thinking about what she was about to do, Su Mumu couldn't help taking a deep breath, feeling a little nervous. In the end, she still bit her red lip lightly, as if she had finally made up her mind, and carefully pushed open the second bedroom door, then walked out barefoot without making a sound. When she reached the master bedroom door, she raised her hand, bent her finger, and knocked lightly twice. Knock, knock. There was a pause inside. Then Yuan's sleepy voice sounded out. Who is it? Su Mumu lowered her voice very softly, with a barely noticeable tremble in it. Yuan Gidge, it's me. There was silence for 2 seconds inside. Then the door was pulled open from within. With his night vision, Yuan could clearly make out Su Mumu standing there. Su Mumu stood barefoot on the floor, her toes slightly curled, like a little cat hesitating at the doorstep over whether to step inside. JK uniform, pretty face, sweet looks. At this moment, that school belle of Modu, adored by countless people, seemed to appear before Yuan once again. Yuan looked at her for 2 seconds, seeming to guess something, then stepped aside to make room at the door. Come in and talk. After Su Mumu entered the master bedroom, she stood in the middle of the room. Her fair, slender fingers twisted the hem of her pleated skirt. She lowered her head, her whole body both shy and nervous. Yuan watched her for a while before asking, What are you doing here so late? Sumumutiviste, du sikith, hemtaiter. She was silent for several seconds, as if repeatedly confirming that question in her heart, then lifted her head. Those curved eyes were carrying a faint glimmer of moisture, and her voice was so soft, it was almost inaudible. Lu Yuan Gij, do you like me? The moment she finished speaking, her cheeks turned red at a visible speed, spreading from the tips of her ears down to her neck. Her entire pretty face burned as if it were on fire. She stood there, waiting for an answer. This was the first time in her life she had ever asked someone this kind of question. Before, she had always been the one being confessed to. The campus belle of Modi University, with countless suitors, a goddess to endless people online. In the spotlight. What kind of Modu prodigy, what kind of rich second generation, what kind of young entrepreneur, all sorts of outstanding men had said everything they could in front of her. She had never needed to ask whether someone liked her. She only needed to choose the one she thought was decent and nod. But now it was different. Now she was standing in the bedroom of a small security guard, wearing the JK uniform she had secretly prepared, barefoot, head lowered, asking him like a little girl waiting to be judged. Do you like me? Lu Yuan looked her over from head to toe. From that exquisite, stunning face, to her fair and lovely neck, to the blue and white uniform that fit her perfectly, then to the pair of legs wrapped in white stockings and her bare ankles. He admitted that Su Mu Mu was indeed beautiful. That face was at a level that would make anyone look twice no matter where she went. Not to mention her figure was good too, very well developed, with balanced proportions. She had everything she should have, and hidden under that school uniform. It only made her lines look even better. When a school belle-level beauty stood in front of you and asked whether you liked her, it was impossible not to be moved. Any normal man would be moved. But Lu Yuan didn't answer right away. He thought about it, then said, "Why are you asking that?" Lu Yuan didn't answer right away. He thought about it, then said, "Why are you asking that?" Su Mu Mu looked up at him, and there was a trace of seriousness in those curved eyes that she usually kept hidden. "Because I want to stay." Lu Yuan was slightly startled. "I already let you stay." "Not that kind of stay." Su Mu Mu shook her head. Her voice was light, but her tone was steady. "I want to really stay. I want to stay by your side, Lu Yuan Gij." When she said that, she looked at Lu Yuan, her gaze so firm she didn't look like a shy girl from a moment ago. Lu Yuan naturally understood vad som moment. She wasn't talking about staying in the shelter or staying in the team. She was talking about staying by his side. That kind of staying with a sense of possession, of giving herself completely. He looked at the girl in front of him, wearing a JK uniform, her legs wrapped in white stockings. Sweet enough to seem like she had stepped right out of a manga, and a complicated feeling surged in his heart. If it were a charming, mature woman like Qiu Yuan taking the initiative to offer herself, he could accept it naturally. It would just be a mutual choice between adults, each taking what they needed. But Su Mu Mu was different. She was a doctor, young and sweet-looking, like a piece of spotless white jade. He felt a bit of tenderness toward her. He did not want her to throw her whole self in just for the sake of survival. Lu Yuan fell silent for 2 seconds, then said, "You're a doctor. If we want to survive in the apocalypse, we need you. So you don't have to." Before he could finish, Su Mu Mu suddenly stepped forward and threw herself straight into his arms. She held him tightly, her arms wrapping around his waist, her cheek pressed to his chest, like a little animal that had finally made up its mind to leap toward warmth. Through the thin layer of clothing, Lu Yuan could feel her heart beating fast, thump thump, like she had a rabbit tucked inside her chest. "No." Her voice was muffled against his chest, soft and low. "Brother Lu Yuan, there are many doctors, but I want to be the most unique one." As she said that, her arms tightened even more, as if she was afraid he might push her away. Lu Yuan lowered his head and looked at the small body in his arms. After a moment of silence, he lifted his hands and wrapped them around her too. She was truly soft, delicate, and slender. The feeling of holding her in his arms was completely different from the full, mature allure Qiu Yuan had. Su Mu Mu was slim, tender, carrying the tightness and lightness unique to a young girl, like willow branches just beginning to grow in spring. Even through her clothes, he could still sense the smooth touch of her fair, tender skin. It made him want to tighten his arms around her without thinking. He pulled her a little closer into his embrace. "Are you really sure?" Su Mu Mu lifted her head from his arms. Her pretty face was flushed red, but there was a serious look in her expression. She blinked those beautiful big eyes, then nodded gently. I'm sure." Lu Yuan no longer hesitated at all. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. The moment their lips met, a subtle feeling surged through Lu Yuan's heart. Her lips were completely different from Qiu Yuan's. Qiu Yuan's had the mature warmth of someone embracing him, but Su Mu Mu's lips were tender and thin, carrying an indescribable sweetness, like taking a bite out of freshly picked peach flesh. The juice was light, but the fragrance was rich. She clearly had never kissed before. When her lips pressed against his, she was a little stiff. She did not know how to move, and she did not know how to breathe between kisses either. Even her breathing turned shallow and hurried. Lu Yuan guided her slowly, his tongue gently pushing past her teeth, leading her little by little with a steady rhythm. She tried to follow along, her movements clumsy but earnest, awkward like a little bird learning to fly. The two of them kissed like that for a long time. Su Mumu's breathing gradually changed from hurried at the beginning to long and soft. Her body also slowly relaxed from its stiffness, and her whole self melted into Lu Yuan's arms, as if all her bones had been taken away. After more than 10 minutes or so, Lu Yuan finally released her slowly. Su Mumu lifted her head. Her little face was bright red, her lips slightly swollen, and her gaze had already turned misty with a watery haze, as if she still had not fully recovered from what had just happened. She looked at Lu Yuan, sensed the heat in his eyes, and knew what was about to happen next. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, "Brother Lu Yuan, it's still my first time. Be gentle." After saying that, it was as if she had used up the last of her courage. She buried her head deeply into Lu Yuan's chest, and the tips of her ears were so red they looked ready to drip blood. Lu Yuan held the young girl in his arms as she buried her head in his chest, his hand stroking Su Mumu's smooth, silky hair. The campus belle of Modu, a sweet goddess, an untouchable flower on a high peak, a rich family's young miss. Su Mumu, with all those identities layered onto her, was now curled up in his arms, the roots of her ears red, her body trembling slightly, so nervous that even her breathing did not dare grow too loud. Who could resist that? Lu Yuan only felt a rush of heat. He did not say anything more and directly pushed Su Mumu down onto the bed. "Are you scared?" "No." Who knew how much time had passed? In the second bedroom, Qiu Yuan turned over groggily, her awareness slowly surfacing from deep sleep. She opened her eyes. The room was dimly lit, and the dark red light filtering through the gap in the curtains was even darker than before she fell asleep. It was probably already evening. She moved a little. The soreness all over her body was still there. She was still very tired, lying flat and staring at the ceiling. She let out a long breath. Her mind could not help flashing back over the events of the past few days. That guy Lu Yuan was absurdly strong in that regard, like some kind of beast. She considered her own stamina pretty good. She used to go to the gym 3 times a week, but in front of him, it was nowhere near enough. Every time, he messed with her until her legs went weak and she could not even get out of bed. Qiu Yuan rolled over and reached a hand to the side, but touched nothing. She turned her head to look. One corner of the blanket on the bed had been pulled back, and Su Mumu was gone. The warmth in the blankets was still there, which meant she had not been gone long. Went to the bathroom. Qiu Yuan did not think much of it. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, feeling a little dry in the throat and wanting to pour herself a glass of water. She got out of bed, threw on a jacket, and walked out of the second bedroom in her slippers. The camping lamp in the living room was on, its warm yellow light covering a small patch of space. She walked over to the coffee table and picked up her cup, only to find it empty. So she turned and headed toward the kitchen. When she reached the doorway of the master bedroom, she suddenly stopped. There was a bit of movement inside. Very faint sounds came through the door, muffled and low. At first, Qiu Yuan did not think much of it. She assumed Lu Yuan was inside, turning over in his sleep. But she had barely taken half a step before she heard his second time. She stopped walking, holding the cup in her hand. She stood outside the master bedroom door, tilted her head, and slowly brought her ear close to the door panel. The sounds coming from inside were kept very low, but in the quiet surroundings, they were still clear enough to make out. There was a string of broken murmurs carrying a sweet nasal tone, occasionally mixed with a few blurred, indistinct syllables. Then came the faint sound of the mattress sinking under weight, mixed with a short cry that had clearly been bitten back on purpose. Qiu Yuan stood outside with her cup and listened for several seconds. Then she straightened up, and the corners of her lips slowly curved into a smile. So, that was how it was. "Little Mumu," she muttered softly to herself, her voice so low only she could hear it. What a smart girl. She really had not misjudged Su Mumu. That girl looked sweet and obedient, but her mind was clearer than anyone else's. She knew that in this world, being a doctor alone was not enough. What she needed was a car that could truly let her plant her feet firmly. And she had chosen the fastest and most effective path. Before, Qiu Yuan had been bearing it all alone, almost getting wrecked by Lu Yuan. Now that Su Mumu had come to share the burden, her pressure had finally lightened a little. As for Lu Yuan, could one man really handle two? But by tomorrow morning, whether that girl would still be able to stand up, that was hard to say. Inside the master bedroom, the movement gradually died down. Su Mumu lay on the bed, a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, loose strands of hair stuck to the corners of it. Her small face carrying a faint paleness. Her breathing had still not fully calmed, and her chest rose and fell slightly, each breath carrying a lingering tremble. There were still tear marks hanging at the corners of her eyes that had not yet dried, and her lips were slightly swollen. Her whole body looked limp, as if all her bones and strength had been taken away. Lu Yuan lay on his side beside her, holding her in his arms. Su Mumu was very light. Holding her in the crook of his arm felt like cradling a piece of warm jade, fine and gentle, with the soft touch unique to a young girl. Every inch of her skin was tender in all the right places, every line exquisite, as if it had been drawn by hand. From her neck to her collarbone to her waistline, nothing about her was not like an artwork carefully carved by the heavens. It was completely different from Qiu Yuan's mature, full-bodied feel. Qiu Yuan was warm, elastic, like a ripe fruit that could be squeezed until juice spilled out. But Su Mumu was slender, delicate, like a just-bloomed spring bud, carrying a touch of immaturity that had not fully grown in yet. And because of that, she was especially precious. The only regret was that a girl was still a girl. She was just too delicate. By the latter half, she was almost begging for mercy, her voice thin and trembling with that kind of crying tone that meant she really could not take it anymore. Although Lu Yuan held back and did not go too far, he could also tell she had truly reached her limit. That last stretch was really too much for her. Tears clung to the corners of her eyes, her whole body trembled lightly, and she did not even have the strength to lift a finger. Su Mumu shrank into his arms, burying her face against his chest, her voice tiny. "I'm sorry, brother Lu Yuan." "HM?" Lu Yuan lowered his head to look at her. "I'm too useless." She only got halfway through before she could not keep going. The tips of her ears started turning red again, and she buried her face deeper into his chest, her voice muffled. "I'm too weak." Lu Yuan did not laugh at her. He reached out and gently brushed away the damp strands of hair stuck to her forehead, his tone calm. "It's fine. You've already done very well. It's your first time, so that's normal." But Su Mumu still felt useless, and a thin sheen of tears welled up at the corners of her eyes again. She was not afraid of pain. She was afraid that she was not good enough. She had mustered up so much courage, put on that carefully prepared JK uniform, and done so much mental preparation, only to fail to keep up physically and not let brother Lu Yuan be satisfied. Would brother Lu Yuan despise her because of that? That was what she was afraid of. Lu Yuan lowered his head and gave her a light kiss. The motion was very gentle, like he was comforting a self-blaming kitten. "Rest well. Don't overthink it. You're very good." Su Mumu was kissed by him, and when she heard him say that, something sweet seemed to brush across her heart. A delicate warmth spread from her chest. She snuggled even tighter into his arms, her voice soft and sweet. "Thank you, brother Lu Yuan." The two of them lingered like that for a while longer. Lu Yuan glanced at the time on his phone. It was already almost 10. He moved slightly, preparing to get up. "I need to go keep watch." During the day, the situation inside the building was relatively safe. The windows of opportunity followed a pattern, and those monsters basically would not come out to move around at noon. But at night, the black mist would grow thicker, and monsters could even appear. Anything could happen at any moment. These past few days, Lu Yuan had kept up his habit of night watch and did not dare relax for even a second. He got out of the blankets and started getting dressed. He pulled on his t-shirt, zipped up his jacket, and placed the fire axe beside the bed so he could grab it at any time. When Su Mumu saw that, she propped herself up, wanted to sit up. "Brother Lu Yuan, I'll go with you." Before she could finish, just as she managed to lift herself halfway up, the tearing pain surged up like a tide. She sucked in a sharp breath from the pain and fell back into the pillow. The blanket slid down to her shoulders, revealing a stretch of fair, tender collarbone. Lu Yuan finished dressing and turned back to glance at her. That little face had gone pale, with almost no color in it. Her eyes were full of sleepiness and exhaustion, and her body had clearly already reached its limit. He walked back to the bed and softly comforted her. "It's fine. Just rest. I'll keep the apartment safe. With me here, no one can hurt you." He said it very evenly, without any grand promises. But that steady tone was more reassuring than any vow. Su Mumu lay on the bed, looking up at him. Those big eyes, still a little red, sparkled brightly. She thought of the path she had walked out of Unit 201 in the dark. Thought of the fear and unwillingness she had felt before standing in the mist and knocking on this door. Thought of the tension and determination she had felt when she put on that JK uniform. At this moment, all of it had an answer. In the apocalypse, safety was the most luxurious thing of all, and brother Lu Yuan could give it to her. She nodded hard, her voice sweet and obedient. "Okay." Lu Yuan leaned down and gently pressed a kiss to her forehead. His warm lips stayed there for about 2 seconds before leaving. Then he straightened up, turned, and walked out of the master bedroom, casually pulling the door shut behind him. The lock gave a soft click. Su Mumu lay alone in the blankets, the warm touch of his kiss still lingering on her forehead. She reached up to touch the spot he had kissed, then smiled with curved eyes. Curling deeper into the blankets, like a cat that had finally found its nest, she closed her eyes and slowly sank into a peaceful sleep. Inside Unit 201, the night in 201 was anything but quiet. "Fang Yaqi, what's that by your mouth?" Qin Yi suddenly sat up from the sofa and stared at Fang Yaqi, who had just walked out of the master bedroom, her tone sharp with the certainty of someone who had uncovered the truth. Fang Yaqi was walking over to the sofa. There was still a sheen of oil on her lips, and a bit of leftover crumbs were stuck at the corner of her mouth. She froze for a moment and instinctively reached up to wipe her mouth, but that only made Qin Yi even more certain. "You secretly ate instant noodles?" Qin Yi stood up, her voice rising. "We're outside, chewing on compressed biscuits, And you're hiding in the master bedroom, secretly cooking noodles? What are you talking about? Fang Yaqi frowned and suppressed the brief panic from being caught, quickly returning to her usual composure. I just want to tidy up some things. Tidy up things and come out with a mouth full of oil. Qin, he took a step forward. The smell of noodles is already coming out of the master bedroom crack. You really think we can't smell it? As soon as she said that, the others in the room all looked up as well. Su Wan, Tang Shi, and Lin Muxue all turned to look. Dang Si Snai. I think I really do smell instant noodles. I smell it too. It's definitely instant noodles. Lin Muxuang chimed in. Qin, he stared at Fang Yaqi. How you explain that? We're eating compressed biscuits, and you're secretly eating noodles in the master bedroom? Didn't you tell Zhang Bing that instant noodles should be rationed, but now you're rationing them for yourself? Fang Yaqi's face changed slightly. She tugged at her shawl and wiped away the oil sheen, then lifted her chin. I'm the team leader. What is wrong with me eating instant noodles? I think about so many things every day, and I use a lot of energy. Isn't it normal to eat something better to replenish myself? Do you really have to make such a big deal out of this? Since that was the case, she stopped pretending. Leader? Zine Yisin it. What have you led? Every day you just give random orders, this and that. And you haven't actually done a single real thing. Did you go look for supplies? Did you carry anything? Did you scout ahead? Exactly. Suwon rarely sided with Qin. All day long you just act like some big shot celebrity with that rotten attitude. Do you still think you're the superstar with 20 million fans? Who still buys that now? There isn't much of that stock to begin with. And you secretly ate noodles by yourself while the rest of us ate compressed biscuits. Is that what you call being sisters? Tang Shi also joined in, her tone indignant. Surrounded by the others, the calm mask on Fang Yaqi's face was finally torn open, but her mouth was still stubborn. I've already done what I was supposed to do. We're all sisters, so why are you so worked up over me eating a packet of noodles? It's not some precious supply. Worst case, we can go look for more tomorrow. There was that same line again. Go look for more tomorrow. A few days ago, those words might still have been enough to steady people's hearts. But things were different now, after what they had truly gone through these past few days. After chewing through so many compressed biscuits, they had developed a very, very strong sense of crisis. This group of pampered women had finally realized how cruel the apocalypse was. They also understood that food wasn't so easy to find. Qin, he directly shot her words back at her. Go look tomorrow? Easy for you to say. Can't you see what the fog outside is like? Don't you know what is going on with the black fog downstairs? Do you even know whether we can still find instant noodles or not? What do you mean You want to even go out once to look for supplies, hiding in a room and eating instant noodles. Why do you have to order us around? Fang Yaqi, say it yourself. What do you do every day besides flap your lips? You even steal instant noodles to eat. Seriously, unbelievable. And you call this sisterhood? Sisterhood means you eat meat yourself while your sisters drink the northwest wind? One sentence after another. Every single one was filled with the resentment they had built up over the past few days. Fang Yaqi stood alone in the middle of the crowd, surrounded by a storm of voices from all sides. She started arguing back too, her voice rising higher and higher, her sharp tone hitting the walls and bouncing back. She pointed at one person and said, Didn't you secretly eat chocolate a few days ago too? Only to be snapped back at by someone else. I found that chocolate myself. Okay, what does it have to do with you? In short, Fang Yaqi was good at fighting with words. But the others weren't weak either. The entire room 201 was as noisy as a wet market. Gulan sat in the farthest corner, still clutching half a compressed biscuit she hadn't finished eating. She had kept this posture ever since the argument started. Watching the people in front of her argue until their faces were red, shoving and pushing each other, their voices growing louder wave after wave. Like a flock of sparrows fighting over food and fluttering madly in the air. She suddenly remembered a phrase she had heard before. 3 women make a play. Then the scene in front of her now was probably 5 or 6 plays being performed at the same time. She had no intention of joining in either. What was the point of this group arguing like this? They were just digging their own graves. At that moment, suddenly, bang, 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 a chaotic burst of footsteps came in from outside the door, hurried, heavy, as if someone was running back and forth in the corridor. And it wasn't just one person. It was many pairs of feet hitting the ground at the same time, a rapid pattering mixed with some muffled, indistinct thuds. The sounds came from far away, then close, then far again, back and forth through the stairwell, as if something were chasing them and driving them into a wild sprint through the darkness. Inside room 201, the noisy arguing that had filled the place just moments ago instantly cut off, as if someone had grabbed it by the throat. Everyone turned their heads toward the door at the same time, eyes wide open. The red flush on their faces drained away in an instant, replaced by a sheet of white. Suwon had her mouth open, half a curse stuck in her throat before it could come out. Her lips trembled twice, but no sound came. Tang Shi gripped the clothes-drying pole in her hand so hard her fingertips turned white. Qin instinctively shrank back half a step. Her heel hit the leg of the sofa, and she nearly tripped and fell. The whole room was so quiet that they could hear their own heartbeats. What? What was that sound? Someone asked in a lowered voice, her tone trembling. It sounded like someone running, another person replied, her voice even smaller. A lot of people. The footsteps outside were still continuing. Back and forth, near and far, like a group of lost things racing through the corridor. Mixed in every so often were a few vague mutterings. Through the layer of the door, they couldn't hear clearly, but that kind of muffled, indistinct whispering that sounded like it was being squeezed out from deep inside a throat made their scalps crawl even more than any scream could. Zhang Binghen said a word. The moment she heard the disturbance, she moved. She quickly walked to the wall, grabbed the fire axe that had been leaning in the corner the whole time, and carried it to the door. She made no unnecessary noise. Turning sideways, she pressed herself against the wall, her back against the wall beside the doorframe, and focused on listening for a few seconds. The footsteps outside continued, sometimes near, sometimes far. Only after confirming that nothing was lingering right outside the door did she carefully move her eye to the peephole. Through the peephole, the black fog in the corridor was far thicker than it had been during the day. Gray-black mist rolled and churned like a living thing, almost filling her entire field of vision. And within that surging, dense fog, shadow after shadow was moving through at high speed. They were running very fast, their forms blurred, like clusters of human-shaped outlines wrapped in fog, racing back and forth through the corridor. Some ran from east to west. Some ran from west to east. They crossed paths, brushed past one another, yet never collided and never exchanged a word. They simply ran mechanically, over and over again through the dense fog. As they ran, indistinct mutterings came from their mouths, broken, intermittent sounds, like a group of things wandering inside a dream. A thin layer of cold sweat seeped out on Zhang Bing's forehead. She pulled her eye away from the peephole and shouted a sentence toward the people behind her in a low voice. Get your weapons now. That sentence was like a bucket of ice water splashed over everyone, jolting them awake. Only then did the women, who had just been huddled in place and trembling, react. In a flurry, they grabbed whatever nearby could be used as a weapon. Steel pipes, baseball bats, small knives, fruit knives, clothes-drying poles, half-broken chair legs. Everything was a mess. Some of them were shaking even while holding them. Some were the wrong size and shape entirely, awkward in the hand. No one dared speak. Even their breathing was kept as low as possible. The footsteps outside were still continuing. Everyone held their breath and waited, their foreheads covered in cold sweat, their hearts feeling as if they might leap out at any second. At the same time, at the other end of the corridor, inside Lu Yuan's shelter, Lu Yuan had already gotten to his feet. The moment those footsteps sounded in the corridor, he had sprung up from the chair where he had been keeping watch, fire axe in hand, his whole body entering a state where he could erupt at any moment. He stood by the door, listening closely to the sounds outside. Those chaotic footsteps going back and forth didn't feel quite the same as the kind of gaze he had sensed earlier on the 17th floor. They were urgent, like something was chasing them and they were fleeing for their lives. Qiu Yuan had woken up too. The moment she heard the noise, she came out from the second bedroom, her hair a little messy, gripping that baseball bat in her hand. She stood half a step behind Lu Yuan, breathing as quietly as possible. She glanced toward the master bedroom and said in a lowered voice, Mumu is still asleep. She didn't wake up. No need to call her, Lu Yuan said. Even if she wakes up, she won't be able to help. Let her sleep. Qiu Yuan nodded and said no more. She knew Su Mumu had only come over today. Her physical strength and mental energy had both been drained to the limit. Even if they woke her up, a little girl who was both exhausted and terrified wouldn't be able to do much in a situation like this. On the contrary, she might make a sound out of nervousness and bring trouble. Lu Yuan, not waking her, was the wise choice. The two of them stood side by side behind the door, the fire axe and baseball bat one on the left and one on the right, holding their breath as they listened to the movement outside. The footsteps went back and forth, accompanied by those indistinct mutterings, near and far, like a group of things trapped in the corridor, never able to find an exit. Then, those footsteps suddenly stopped. They stopped for an instant, and immediately after that, bang, 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 urgent knocking sounded from the door panel, shaking the whole door until it quivered slightly. Then came one indistinct voice after another, squeezing in through the thick steel door, hoarse, and carrying something like a crying tone being forced out from deep in the throat. Open the door. We want to come in. Save us. Please, save us. One voice piled over another, sentence after sentence, filled with hysterical terror, as if whatever was outside the door was being chased by something unimaginably horrifying. Those human-shaped outlines wrapped in black fog crowded outside the door, shoving one another as they desperately slammed against it. Qiu Yuan tightened her grip on the baseball bat, her knuckles going white. That voice was too real. So real it sounded like someone was actually begging for help outside the door. Her legs went a little weak, her heart pounding in her chest, her breathing turning ragged. She had seen monsters, seen those things that only knew how to lunge and tear, but she had never seen a monster that knocked on doors, begged for help, and spoke in such a human voice. What the hell were these things? She subconsciously moved a little closer to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan felt the warmth of her body, leaning in. Without turning his head, he just reached out and pressed down on the back of the hand that held the baseball bat. Don't panic. They can't get in. The hand he had pressed down on relaxed a little. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath and steadied herself. Lu Yuan was right. As long as the door didn't break, they couldn't get in. Those steel bars, the anti-explosion lock core, and the reinforced fittings were all installed by his own hands, one layer at a time. Very safe. She had seen it herself. The pounding and cries outside the door went on for a long while. Those voices went from frantic to hoarse, from hoarse to gradually fading, as if some force was being stripped away from them. In the end, footsteps sounded again, scattered and distant, slowly fading away and disappearing at the end of the hallway. It was quiet. Xiao Yuan let out a long breath, her palms slick with cold sweat. Lu Yuan lowered the fire axe by half an inch, but he still did not relax his guard. He did not leave the door, and he did not put down the weapon in his hand, still keeping the posture to strike at any moment. He knew this kind of silence was not necessarily safe. Sure enough, a few minutes later, there was movement outside again. This time was different from before. Very light. So light it was as if something was slowly drifting past the door. A faint rustling reached the air, like fabric brushing against a wall, almost blending into the black silence. Lu Yuan pressed his eye to the peephole and looked for a moment. In the dark red faint light, the peephole's narrow field of view caught a few blurry figures. They were not black. They were pale, carrying a kind of sickly red, as if they had been soaked through from the inside out by something. Their pale forms drifted through the thick fog, moving slowly and stiffly, like weightless things floating in the air. When they passed the peephole, Lu Yuan felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He did not look for long. He only watched for that instant before quickly pulling back, stepping away, and standing against the wall again. Neither he nor Xiao Yuan spoke. They just stood side by side behind the door, one holding an axe and the other a bat, waiting in silence. Waiting for those sounds to slowly die down. Waiting for the thick fog outside to gradually thin. Waiting for this torturous night to finally pass. The dark red light outside the window was still hanging there, like an eye that would never close, staring coldly at every living thing in the building. Lu Yuan and Xiao Yuan kept watch until morning. The dark red light outside the window never changed, but the noise in the hallway did gradually quiet down. In the second half of the night, there was almost no sound at all. Occasionally, a gust of wind would rush up from the stairwell with a whoosh and then vanish. The two took turns dozing for a bit, neither of them really sleeping, but at least they made it to daybreak. Lu Yuan walked to the door again and looked outside through the peephole. The hallway was spotless, not to mention those eerie figures. Even the black fog that had lingered for the past few days had vanished without a trace. The view was much clearer now. He could see the red outline of the fire hydrant on the opposite wall and the emergency light that had long since broken. Aside from the still dim lighting, the entire hallway was as calm as it had been before the apocalypse. The black fog is gone, Lu Yuan said. Xiao Yuan came over and squeezed beside him to peek through the peephole. It's really all gone. Her tone carried a trace of unconcealable relief, as if a stone pressing on her chest had finally been moved away. Lu Yuan did not respond. He took his eye away from the peephole and leaned against the wall beside the door, his expression showing no sign of easing up. Xiao Yuan noticed the look on his face was off. What's wrong? Isn't the fog gone a good thing? It's not that simple, Lu Yuan said. Last time the fog cleared, it was just like this too. Xiao Yuan looked at him, and then Lu Yuan was silent for a few seconds, as if recalling something unpleasant. Then the monster showed up. Quite a few of us died in that attack. Xiao Yuan's breathing hitched for a moment. She understood what Lu Yuan meant. When the thick fog was there, those things did not come out much. Whether it was monsters or those strange figures from last night, they all seemed to be wrapped up and hidden by the fog. Once the fog cleared, they would come out. You mean the thick fog and the monsters are tied together? Xiao Yuan confirmed. When there's fog, nothing really happens. More or less. Lu Yuan nodded. When the fog is there, they don't move around much. But once it clears, they come out looking for food. Then what do we do? Xiao Yuan asked. Lu Yuan yawned and stretched. No matter what, monsters are easier to deal with than those things in last night's fog. An axe can cut them. A bat can hit them. Worst case, run faster. But those things from last night? Hell if I know what they were. I wouldn't even know where to start. He said it casually, with no real sense of tension. After hearing that, Xiao Yuan also relaxed a little. It was true. The pale, red-tinted figure she had seen in the peephole last night didn't even look like solid bodies, let alone anything else. If she really had to fight something like that, she probably wouldn't even be able to see where the opponent was. Compared to that, monsters that could run and bite were at least the usual kind of threat. All right, Lu Yuan clapped his hands. Get some sleep first. We'll go out at noon when the window opens up. We stayed up all night. If we don't sleep enough, we won't have the energy to head out later. Okay. Xiao Yuan nodded. Just as she was about to go back to her bedroom, she suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Lu Yuan, a bit of charm in the corner of her eyes. So who are you planning to sleep with? Me or Moo Moo? Lu Yuan looked at her smiling face, his gaze sliding from her slender waist all the way up, landing on those striking curves. Xiao Yuan was wearing that old t-shirt, the collar loose and hanging open, revealing a stretch of snow-white collarbone. The way she tilted her head to look at him carried the lazy, alluring softness unique to a mature woman. Her figure was already outrageously unfair, and now, in this state, she was even more sexy and tempting. Lu Yuan thought about it for a moment, stroking his chin, then smiled. Moo Moo, holding a girl feels better. Xiao Yuan huffed lightly and rolled her eyes at him. So you forget the old love once you have a new one. And I can only keep an empty bed warm by myself. Her tone was full of grievance. Lu Yuan stepped forward and reached out to hold her. Xiao Yuan did not dodge. She leaned right into his embrace, tilting her head up. Lu Yuan lowered his head and leaned close to her ear, his voice dropping a little. Don't worry. Sooner or later, I'll keep messing with you. His arm around her waist tightened a little, the warmth of his palm passing through the thin layer of clothing. Xiao Yuan felt the heat from his body, then lifted a finger and lightly tapped his chest a few times, a hint of provocation in her eyes. I'll be waiting. I hope you mean what you say. After saying that, she pulled away from Lu Yuan's arms, turned, and walked toward the second bedroom. When she reached the door, she looked back at him. The charming curve at the corner of her lips still hadn't faded. Then she pushed the door open and went in, and the door closed softly behind her. Watching her graceful figure leave, the smile on Lu Yuan's face slowly deepened. He turned and walked toward the master bedroom, pushed the door open, and went inside. The master bedroom was very quiet. The sweet-looking girl on the bed was still fast asleep. The blanket was pulled up to her chest, exposing a section of her fair, tender shoulder and her long hair scattered across the pillow. She was sleeping soundly, her breathing even, her eyelashes resting quietly, only trembling lightly once in a while. Her delicate little face carried a soft, warm glow in the dim light, as if she still hadn't fully come out of some sweet dream. She really looked beautiful. Lu Yuan walked quietly to the bedside, took off his coat, lifted a corner of the blanket, and slipped in. In her sleep, Su Moo Moo sensed the movement beside her. Half awake, she instinctively snuggled closer to him, curled into his arms, found a comfortable position, and buried her face against his chest. Lu Yuan wrapped his arms around her more tightly. The girl's body was warm and soft, like a fluffy warm cloud. When she pressed against his chest, it brought an indescribable sense of comfort. Xiao Yuan was fire, leaving a person drenched in sweat. Su Moo Moo was soft water, cool and quiet, soaking his nerves that had been taut all night until they gradually relaxed. In the apocalypse, being able to sleep with such a warm, soft body in his arms felt way too good. The master bedroom fell quiet, with only the two of them breathing evenly, rising and falling slowly in the faint light. The dark red glow outside the window was still hanging there, but at this moment, it no longer felt so cold. Lu Yuan slept deeply this time. When he opened his eyes again, it was already a little past 10 o'clock. He moved a little and felt that quite a bit of his energy had returned. The exhaustion from staying up the entire night had been washed away by more than half after this extra sleep. The softness in his arms was still there. Su Moo Moo hadn't left. He had originally wanted to let her sleep a little longer, but before he could look away, his gaze suddenly met a pair of beautiful, lively eyes. At some point, Su Moo Moo had already woken up. She lay quietly in his arms, tilting up her small face. Her big curved eyes were staring at him, carrying that unique dazed clarity of someone who had just woken up, her pupils bright and sparkling. You're awake? After being stared at by her for quite a while, Lu Yuan couldn't help smiling. Just woke up. Su Moo Moo's voice still carried the soft, milky sweetness of just waking up. It was soft and mellow, like she had a marshmallow in her mouth. After speaking, she lightly twisted in his arms again, adjusting her position. Her slender waist and soft curves pressed against him as she settled herself more comfortably into his embrace. Lu Yuan naturally tightened his arms and pulled her closer, feeling the warmth of the girl's body and the soft contact against him. It felt really nice. Su Moo Moo nuzzled around in his arms for a bit before finally speaking slowly, her voice muffled. Lu Yuan Gidge, did something happen last night? I heard a lot of noise outside. I wanted to go out and help you and Sister Xiao Yuan, but she didn't continue. Her cheeks reddened slightly, and she buried her face back into his chest. Lu Yuan knew what she hadn't said. After last night's madness, even moving a little had been hard for her. Her legs had been so weak she probably couldn't even stand, let alone helping. If she had forced herself out, she probably would only become someone Lu Yuan needed to split his attention to take care of. She was a doctor. Rationally, she knew clearly that in her condition at the time, she wouldn't have been able to help. But emotionally, she still felt a little guilty about it. Lu Yuan reached out and gently stroked her smooth long hair. His fingertips slid through the strands, smoothing them over again and again. It's fine. They were all small problems. It's safe now. Su Mumu nodded in his arms, and a little bit of guilt in her heart was gently soothed by those words. Thank you, Lu Yuan Gich. Lu Yuan lowered his head to look at her sweet face. Just as he was about to say something, Su Mumu spoke again. But Lu Yuan Gich, I'm already much better now. Later, I can go out with you guys. Lu Yuan raised a brow. You don't need to rest a little more? I'm not that weak. Su Mumu clenched her little fist and waved it in front of him. The movement was sweet and adorable, as if she were deliberately proving that she had already recovered her fighting power. Seeing her like this, Lu Yuan smiled too and reached out to tap the tip of her nose. All right, we'll see how you perform later. Su Mumu smiled and burrowed deeper into his arms again. After cuddling for a while, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered something. Go take a shower first. I feel sticky all over, and it's uncomfortable. Su Mumu fell quiet for a moment at that. Thinking about how much they had sweated last night and how they still hadn't cleaned up, she really did feel sticky all over. But after thinking about it, she hesitated and said, maybe not. Lu Yuan looked down at her. Why? Water is pretty precious right now, Su Mumu said seriously. There was a sense of frugality in her tone that she had learned over these past few days. Taking a shower is too wasteful. I'll just wipe myself off. When she said it, her expression was completely natural. It didn't seem like she was deliberately trying to please him. She genuinely thought this was the reasonable thing to do. Even though this girl used to be a pampered, rich young lady, she really was good at adapting to her environment. She knew when to carry herself with pride and when to save where she could. Lu Yuan looked down at the sweet, energetic girl in his arms, the corners of his lips curving upward. It's precious in other places. It's not precious with me. Just wash up. Use as much as you want. Su Mumu's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Lu Yuan said firmly. Would I lie to you? A sweet smile bloomed across Su Mumu's pretty face. She leaned in and took the initiative to plant a solid kiss on Lu Yuan's lips, then quickly shrank back again, her cheeks flushing slightly. Lu Yuan Gich, you're amazing. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment from the kiss. Then, seeing her delighted expression, he smiled and shook his head. Su Mumu had already sat up from under the blanket. She lifted the covers and jumped off the bed, bare feet landing on the floor. Even though she could still feel waves of soreness and pain, she endured it and turned back to give Lu Yuan a smiling look with curved eyes. Then I'm going to shower. Her voice was light and lively like a little swallow-ess. She ran 2 steps toward the door, then suddenly stopped, turned back to look at him, and added, I'll wash up till I'm all nice and fragrant. A girl's sweetness and cuteness were displayed to the fullest in Su Mumu. And Su Mumu was genuinely looking forward to it, to being able to shower as much as she wanted. To her, this was unbelievably great news. Before the apocalypse, she had been a rich young lady who loved being clean. After the apocalypse, she didn't even know how long it had been since she had the chance for something like this. Back in room 201, taking a bath had been an extremely luxurious thing. But here, she could do it whenever she wanted. How could she not be happy? Lu Yuan lay on the bed, listening to the sounds, in a pretty good mood. He turned over, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness into the depths of his mind. The panel appeared. Sign-in time has arrived. Lu Yuan silently said sign in his heart. The words on the panel flickered, and then several lines of prompts slowly appeared. Sign in successful. Obtained S rank supply. Nuclear power generator S ×1 small household model. Requires no external energy source. Runs permanently, silent design. Comes with a standard voltage conversion module. Obtained attribute point. Spirit ×1. Current spirit, 67. Talent acquired. Master level driving skills. Able to skillfully operate all common land vehicles, including special purpose vehicles and some construction machinery. Lu Yuan froze on the bed for 2 seconds. A nuclear powered generator. He sat up, opened his eyes, and looked toward the living room. Sure enough, there was an extra silver gray metal box beside the coffee table. It was not big, about the size of a suitcase. The outer shell had a matte brushed finish. On the side was a small cooling vent and several standard power outlets. Embedded on top was an LCD panel showing the current output power. A matching power cable was placed beside it. Lu Yuan threw off the blanket, got out of bed, walked over barefoot, and squatted down, reaching out to touch the metal box's casing. It was cold, with a fine texture, and the workmanship was extremely solid. He tried pressing the power button on the side. The LCD panel lit up, showing the words standby mode. Then a number popped up, 5000 W max. No need to burn fuel. No need to charge it. No need to connect to any outside energy source. It could generate electricity on its own, run forever, and was almost completely silent. A 5 kW output was not exactly huge, but it was enough to support a shelter's basic electricity needs. Lighting, charging, small appliances. And it could even power a refrigerator. The system's rewards were really getting better and better. The mysterious water tank solved the water supply problem. The nuclear generator solved the electricity problem. The basic infrastructure a shelter needed was being completed bit by him. At this pace, He could turn this apartment into a fully functional, independently operating doomsday fortress. By then, even if the outside world completely went insane, he could still live in comfort inside this place. He stood up and glanced at the second reward again. Spirit +1. He had received endurance and strength before. This was the first time he had drawn spirit. Before he even had time to think about what it did, a warm sensation had already spread out from his chest. It was different from the muscle-level heat he had felt when increasing stamina and strength before. This time it was cool and refreshing, slowly flowing down from the top of his head, like a clear stream running from his forehead, washing over every tense nerve. He closed his eyes and felt it carefully. The fatigue in his mind was fading away. His drowsiness slowly receded like the ebbing tide, and the thoughts in his head became much clearer. He had stayed on guard the entire night last night. Even though he had caught up on some sleep just now, his mind had still been a little muddled. Now, that muddled feeling had completely vanished, and even his reaction speed had become noticeably sharper. He tried quickly going through the supply inventory from the past few days in his mind. Numbers that had previously taken him a moment to remember were now spread out clearly in his head, down to the digits after the decimal point. It was like his whole body had become 2 or 3 years younger. His thinking sped up by half a beat, and his reaction sped up by half a beat along with it. This Spirit +1 was incredibly useful. Lu Yuan's mood improved even more. He looked at the third reward again. Master-level driving skills. The ability to drive all kinds of vehicles, construction machinery, and even special-purpose vehicles had all been stuffed into his brain. How to coordinate the gas and brake, steering feel, road condition judgment. It was like someone had poured more than 10 years of driving experience straight into him. Very useful. Seriously useful. Except, Lu Yuan thought about his current situation and could not help laughing. What was he supposed to drive in this building? A shopping cart? He did not even have an electric tricycle. Although he could not use it right now, sooner or later he was going to leave this building. When that time came, having master-level driving skills would absolutely be a godly ability in the apocalypse. Speeding in a car, smashing through everything in his way. Just imagining that scene felt exciting. He could not use it at the moment, but it would definitely come in handy sooner or later. Lu Yuan was very satisfied with today's sign-in rewards. That nuclear generator alone had already made it a massive profit. The stat reward and ability reward were basically freebies on top, one making his brain work better, the other paving the road for the future. Lu Yuan patted the silver-gray metal box, carefully moved it into the corner by the wall, then straightened up and looked at it with satisfaction. The silver-gray casing gave off a faint, cold gleam under the camping lamp. The mysterious water tank produced water. The nuclear-powered generator produced electricity. The two most essential things for a shelter were now both in place. Lu Yuan stretched lazily and prepared to get up for real. He planned to install the nuclear-powered generator after he got back. It would probably still be a bit troublesome, so he would need to study it first. During this window of time, it was better to go out and scavenge more supplies. Even with the system, he could not afford to slack off. Supplies were still extremely important. Humming a tune, Lu Yuan thought about life after having electricity. He would finally no longer need to replace batteries and flashlights. They could be recharged now. He could swap the cassette stove for an induction cooker. And, while he was at it, he could replace the camping lamp with a brighter LED light. Inside the apartment, he could finally turn on proper lighting too. Life really was getting better and better. At the same time, inside room 201, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Almost everyone was curled up in their own spots. Some hugged their knees in the corners of the sofa, some sat on the floor leaning against the wall, and some buried their heads in their arms. No one looked very good. Some faces were pale, some had a sickly bluish tint. No one had slept well last night. Everyone had been terrified by the sounds in the hallway. Knocking, cries for help, footsteps going back and forth. Those things had not only knocked on Lu Yuan's door, they had also knocked on room 201's door. These pampered rich beauties had reacted far more strongly than Lu Yuan. They had huddled together, clutching those ridiculous little knives and clothes-drying poles, listening to the door being hit again and again, listening to those muffled cries and pleas for help, trembling all night long. More than once, they had thought the door would be broken open and those unknown things would rush in and tear them apart. After one whole night, this group of spoiled, rich beauties and little princesses had finally truly understood what fear meant. Not the kind of fear that came from monsters. The kind of fear that came from possibly dying at any moment. The latter was 10,000 times more terrifying than the former. And through that entire night of torment, the same thought had flashed through many people's minds again and again. If only Lu Yuan were here. Although Zhang Bing was also formidable, she could fight. She dared to hold the line, and standing at the door with an axe in hand. She looked no less impressive than any man. She was still a woman in the end. On a night like this, when no one knew what was outside the door, having a man standing there gave a completely different kind of psychological security, even if he did nothing. A man could become the backbone. A man could become the pillar holding everything up. This was not some issue of female leads or not. It was something carved into human nature. More and more people were churning with the same regret inside. They never should have driven Lu Yuan away in the first place. But it was already too late to say any of that now. Fang Yaqi sat on the main sofa seat, and her expression did not look too good either. She had also been badly frightened last night. She had curled up under the blanket, covering her head, unable to sleep for half the night, with her ears constantly straining to listen to what was happening outside. But now that things outside had quieted down, she had recovered again and put on that leader's posture once more. She clapped her hands and drew everyone's attention back to herself. It's all over now. Everyone, don't worry too much. We sisters made it safely through another day. This proves that even without men, we can still do it. She spoke loudly, her tone carrying that kind of excitement that said we won. But that kind of rallying power no longer had much effect under the current circumstances. Inside the room, it was sparse and lifeless. Only a few people looked up at her, and even their eyes were dull and blank. Suwon kept her head lowered and didn't move. In her hand, she clutched the unopened pack of compressed biscuits like she was gripping the last straw. Tangshi rested her chin on her knees, her unfocused gaze fixed on the floor. Qin-yi leaned against the wall without even lifting her eyelids. No one responded. Everyone's mood was just too low. They were too hungry, too tired. They had spent the entire night on edge, barely daring to breathe. And now their stomachs were empty. All they had in hand was one shriveled pack of compressed biscuits. Even the hot pot soup bases Gulan had brought back yesterday had been finished this morning. There was even a drop left for Lu Yuan to drool over. In this kind of state, try to fire them up with a slogan was easier said than done. Fang Yaqi stood in the middle, feeling the oppressive atmosphere, and raised her voice even more. Sisters, you absolutely must not lose confidence. I know things are hard right now, but that's exactly why we need to work together with one heart. I can see the black fog outside has already retreated. There shouldn't be much danger now. Once the safe window opens, we'll head out and search for food again. When that happens, things will definitely start getting better. Fang Yaqi paused for a moment, then suddenly changed the subject. And there is something else I want to say. Certain people need to stop fawning over men all day and thinking it'd be so great if Lu Yuan were here. I'm telling you, that is absolutely impossible. If Lu Yuan were here, he'd only threaten the safety of us sisters. Driving him out in the first place was absolutely the right decision. When she got to this part, her tone turned harder, carrying a certainty that allowed no doubt. Xiao Yuan and Su Mumu are both brainless women. Following Lu Yuan, they might be already gotten wiped out by those things last night. We survived. We're way better than Lu Yuan. That actually had a bit of an effect. A few of them exchanged looks, and the regret in their eyes over driving Lu Yuan away faded a little. Tangshi thought for a moment, then said softly, "That's true. Maybe Lu Yuan's side is even worse off than us." Suwon nodded along as well, her tone carrying a note of self-comfort. If they really did get wiped out last night, then what are we regretting now? Exactly, another woman chimed in. Maybe we've been overestimating Lu Yuan. What can that lousy security guard even do? Isn't he just able to pick a lock? Right? Let us stop overthinking it and just focus on ourselves. Watching those people slowly lift their heads, watching that faint glimmer of self-persuasion return to their faces, Fang Yaqi finally let out a breath of relief. She immediately seized the chance and turned to Zhongbing. "Pass out all the instant noodles we have left. 1 pack each. Eat your fill. Then we head out to search for supplies." Zhongbing didn't say anything. She turned around, rummaged through the pile of supplies, took out the last of the instant noodles, and handed them out one by one. The moment they took the noodles, everyone's spirits recovered a little. Looking at the packs of instant noodles in everyone's hands, Fang Yaqi raised her voice again and said, "As long as we sisters stand united, we'll definitely make it through this." This time, when the slogan came out, someone finally nodded along softly. The safe window had arrived. Lu Yuan stuffed a bottle of water into the side pocket of his backpack and pulled the zipper shut. Xiao Yuan stood by the door in a neat black jacket, her hair tied in a high ponytail. In her hand was the empty bag they used for supplies, and she looked to be in pretty good shape. Su Mumu stood beside her. Although she still carried a bit of weakness from her first time with a man, her face was much rosier now, and her complexion was far better than it had been back in room 201. "Let us go." Lu Yuan pushed the door open, and the three of them filed out one after another. They had only walked a few steps when they ran straight into another group. At the other end of the hallway, Fang Yaqi had also led her all-female team out. There were a dozen or so women, scattered and ragged-looking. Every single one of them was dusty and disheveled, their spirits drained. Some had swollen eyes, some had messy hair they hadn't had time to fix, and some hadn't even put their jackets on properly, with crooked zippers hanging off one shoulder. The weapons in their hand were still the same old familiar faces, clothes-drying poles, fruit knives, thin iron rods. One looked shabbier than the next. The two groups met face-to-face in the middle of the hallway. Fang Yaqi stopped walking, her gaze landing on the three people across from her. The moment she saw Su Mumu, her beautiful eyes turned cold. Su Mumu was now wearing a clean, loose light gray hoodie. Her hair had been washed, falling soft and fluffy around her shoulders, and her fair little face carried a faint, healthy flush. Although her steps were slower than usual, and her legs still seemed a little weak, she was completely different from the dusty little girl who had curled up in the corner back in room 201. The women behind Fang Yaqi saw it too. Yuan stared at Su Mumu's freshly washed hair and that rosy face, her lips unconsciously pressing together. Tang Shi looked at the clean, tidy hoodie on Su Mumu, then lowered her head and looked at the wrinkled t-shirt she was wearing herself. Her throat moved slightly. Fang Yaqi spoke first, her voice sharp with mocking sarcasm. "Oh, isn't this the Su family's young miss? What's this? Even the campus belle of Modu has learned to throw herself at a man now." Yuan immediately followed up. "You really can't judge a person by appearances. She always looks so obedient and well-behaved, but the moment you turn around, she's crawling into a man's room. Heh, a goddess on the surface. But behind the scenes, she'll do anything for a bite to eat." Who would ve thought? Tang Shi added sourly. Hearing those words, Su Mumu's steps paused for a moment, but there wasn't much reaction on her face. She knew this bunch far too well. Arguing with them would just be a complete waste of breath. But just because she didn't talk back didn't mean no one else would do it for her. Yuan stepped half a pace to the side, shielding Su Mumu in front of her. Then she pulled out a full bottle of water from her pocket, took a pack of beef jerky from the side pocket of the backpack, and stuffed both into Su Mumu's hands. She smiled gently. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was more than enough for everyone across from her to hear. "Mumu here. Eat something, drink something. You really were worn out yesterday, and you suffered a lot. Eat a little more and build yourself back up." Su Mumu froze for a second. She accepted the bottle of water and the pack of beef jerky, glanced at Yuan's face, then at Fang Yaqi and the others across from them, and instantly understood what Yuan meant. Her eyes curved into a smile. She didn't refuse. She twisted open the water bottle and took a sip, then tore open the beef jerky packaging, pulled out a strip, stuffed it in her mouth, and started chewing, her cheeks puffing out slightly. Seeing Su Mumu start eating, Yuan smiled beside her and added, "Don't lower yourself to argue with those women with long hair and short insight. As for beef jerky and bottled water, your brother Yuan has plenty of that. Eat as much as you want. If you're tired later and head back, you can even take a hot shower and sleep comfortably. A life like this is something other people could never envy enough. It's only normal for them to be jealous." The moment those words landed, the expressions on the faces of the women opposite them looked like they had been slapped right across the face. Beef jerky, bottled water, hot shower. Every single one of those words stabbed right into their weakest spot with perfect precision. Right now, they had to split even a single pack of instant noodles and eat it sparingly. The compressed biscuits had their gums aching from all the chewing, and even drinking water had to be measured out by counting bottle caps. They could barely even remember what beef jerky looked like anymore. And a hot shower was something they didn't even dare dream about. And now, Yuan was standing right in front of them, casually stuffing bottled water and beef jerky into Su Mumu's hands, while saying that Yuan had plenty of that stuff. It was no different from a brutal direct hit. Yuan swallowed hard, her eyes locked on the beef jerky in Su Mumu's hand. She watched Su Mumu chew twice, her cheeks moving slightly, and could almost imagine that signature salty, savory flavor of beef jerky spreading through her mouth. Her stomach let out an uncontrollable growl. It was not loud, but in the quiet hallway, it sounded especially clear. Tang Shi was also staring at that bottle of water. It was a full bottle. The cap had been opened before a sip had been taken, then it had been screwed back on. The water inside was still sloshing. The water they were drinking now had to be rationed into tiny cups. They did not dare waste a single drop. A whole bottle of water placed in front of them was basically a treasure. Fang Yaqi's face turned pale, then green, then pale again. Her lips were pressed so hard they lost all color, and the hand clutching her shawl was using so much force that her knuckles had gone white. She could feel the people behind her all staring at the beef jerky and water in Su Mumu's hands. Their eyes were full of envy and jealousy they could not hide. And what hurt them the most was that Yuan was standing right there, watching all of this. Yet he did not stop Yuan. He even stuffed another strip of beef jerky into Su Mumu's hand. "Eat more. There's plenty." Su Mumu took it with smiling eyes. "Thank you, brother Yuan." The group across from them fell into collective silence. The only sounds left in the air were the faint noises of Su Mumu chewing beef jerky and whoever was swallowing their saliva. Yuan, Yuan, and Su Mumu did not bother wasting words with them either. They just left. The three of them walked with light steps, turned the corner in the hallway, and disappeared toward the stairwell. Their footsteps gradually faded, and the hallway fell quiet again, leaving only the group still standing where they were. Fang Yaqi finally snapped out of it, and the resentment she had barely forced down rose back onto her face. She glared in the direction the three had disappeared and gritted her teeth hatefully. The campus belle of Modu actually does this kind of thing? Isn't it just a few pieces of beef jerky? Was it really necessary? She could barely walk straight. Shameless. Exactly, Su Yuan chimed in, her voice dry. She is supposed to be the young miss of the Su family. Back then, the people chasing after her lined all the way to the school gates. And now she's throwing herself at someone for a bite of food. She is seriously embarrassing. She sold herself for a little beef jerky. What kind of future could a woman like that possibly have? Tangshur also added a few sour remarks. But even as they said those things, the light in their eyes kept flickering. The way Su Mumu chewed the beef jerky, the way she twisted open the water bottle and drank. Those images would not leave their minds, as if they had been carved into their brains. When she chewed the jerky, her cheeks puffed out ever so slightly. That look of satisfaction made everyone's stomach let out an uncooperative growl. At the same time, the same thought rose in all their hearts, a dangerous thought. If it could really be exchanged for food, maybe that would not be so bad. That thought was like a seed, quietly taking root in each person's heart. No one said it out loud, but everyone could feel it there. Fang Yaqi raised her voice. Stop standing around like idiots. Let's go search too. In a bit. We'll have beef jerky, instant noodles, everything. Hurry up and move. That shout snapped the others awake. The group pulled back their messy thoughts and followed Fang Yaqi toward the stairwell in a loose, scattered line. The stairwell filled with the sound of footsteps. One after another, the group filed downward, their footsteps clattering as they struck echoes through the empty stairwell. But everyone was thinking the same thing. Could they really find beef jerky? The stairwell was strangely quiet. After the huge disturbance last night, the air felt as if it had been filtered by something excessively clear. Inside the stairwell, everything was spotless. There was not even the slightest trace of lingering mist. Yuan stood at the entrance to the 18th floor and did not continue downward. He tilted his head and glanced below. The entrance to the 17th floor was just a few steps beneath him, and he could vaguely make out the sign on the door. No mist, no movement. It was so quiet that the whole building seemed to be asleep. Right now, he absolutely could go down to the 17th floor, even the 16th. But he did not take that step. Something was off. He could not say exactly what was wrong, but his instincts told him that this kind of cleanliness was itself abnormal. The black mist would not retreat for no reason, and it would not disappear forever after retreating completely. It was like some kind of breathing, rising and falling. And right now, it had fallen to its lowest point. No one knew what would come next. We're taking the 18th floor. Yuan said that, then turned and pushed open the fire door to the 18th floor and walked in. Yuan did not ask any questions and followed right behind him. Su Mumu also hurried in after them. The three vanished into the hallway of the 18th floor, and a few steps above them in the stairwell, Fang Yaqi and the all-female team were standing there, watching Yuan's choice clearly. You went to the 18th floor, Su Yuan said. Again, the 18th floor. Last time we searched forever and found nothing. Those locked doors wouldn't open at all. Are we going to the 18th floor too? Tangshur asked. Fang Yaqi frowned and glanced toward the 17th floor. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. We're not going to the 18th floor. We already searched there for so long last time. We took everything worth taking. What's left is all junk. We can't open those doors anyway. Going there would just be a waste of effort. She walked 2 steps down, stopped in front of the fire door to the 17th floor, and gave a push. The door opened. The hallway was just as clean. No black mist, no eerie figures. It was as quiet as an ordinary morning. There's no mist down here. Fang Yaqi spoke with an excited tone, as if they had discovered something new. The 17th floor was sealed off by black mist before, so we never really searched it much. Now that the mist has retreated, there have to be good things waiting for us. There might even be food inside, drinks, everything. Her voice gradually lowered near the end, because the faces behind her were all full of hesitation and unease. Su Yuan gripped the thin iron rod in her hand so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Tangshur took half a step back. She bit her lip, her gaze shifting back and forth between the hallway on the 17th floor and Fang Yaqi. Someone said softly, but Yuan said there's something wrong here. What does Yuan know? Fang Yaqi raised her voice. The mist has already cleared. You saw it with your own eyes. The hallway is completely clean. There's not even a shadow. What could possibly be wrong? No one answered, but no one stepped forward either. Fang Yaqi looked at those hesitant faces, took a deep breath, and changed her tone. Don't you want to eat beef jerky? Don't you want to eat instant noodles? As soon as those words came out, several people swallowed at the same time. The image of Su Mumu chewing beef jerky slowly surfaced in everyone's mind. That sense of satisfaction was like a hook snagging every one of their stomachs. Taking a little risk for supplies isn't a big deal. Someone muttered quietly. Yeah, no risk, no reward. If Yuan can find it, then so can we. As long as we sisters work together, we can definitely do it. More and more voices began to rise. They still trembled a little, but most of the hesitation had already been scattered by fantasies of beef jerky and instant noodles. Seeing that bit of courage rekindled in them, Fang Yaqi finally relaxed a little and turned to push open the fire door to the 17th floor. Let's go. We're going in. The group filed inside one after another, their footsteps tapping against the hallway floor as they carefully felt their way deeper into the 17th floor. More than a dozen people were crammed into a single corridor, clutching their pieces of junk, their eyes fixed ahead with both caution and desire. The corridor on the 17th floor was just as eerily clean. A dark red glow seeped in through the broken window at the far end, casting the entire hallway in shifting shadows. On both sides were tightly shut apartment doors. Some had already been broken open, while others were completely intact, like a row of silent guards waiting for them to open them. Fang Yaqi walked at the very front, her steps quick and urgent, as if she were competing with someone. As she walked, she said, "Search carefully. Don't miss a single door. There's definitely good stuff in here." The footsteps behind her followed closely, echoing through the quiet corridor and scattering into a mess of broken sounds. No one noticed that behind one half-closed door deep in the hallway, something moved ever so slightly. The corridor on the 18th floor was very quiet. Yuan brought Yuan and Su Mumu to a stop in front of a tightly shut security door, then skillfully broke the lock and went inside. The first household did not have much. The refrigerator was full of rotten, fresh food, and a sour stench hit them in the face. All three frowned at the same time, but they still managed to find some supplies in the cabinets. 2 packs of hanging noodles, 1 bottle of soy sauce, 1 bag of salt, several cans of luncheon meat, and half a bag of unopened rice. Yuan glanced over them. It was not much, but better than nothing. The three of them stuffed whatever they could carry into their bags. The backpacks had only just covered the bottom, not even halfway full. "Let's go, next one," Yuan said. The second household was obviously much wealthier. The moment they pushed open the door, they could already see several bags of snacks scattered across the coffee table in the living room, along with 2 unopened boxes of chocolate. Yuan quickly walked into the kitchen. After opening the cabinets, her eyes lit up. "There's so much stuff here." Yuan walked over and took a look. Everything in the cabinets was neatly stacked. 3 bags of rice, 10 kilograms each. 2 bags of flour. 2 large jugs of cooking oil. All kinds of seasonings. In the corner were several cases of bottled water and some snacks, self-heating rice, hot pot meals, and the like, piled up like a small hill. Was this family running wholesale or something? Su Mumu crouched nearby, rummaging through the boxes, her voice full of surprise. "Who cares? Take it first," Yuan said as he emptied out all the backpacks and started stuffing things inside. Yuan and Su Mumu also opened their bags and crammed in everything they could fit. The three of them worked busily for quite a while. Every backpack was swollen, so full the zippers looked ready to burst, and they were even carrying several tote bags in their hands, each one stretched to the brim. Even their waist packs were stuffed with a few bars of chocolate. "Let us eat something first." Yuan opened a box of self-heating rice, added water, and waited for it to heat up. Yuan opened one too, while Su Mumu tore open a bag of mixed nuts. The three of them squatted beside the coffee table and had a simple extra meal under the dim yellow light of the camping lamp. After eating, Su Mumu narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. "We got this much stuff from just one trip down here. Brother Yuan, you're amazing." Her eyes were sparkling with admiration as she looked at Yuan like a little fangirl. There was even a grain of rice stuck at the corner of her mouth, and she did not notice at all. Yuan was just starting to find it a little funny and was about to say something when his senses suddenly stirred. His brows instantly furrowed. There was movement outside the door. It was very light, like something slowly moving along the floor, dragging against it and making a faint rustling sound. Ever since his perception had been enhanced, he had become especially sensitive to this kind of detail. The sound was light, but he heard it clearly, and it was getting closer to the door. "Wait," Yuan said in a low voice. But it was too late. Su Mumu had already stood up. In a good mood, she joked as she walked toward the door, all packed up. "Let us go." She grabbed the doorknob and smilingly pulled the door open. In the darkness outside, a twisted black shadow had already taken shape, aimed directly at the doorway, as if it had been lying in wait there all along. The instant it saw the door open, the thing suddenly raised its head. A deformed face with features almost impossible to make out split open into a deep gash in the dim light and lunged straight at Su Mumu. "Watch out." Yuan took one huge step forward, moving so fast that even he was a little surprised. He wrapped an arm around Su Mumu's waist and yanked her hard backward. The two of them fell back together. Su Mumu staggered from the pole and crashed into his arms as they both hit the floor. But the arm Yuan had stretched out to shield her did not have time to pull back. The black shadow's sharp claws raked across his forearm, leaving a glaring, bloody gash as blood instantly seeped out. Su Mumu fell to the ground, but reacted quickly. She immediately propped herself up and retreated backward. Yuan also flipped back to his feet in one motion. His left hand had already grabbed the fire axe leaning against the wall. Blood was dripping from the wound on his right arm, but he did not even glance at it. His gaze was locked tightly on the doorway. A monster was standing there. The moment Yuan saw it, his heart sank. He had seen plenty of monsters before, but at least they had still kept a rough human outline. A head was still a head, limbs were still limbs. Even if they were rotten beyond recognition. You could still tell they had once been human. But the thing in front of him had completely lost all human shape. It looked like a lump of flesh that had been crushed and then randomly kneaded back together. Limbs stuck out from different angles, some long, some short. Something that could barely be called a face was squeezed onto one side of its body. Its eyes were unevenly placed to the left and right, and its mouth was where the neck should have been. It stood in the doorway with its head tilted and the mouth on its neck slowly split open, revealing ring after ring of teeth inside. What is that thing? Yuan's voice trembled, and she gripped the baseball bat in her hand so tightly her knuckles nearly turned white. Su Mumu had also stood back up. Her face was pale, but she did not scream. She simply pulled out the fruit knife she always carried from her pocket and held it tightly, her fingers going white at the joints. Yuan stood in front of the two of them, staring coldly at the mass of flesh in the doorway. His voice was as steady as stone. Who cares what it is? Kill it. Before he even finished speaking, he had already charged out. He swung the fire axe high, putting his whole body into the strike as he hacked at the lump of flesh. He was much faster than before now, and his strength had gone up by an entire level. The monster did not even have time to react before the axe blade was already buried in the side of its body. Blood sprayed out and splattered across the wall. The thing let out a piercing screech, and its twisted limbs lashed out fiercely. Yuan twisted to the side and dodged, then followed up with another axe swing, chopping into one of its legs. The thing staggered, and at that moment, Yuan's baseball bat came swinging in from the side and slammed hard into its face. Knocking it back 2 steps, Su Mumu seized the chance. Her fruit knife stabbed precisely into the spot beside its neck, then dug in hard. 3 against 1. A few seconds later, that mass of flesh had already collapsed to the ground. Its head was smashed to mush by Yuan's final axe strike. Blood spread all over the floor, and the stench of it quickly filled the air. Yuan took 2 breaths, then lowered his head to look at the corpse on the ground. Only after confirming that it was no longer moving did he lower the axe. It's nastier than before, but its combat strength is about the same. Still manageable. Su Mumu had already come over. Looking at the wound on his arm that was still bleeding, her eyes reddened at once. Brother Yuan, I'm sorry. I was useless. I got you hurt. I'll bandage it for you. As she spoke, she started rummaging through the bag for gauze. Yuan lowered his head and glanced at the cut on his forearm. Blood was still running down, but the wound was not deep. To him, it really was not a big deal. The injuries caused by these monsters would not spread a virus the way zombie wounds did. It was just an ordinary flesh wound. It's fine. Just a small cut. Yuan flexed his fingers and confirmed that his arm could still exert force normally. Don't bandage it yet. Let us move first. This place isn't safe. Su Mumu bit her lip, but she didn't act delicate about it. She nodded. Okay. The 3 of them quickly hoisted their bulging backpacks. Yuan walked in front, gripped the fire axe tightly, and pushed the door open as he stepped out. Then he stopped. In the hallway, in those dark corners that had originally been empty, lumps of flesh and blood were writhing. From the shadows, in the corners of the walls, from the cracks, in the ceiling, from the gaps in the floor, those sticky things kept gathering as if they were growing out of the ground itself, condensing on both sides of the corridor into twisted outlines. 1, 2, 3. They kept taking shape. At least 7 or 8 flesh and blood monsters had risen from all directions. They tilted their heads, split open the mouths, growing in different places on their bodies, let out a series of muffled hisses, and closed in on the 3 people in the middle of the hall. Yuan tightened her grip on the baseball bat. Su Mumu clenched the fruit knife. Both of them retreated behind Yuan. Yuan turned the fire axe halfway in his hand and gripped it tightly. His gaze swept across the row of twisted, foul-smelling flesh in front of him, and the corners of his mouth pressed into a flat line. Today, he stepped forward. The axe blade gleamed coldly under the dark red daylight. It was time for slaughter. Meanwhile, down on the 17th floor, the all-female team was immersed in the joy of a bumper harvest. Over here, there's instant noodles in this room. Tang Shi pushed open a door and cried out in surprise. I found canned food over here, and luncheon meat. Suwon's voice rang out as well. She ran out of another room, holding several metal cans, her eyes shining. I found drinks too. They're expired, but they should still be okay to drink. Someone else shouted, carrying several unopened bottles of juice in her hands. The supplies on the 17th floor were indeed much more plentiful than those on the 18th. Those rooms that had previously been sealed off by the black fog, places no one had ever entered, revealed the stock hidden inside after the fog dispersed. Instant noodles, canned food, seasonings, emergency rations, and someone even dug out a whole box of compressed biscuits. They were incomparably better than the junk left over on the 18th floor. The all-female team, morale soared. Suwon hugged those cans and smiled, so hard her mouth almost wouldn't close. Tang Shi stacked the instant noodles into a pile, as if she were holding a little mountain of gold. Lin Mushiwe even found several vacuum-packed, braised eggs. She tore one open on the spot and shared it with everyone to try. when the salty, savory taste spread in their mouths. Several people showed expressions at the same time as if they had finally come back to life. Fang Yaqi stood in the middle of the hallway, looking at the bustling scene of everyone moving supplies, the corners of her mouth raised high, hands on her hips. I told you, as long as us sisters stay strong, we'll definitely keep surviving. With this many supplies, we'll have enough to eat for quite a while. Facts have proven that we don't need men at all. The moment her words fell, Zhang Bing, standing beside her, suddenly frowned. Zhang Bing didn't teach here long. Holding the fire axe, she stood at the entrance of the corridor, her eyes fixed on the dark red shadows deeper within the hallway. She felt that something was off, but she couldn't explain exactly what it was, like the faint vibration frequency in the air had changed, like something was gathering from all directions. Stop searching, Zhang Bing suddenly said, her tone urgent. We need to go. Now. Fang Yaqi had been smiling, but when she heard that, her smile stiffened. Why? There's still time. We've only just started searching. This place isn't right. Zhang Bing cut her off. Something is going to happen. Withdraw now. The smile hadn't fully left Fang Yaqi's face yet. She looked at the supplies in her arms, then at the sisters in the hallway, who were still busy and having the time of their lives. What could happen? It's so safe here. The fog is already gone. Just then, a female team member came running out from the depths of the hallway, holding a pack of something high in her hand, her face full of the wild joy of someone who had just won the lottery. Beef jerky. I found beef jerky. Ha ha ha. We can finally have a good meal later. Holding up that pack of beef jerky like a trophy, she ran toward the crowd, her face bright with a radiant smile. Then, crack. The sound was crisp, like biting through a thin cracker. Her smile was still on her face. Her body was still running forward, but her head was already gone. A bloody maw lunged from behind her and bit off her entire head in one bite. She didn't even have time to let out a scream. The pack of beef jerky slipped from her loosened hand and hit the ground with a smack. Her headless corpse staggered forward another 2 steps, then crashed heavily onto the floor. Blood gushed from the severed neck, splattering the people standing closest to her all over their bodies and faces. Everyone froze. The cans in Su Wan's hands fell to the ground with a clang. Tang Shi's eyes widened into circles, as if she had seen something she simply could not comprehend. That headless corpse was still twitching. The flesh at the severed neck turned outward, and dark red liquid slowly poured from it, spreading across the gray-white floor in a widening pool. And the culprit was now stepping out of the darkness at the far end of the corridor, one step at a time, the smiling head still clenched in its mouth, chewing with crunch after crunch as if savoring some delicacy. Even from several meters away, they could hear the sound of teeth grinding through bone with perfect clarity. That cracking, sticky sound made everyone's stomach churn. It was a completely deformed flesh and blood monster. Its body was 2 to 3 times larger than the ones on the 18th floor. Its entire body was covered in a layer of sticky black membrane, and countless eyes bulged out from every angle, constantly rotating. Move, quick! Zhang Bing's voice shattered the dead silence. She was the first to snap back to her senses. She charged forward a step and hacked viciously at the tentacle the monster had extended, while shouting at the top of her lungs, "Run!" That shout was like a needle piercing everyone's frozen terror. And then came the screams. One after another, endless screams rang through the entire hallway. Su Wan turned and ran. The canned food in her arms all spilled onto the floor, and she didn't even care to pick them up. Tang Shi threw away the stack of instant noodles in her hands and scrambled toward the stairwell. Lin Muxue dragged Lin Mushuang by the hand and ran with all her strength. The two of them nearly tripped over each other and fell. Everyone ran like mad toward the end of the corridor, their footsteps chaotic like a flock of sheep being driven. Zhang Bing swung the fire axe and held the rear. The monster's tentacles lashed over again and again, and she split them apart again and again. She realized she couldn't kill this thing at all. She could only fight while retreating, hack it back once, retreat 2 steps, hack again, retreat again. Another female team member was too slow. Her foot caught, and she fell heavily to the ground. Before she could prop herself up on her elbows and get back up, a twisted claw reached out from the darkness, grabbed her ankle, and violently dragged her into that dark red shadow. What followed was a heart-rending scream. It lasted less than 2 seconds before it abruptly cut off, as if something had strangled it. Then only the sound of chewing remained. The rest ran even faster. Their footsteps overlapped into a chaotic drumbeat in the stairwell, and no one had the spare attention to care about anyone else. Some fell and got back up and kept running. Some threw away everything in their hands just to run 1 step faster. Some were crying, some were shouting. Su Wan wailed as she ran, sobbing uncontrollably, her lips trembling and her voice completely out of control. The all-female team desperately charged into the stairwell and rushed upward without stopping. When they reached the stairwell on the 18th floor, the first thing they saw was a floor covered in monster corpses. Black, crimson, sticky liquid had pooled across the floor, and the air was thick with a foul, bloody stench. 7 or 8 blood-and-flesh monsters lay scattered in pieces on the floor, some split clean in half. Some with their heads smashed in, some with their limbs severed and strewn aside. The corpses were piled on top of each other, like a small slaughterhouse. And in the middle of that field of bodies stood one man. Lu Yuan. He was soaked head to toe in blood. His black tactical jacket was covered in dark red stains, some already dried, some still dripping. Blood had splattered across his face too, streaking down along his jaw and into his neck. In his right hand, he held a fire axe. A chunk of flesh and sticky black liquid hung from the blade, dripping from the axe head one drop at a time onto the floor. He stood there breathing slightly hard, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the group coming up from the stairwell. Everyone in the all-female team froze at that exact moment, even forgetting to run. Su-won stood with her mouth open, her breathing stuck in her throat. Tang Shi went rigid on the spot, her eyes so wide they looked ready to fall out. Lin Muxu gripped Lin Mushuang's hand so hard that both of their fingertips dug into each other as flesh, but neither of them felt the pain. They looked at the pile of corpses, then at Lu Yuan standing in the middle of it all, and the same thought filled every one of their minds. He killed every monster on the 18th floor by himself. That thought sent a chill racing down everyone's back, and it was completely different from the fear before. This was something deeper than fear. Awe. For the first time, they truly realized that the man they had driven out back then was far beyond anything they could understand. Lu Yuan was too strong, but there was no time to think about it. A howl came from the 17th floor, where those twisted masses of flesh were already charging down the stairs. Footsteps and sticky crawling sounds mixed together, getting closer and closer. Run. Lu Yuan didn't waste any words. He grabbed Xiao Yuan with one hand and Su Mumu with the other, then turned and rushed upstairs. The all-female team snapped back to their senses too, hurriedly continuing upward. The stairwell was packed with chaotic footsteps and heavy panting. When they reached the corner between the 17th and 18th floor stairwells, Lu Yuan saw Zhang Bing. She was backed against the wall, a fire axe held across her front as she blocked a monster lunging at her. Her left shoulder had already been torn open, blood soaking half her clothes. One of the monster's tentacles had wrapped around her ankle, while another was raised high, ready to smash down on her head. Zhang Bing's face was already a little pale. It was obvious she was at the end of her rope, but the axe in her hand was still gripped tightly. With no sign of her letting go, she was fighting with everything she had, but that monster clearly wasn't going to give her much more of a chance. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate. He took the last few steps in a single burst, swung the fire axe in a full arc, and, using the momentum of his charge, hacked it hard into the monster's head. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The monster's tentacles convulsed a few times, and the one wrapped around Zhang Bing's ankle slowly loosened. He followed up with another strike, splitting the thing's head clean in half, then reached out and grabbed Zhang Bing's arm. Move! Zhang Bing froze for a moment. She looked up at Lu Yuan, and a flicker of brief confusion appeared on that usually cold face, as if she hadn't expected him to save her. But she quickly came to her senses and used the force of his pull to stand. Lu Yuan supported her as they ran upward. Zhang Bing's shoulder was still bleeding, but her pace didn't slow. Fang Yaqi and the rest of the all-female team had already reached the stair landing on the upper floors. Su-won was still crying. Tang Shi's screams had turned into breathless sobs, and everyone was charging upward with everything they had. Zhang Bing's gaze paused for a moment on the figures ahead, then drew back, her lips pressed into a tight line. Lu Yuan didn't have time for anything else. He just kept running with Zhang Bing. He didn't have much goodwill toward the others in the all-female team, but toward Zhang Bing, he had always felt pretty good. This woman didn't talk much, did things neatly, and never made trouble the way that bunch did. He could tell Zhang Bing was different from Fang Yaqi and the others. She was just taking money to do a job and following orders. She was a professional bodyguard, hired by Fang Yaqi. Fang Yaqi had helped her a lot before, even saved her mother. For that debt alone, Zhang Bing would take on any order and endure any hardship. Lu Yuan had already seen it during those 7 days in room 201. Zhang Bing often frowned in private, clearly disagreeing with many of Fang Yaqi's decisions. But she never said a single extra word. She just carried them out in silence. She was already a quiet person to begin with, and she owed a life debt besides. For her, speaking up an objection was harder than fighting. But at the end of the day, she was different from Su-won, Tang Shi, and the others. At least she was doing her own job. So Lu Yuan wouldn't just stand there and watch Zhang Bing die to those monsters. In the apocalypse, someone like Zhang Bing, with that much combat strength, was extremely important. The iron door on the 21st floor was right ahead. Lu Yuan supported Zhang Bing up the last few steps. Su Mumu had already run to the door first, opened it, and slipped inside. Xiao Yuan followed right after. The two of them made it into the shelter, and Lu Yuan brought Zhang Bing in with them before slamming the door shut behind him. Click! The bolt locked into place. Then came the dull thunk of steel bars sliding back into their grooves, one, 2, 3, all of them locking into place. Lu Yuan leaned back against the door, catching his breath, listening to the sounds outside in the stairwell. Those howls, crawling sounds, and the sticky scrape of flesh against the floor all stopped at the 20th floor. They didn't keep chasing upward, as if they had stopped before some invisible boundary, then gradually withdrawn, growing farther and farther away until they vanished below. The 21st floor was temporarily safe, but no one in the shelter relaxed. As soon as she got through the door, Su Mumu rushed to the waterproof box in the corner and dumped out all the emergency medical supplies inside. Gauze, iodine, tourniquets, alcohol pads, suturing thread, tweezers, and scissors spread across the floor. Her movements were fast and precise, and her hands were steady as she tore open the gauze. "Brother Lu Yuan, sit down first," she called without even looking up, then turned to Zhongbing. "Sister Zhongbing, your shoulder is the worst. I'll treat yours first." Zhongbing sat down against the wall. Her shoulder was still seeping blood, and her face had already gone pale. Su Mumu crouched beside her, used scissors to cut open the clothes over her shoulder, and exposed the shocking wound beneath. The flesh was torn open, the edges jagged, deep enough to see bone. Su Mumu frowned a little, but her hands never stopped moving, cleaning, disinfecting, applying medicine, suturing. The whole process flowed smoothly, her fingers steady as if she had done it 10,000 times. Lu Yuan sat on the folding chair opposite her, while Qiu Yuan knelt beside him with a wet towel, wiping the blood and grime from his face and hands. His injuries weren't serious, mostly superficial wounds. The cut on his arm had already formed a thin scab. But after Su Mumu finished with Zhongbing, she still came over and re-bandaged him once more, wrapping it up neat and tidy. After more than an hour of busy work, Su Mumu finally finished treating both of their wounds and sat down on the floor, letting out a long breath. "For now, it's stable." She looked at Zhongbing's shoulder. "The wound is deep. I've stitched it up, but you need to be careful for the next few days. Don't let it split open." Zhongbing nodded and said nothing more. She sat there, her shoulder wrapped tightly in gauze. The blood on her body still hadn't been cleaned off, but that indifferent expression had already returned to her face. She looked at Lu Yuan, stayed silent for quite a while, then asked, "Why did you save me?" Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair, a fresh bandage wrapped around his arm. After hearing the question, he glanced at her and replied in a flat tone, "You helped cover our retreat." "Naturally. I couldn't just ignore that." Zhongbing fell silent for a moment. She knew very well that he had said help cover our retreat, not help cover their retreat. Back in the stairwell, the all-female team and Lu Yuan's group of 3 had run separately. But when she blocked the corner and hacked at that monster, she had actually sealed off the entire stairway entrance. She and T just stopped the monster chasing the all-female team. She had also blocked the few chasing Lu Yuan's group. No matter who she had originally meant to stop, the result was that she had bought time for everyone. At the time, she had already stopped planning on leaving alive. The wound was too deep, and she had lost too much blood. She figured she wouldn't be able to hold on until the 21st floor. What she had been thinking then was just that every extra second she could hold them off was worth it. Even dying together with that monster would been worth it. But Lu Yuan had dragged her out. She was silent for a few seconds, then her lips moved. "Thank you." Then she pushed herself up with the wall, moving very slowly. The wound on her shoulder was pulled, and she frowned, but didn't make a sound. Watching her stand up, Qiu Yuan asked, "You're still going back?" Zhongbing nodded. "Yeah, she saved my mother." She only said one sentence, but both Lu Yuan and Qiu Yuan understood. Fang Yaqi had saved her mother. That debt of gratitude weighed on her so heavily that she couldn't refuse any order, even one she disagreed with from the bottom of her heart. Lu Yuan looked at her and didn't try to stop her. No outsider could really persuade someone about this kind of thing. The reason was hers, and the choice was hers too. The only reason Zhongbing had held on until now was because she was repaying a debt. No one had the right to say anything about it. But Su Mumu spoke up. "It's still too dangerous outside right now, and your injuries are serious. The wound was just stitched up. You can't be moving violently. If you go back now and run into something, you might not even be able to run." Zhongbing glanced at the door, then at the thick layers of gauze around her shoulder. She stayed silent for a long time, then sat back down. "Okay," she said. Qiu Yuan dug out a clean towel from the supplies pile and handed it to her. "Wipe the blood off first, then change into something clean. I'll get you a glass of water." Zhongbing took the towel and quietly said, "Thanks." She sat there, and for once, a trace of exhaustion showed on her usually indifferent face. Her gauze-wrapped shoulder drooped slightly, like someone who could finally sit down and catch her breath. After the door to room 201 closed, the room fell into dead silence. After the last person staggered in, the click of the lock settling back into place seemed to linger for a long time, as if someone had hit slow motion on it. No one spoke. Everyone just stood where they were. Some leaned against the wall, some collapsed directly onto the floor, and some had their legs give out and dropped to their knees, unable to even crawl back up. Su Wan sat on the floor with her back against the leg of the sofa, both hands braced on the ground. her fingers still trembling. Her head was lowered, her gaze unfocused, falling on the patch of floor in front of her feet, but she wasn't really looking at anything. There was still blood spattered on her body and on her face too. A dried drop clung to the corner of her mouth, and she hadn't wiped it away. Tangshur was curled up in the corner, hugging her knees with both arms and burying her face in them. Her shoulders kept jerking, but her sobs were muffled. Only those thin, suppressed breaths leaked out from between her knees and chest. Someone was still dry heaving. There hadn't even time to throw up while they were running back. Now that they had stopped, the churning in their stomach came surging back. Squatting on the floor, they made the kind of sound that made other people feel sick just hearing it. But nothing came out. There was nothing in their stomachs to throw up. Dead. They were really dead. Two living, breathing people, right in front of them, only a few meters away, had their heads bitten off in a single bite and were dragged into the darkness and torn apart. When that female member had run over holding the beef jerky, she had still been smiling, that bright, radiant smile of "I found something good." Then, with a crunch, everything was gone. All that was left was the sound of chewing, the sound of bones breaking. That wet, sticky noise of teeth grinding through flesh and blood could still be faintly heard even through several flights of stairs. It drilled into everyone's ears, impossible to shake off no matter what. Lin Muxua sat across from the sofa, hugging her knees. Her lips were so pale they held no color at all. Her eyes stared straight ahead, pupils dilated, as if she were still looking at that scene in the 17th floor hallway. Beside her, Lin Muxuang gripped her wrist. She herself was shaking too, but she held on tightly, as if she were clutching the one thing keeping her from sinking under. He leaned against the wall. She wasn't crying, and she wasn't speaking. She was just squatting there, both hands hanging at the sides of her knees, gaze lowered to the floor. A piece of shredded flesh was stuck to the sole of her shoe. She didn't know whether it was human or monster, and she hadn't noticed. She just stayed there, motionless. At this moment, no one said anything anymore about sisters united in heart. No one shouted anything anymore about being some grand female lead. Those fantasies and slogans they had once clung to had shattered in that single crunch in the 17th floor hallway, more cleanly than that head had. They finally understood. This was not some apocalypse where being together as sisters meant you could survive. This was a real, brutal apocalypse where you could die anytime, anywhere. Those monsters wouldn't spare you because you were pretty. They wouldn't let you go because you had tens of millions of followers. They wouldn't spare you because you were kind. They wouldn't let you live because you were beautiful. They only cared about one thing: whether you could run fast enough, whether you could hide well enough, and whether there was anyone by your side who could pull you along. And just now, no one could pull those two girls along. They were dragged away just like that, only a few meters away. Fang Yaqi was in the master bedroom. The door was closed. She sat alone on the floor at the end of the bed, her back against the bedside, knees drawn up, both hands resting on them, head lowered. Her long hair hung down, covering most of her face. Her cashmere shawl was hanging crookedly off her shoulders, one side slipping all the way to her elbow, and she didn't bother fixing it. She wasn't crying. Her eyes were dry, but those eyes that always carried that I'm a celebrity shine were now filled with nothing but fear. The kind of overwhelming fear that drowned her from head to toe. She curled up there, her back pressed to the bed frame, as if trying to squeeze her whole body into the corner. Her fingers were twisted together so tightly that her knuckles had turned white. She remembered that scene in the 17th floor hallway. That female member had run over holding the beef jerky, smiling brightly, and then her head was gone. She thought of herself. If the one running last just now hadn't been those two girls, if the one step slower had been her, she didn't dare imagine it. But inside Lu Yuan's apartment, it was a completely different scene. Xiao Yuan busied herself in the kitchen for a while. The pot on the portable gas stove bubbled with steam. She mashed together the ingredients they had just scavenged and cooked a pot of piping hot noodle soup. She sliced a few pieces of luncheon meat into it, then tossed in a handful of dried scallops to bring out the flavor. It was simple, but the aroma filled the entire room. Food ready. Xiao Yuan set the bowls and chopsticks on a coffee table and called out. Su Mumu was the first to hurry over. She crouched beside the coffee table, sniffed hard, and a satisfied expression spread across her face. Lu Yuan also walked over and sat down, picking up his chopsticks. Zhang Bing sat on the folding chair across from him, looking at the steaming bowl of noodle soup in front of her. Oil shimmered on the surface, with bits of luncheon meat floating inside. The fresh scent of dried scallops mixed with the fragrance of chopped scallions and rushed straight at her. The fingers holding her chopsticks tightened slightly. Back in room 201, she and T had a proper hot meal in days. The compressed biscuits had made her gums ache from chewing, and even instant noodles were rationed 1 pack per person, with the soup having to be shared. But here, a bowl of hot noodle soup was set right in front of her, with meat, dried scallops, and chopped scallions in it. As the steam rose, it made her eyes sting. She lowered her head and didn't start eating right away. Xiao Yuan sat down beside her with her own bowl in hand. Seeing that she wasn't eating, she asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Zhang Bing's voice was a little hoarse, but her tone stayed as flat as ever. I just didn't expect I'd still be able to eat something like this. After saying that, she lowered her head, picked up a mouthful of noodles, and put them into her mouth. The hot broth slid down her throat, and warmth slowly spread from her stomach. She chewed a few times, swallowed, then picked up another bite. Su Mumu sat across from her, holding her own bowl and sipping the soup in small mouthfuls. She narrowed her eyes with a smile as she looked at Zhang Bing, but said nothing. After eating more than half the bowl, some color finally returned to Zhang Bing's face. She set down her chopsticks, and her gaze accidentally swept toward the kitchen. Then her whole body paused for a moment. Yuan was washing dishes in the kitchen. The faucet was running, and the rushing stream of water washed grease off the bowls and plates, splashing up tiny droplets. In the quiet room, the sound of running water was especially clear, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. After Yuan finished washing the dishes, she rinsed the pot again, then turned off the faucet, her movements casual and relaxed. Zhang Bing stared at that faucet for a long time. She knew that over at room 201, the water had already been cut off long ago. Every faucet in the hallway was dry. When you turned one on, all that came out was a gust of air that smelled like rust. Every day, they had to measure out their drinking water in little cups. Water was even scarcer than food. But here, Yuan turned on the faucet to wash vegetables, then rinsed the pot afterward. The water rushed nonstop, without pausing for even a moment from beginning to end. Zhang Bing glanced once more toward the bathroom. When she had come in earlier, she had already seen that Su Mumu seemed to have gone to the bathroom and come out after taking a shower. Zhang Bing turned her head and looked at Yuan. Yuan was leaning back in his chair, drinking the last mouthful of noodle soup, looking completely at ease. You. Zhang Bing hesitated for a moment. Where did your water come from? Yuan set down his bowl and answered casually. Connected to the building's water supply pipes. Zhang Bing fell silent. She was a professional bodyguard, not a plumber or electrician. But after following Fang Yaqi around for all these years and dealing with all kinds of places and buildings, she still had basic common sense. A building's water supply relied on the rooftop water tank working together with the underground pump room, and the pump room needed electricity to run. Otherwise, the water pressure wouldn't be enough to bring water up at all. The whole building had lost power long ago. There was no way the pump room was still operating, even if there was some leftover water in the tank. It couldn't possibly be drawn from the faucet like this, much less with enough pressure for the water to come pouring out in such a strong stream. She looked at Yuan and didn't press further. She could tell that Yuan had no intention of explaining. He had only answered offhandedly, as if he didn't want to waste any more words on the subject. But Zhang Bing knew very well that this wasn't something as simple connected to the water supply pipes could explain. There had to be something behind it that she didn't know, and in this man's hands was power far beyond what she had imagined. But Zhang Bing wouldn't ask. Some things just shouldn't be asked about. After all these years working as a bodyguard, she had long since learned that lesson. After the meal, once the bowls and chopsticks had been cleaned up, Yuan walked to the corner of the wall and carried that silver-gray generator into the middle of the living room. The box wasn't large, but wasn't light either. When he set it down on the floor, it made a dull thud. Yuan, Su Mumu, and Zhang Bing all looked over with curiosity, especially Zhang Bing. She had noticed this box earlier, but hadn't asked about it. Now that Yuan had brought it out on his own, her eyes locked onto it. Yuan opened the lid, revealing the silver-gray machine inside. Its shell had a matte metallic finish. On the side were cooling vents and power sockets, and on top was an LCD panel. The design was clean and sharp, and at a glance, it didn't look like anything ordinary. Yuan leaned in for a closer look and recognized it. A generator? Yuan nodded. Su Mumu's eyes lit up at once with excitement. Brother Yuan, you're amazing. You actually found a generator. Does that mean our apartment is going to have electricity? Her voice was soft and sweet, full of expectation, giving Yuan a huge amount of emotional feedback. Right now, the apartment mostly relied on candles and camping lanterns. They could barely provide lighting, but that dim, gloomy feeling always made people feel stifled. If there were electricity, if the lights came on, then this would finally feel like a place people could really live in. Only then would it truly feel like a shelter. But Zhang Bing poured cold water on it from the side. It's not that simple. A generator needs diesel to produce electricity, and the daily fuel consumption isn't small. If you keep it running continuously, you'll have to find more fuel again before long. She paused, then added, in this building, diesel is an extremely valuable resource. Finding even a few barrels is already very difficult. Once it's burned up, it's gone. Her words were like a bucket of cold water splashed down. The smile on Su Mumu's face stiffened slightly, but she still looked at Yuan expectantly. Yuan didn't argue. After listening, he actually smiled instead and turned to look at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing, do you know anything about electrical wiring? Zhang Bing was slightly stunned, not expecting him to ask that. She was silent for a moment, then nodded. A little. As a professional bodyguard, the range of things she had been trained in was far broader than that of an ordinary person. plumbing and electricity, first aid, basic building structure, simple equipment repair. These were all part of professional training. She was an expert, but connecting electrical lines and running wires was still something she could do. Help me connect the wiring for the whole apartment to the generator. As Lu Yuan spoke, he pulled over the main power cable and handed it to her. Zhang Bing took the cable and didn't ask any unnecessary questions. She crouched down and began checking the wiring layout inside the distribution box. Using the tools she carried with her, she opened the main breaker and connected the main power cable to the reserve interface on the generator. Her movements were clean and efficient, every step steady. Xiao Yuan handed her tools from the side, while Su Mumu held up a camping lantern to help with the lighting. Working together, the group stayed busy for more than half an hour before the entire apartment's electrical wiring was finally fully connected. Zhang Bing checked all the connections once, confirmed that there were no mistakes, then stepped back 2 paces and looked up at Lu Yuan. It's done. She thought Lu Yuan would add diesel to the generator next. She was even waiting to see which corner he would pull a barrel of diesel out from. But Lu Yuan didn't. He walked up to the front of the generator and reached out to press the power button on the side. The LCD panel lit up, and a line of text appeared, starting up. Immediately after that came a few faint ZZT sounds, very light, like the tiny vibrations of electric current passing through wires. There was none of the deafening roar a diesel generator should have made. And the lights came on. The camping lamp overhead was still a warm yellow, but the brightness had clearly jumped up by a whole level compared to before. Even the long-forgotten LED tube light in the corner flickered twice, then steadily gave off white light, illuminating the entire room until it was bright and clear. Right after that came a soft ding, and the air conditioner panel on the wall lit up, displaying a string of numbers. The small mini fridge sitting empty in the corner also gave off the humming sound of its compressor starting up, and a temperature reading appeared on its LCD screen. The whole apartment had power again. Zhang Bing stood where she was, as if her whole body had been nailed in place. She looked at the bright lights overhead, then at the generator running quietly, then at Lu Yuan. A freshly lit cigarette was pinched between his fingers as he leaned against the wall. A faint hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, like he was asking, well? She walked over to the generator and crouched down beside it, inspecting it carefully. There was no fuel tank opening, no exhaust pipe, none of the cooling fans a diesel engine absolutely had to have. The whole machine was so quiet it was like a stone. Only the small LCD panel on the side showed the output wattage shifting slowly, indicating that it was supplying stable power. Whereas the diesel? She heard herself ask, her voice carrying a dryness even she hadn't noticed. Whereas the power mode? Lu Yuan exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone casual. It's a new type of energy. Black tech. Doesn't need diesel. Zhang Bing fell silent for a few seconds. She looked at the silver gray machine, then at Lu Yuan. Then she stood up, took 2 steps back, and let her gaze rest on him for quite a while. Amazing. She only said those 2 words and asked no more. She was a smart person. She knew Lu Yuan's explanation was just a brush off, and she also knew the origin of this thing was definitely nowhere near as simple as he made it sound. But she understood even more clearly that some things should not be asked about. Su Mumu was already overjoyed at the side. She ran over and touched the number buttons on the air conditioner panel, then ran to pull open the mini fridge door, feeling the cool air flowing out from inside. Turning around, she skipped back toward Lu Yuan. Brother Lu Yuan, there's really electricity now. The air conditioner works, and the fridge works too. You're amazing. She wrapped herself around one of Lu Yuan's arms and looked up at him, her eyes so full of admiration it was almost overflowing. Her decision really had been right, to give everything to Brother Lu Yuan with all her heart. Brother Lu Yuan was worth it. Water and electricity. Back when she was in Unit 201, that had been something she never even dared imagine. And now, Brother Lu Yuan had made all of it happen. Xiao Yuan also walked over and stood beneath the bright lights, a relaxed smile hanging at the corner of her lips. She reached out and touched the LED tube light overhead. The light passed through the gaps between her fingers, casting scattered little shadows across the floor. Before, she had felt that in the apocalypse, just being alive was good enough. It didn't matter whether things were bright or not. But at this very moment, when the entire room was filled with bright light, she realized just how much she had missed this feeling of normalcy. Lu Yuan felt the same way. Leaning against the wall, he looked at the brightly lit room, the running fridge, the glowing panels, and felt deeply at ease. He took one last drag from his cigarette and stubbed it out in the ashtray. Outside the window, the dark red glow of the sky still hung there, but inside, things were already different. The moment the lights came on, this shelter truly became a place where one could live at ease in the apocalypse. And as Zhang Bing watched all this, her eyes were full of mixed emotions. She thought of Fang Yaqi, who wanted to openly and secretly fight against Lu Yuan. She thought of the current situation in Unit 201. She let out a deep sigh. Her spoiled young miss was really far too overconfident. Meanwhile, the world inside Unit 201 was the complete opposite of Lu Yuan's bright apartment. Almost everyone was still sitting on the floor, keeping the exact same posture they had when they fled back. No one had changed position. Yuan sat leaning against a sofa leg, knees drawn up, trembling slightly. Tang Shi had curled herself into the corner of the wall. Qin Yi leaned against the wall, her gaze resting on the floor, vacant like two cameras without focus. The Lin sisters, Lin Muxue and Lin Mushuang, were squeezed together. The younger sister's head rested on the older sister's shoulder, and the older sister's arm circled the younger sister's waist. Neither of them spoke. A suffocating silence filled the air, as if some invisible thing was pressing down on the entire room, making even breathing difficult. No one stood up. No one spoke. No one tried to sort through the supplies they had brought back. The instant noodles, canned food, and compressed biscuits had all been thrown in a messy pile by the door, just like the beef jerky that female member had dropped that day. No one would pick them up. Fang Yaqi did not come out. The master bedroom door remained shut the whole time, and not a single sound could be heard from inside. Normally at a time like this, she would have already stood up clapping and shouting slogans. But today there was none of that. This glamorous big star could no longer shout any slogans now. Yuan sat in her usual corner. In her hand, she held an unopened compressed biscuit, her fingertips rubbing against the edges of the wrapper. She had been observing the whole time, waiting the whole time, waiting for those hysterical emotions to settle down, waiting for the screaming and crying to die away, waiting for everyone to enter a near-numb state of silence. Now, the time had come. Everyone. Her voice was not loud, but in the quiet of Unit 1, it was especially clear. Everyone's gaze slowly lifted and gathered toward her, all of it falling on Yuan. Yuan put down the compressed biscuit, sat up a little straighter, and looked levelly at the people present, her tone steady. I know what just happened gave everyone a huge scare, and we lost 2 members. I'm also deeply heartbroken, but no matter what, we need to pull ourselves together. By now, everyone should understand that we're surviving in the apocalypse, not attending a party and not playing house. If we want to stay alive, then we have to recognize this reality. Her gaze swept across everyone's faces. She saw some people nodding slightly, some people's lips twitching, some people looking away like they were trying to avoid something. She continued, when it's time to lower our heads, we have to lower them. You should all have seen Yuan's strength by now. He is strong, very strong. Only by attaching ourselves to him do we have any chance of surviving in this apocalypse. This is our only chance. After she said that, the room stayed quiet for several seconds. Then someone took a light breath, like the first reaction after something had finally been laid bare. Someone lowered her head, lips pressed tightly together. Someone grabbed the corner of her clothes, fingertips turning white. No one refuted her. Every word Yuan said struck directly at the reality of their situation. In truth, they had all vaguely thought of those things already, but none of them had the courage to say it out loud. Now Yuan had put it right on the table. No one could avoid it anymore. They had no choice but to face it. Yes, they needed Yuan. They needed a man, not just his lockpicking skills or his combat ability. They needed him as a whole, that very presence of his that could calm their hearts in the middle of fear. That man who could stand at the very front and block the monsters for them. But then the problem came. Back then, they had voted against Yuan and driven him out, even cheering to his face that he was finally gone. And now they want to turn around and say they wanted to depend on him. Would he accept them? Everything they had done back then, everything they had said, every single act and every single sentence was still sitting there. They could not deny any of it, even if they wanted to. And they had seen Yuan. They had seen Su Mumu. After following Yuan, Yuan and Su Mumu really were living well. As for what price they had paid, everyone had seen it with their own eyes. When Su Mumu walked, her legs were still a little weak. One had once been a famous socialite in Modu, the other the campus belle of Modu. In order to gain Yuan's acceptance, they had given themselves to him as well. Everyone present was either a little princess pampered by her family, a rich young lady, a Modu celebrity, or an internet influencer with tens of millions of followers. When had they ever imagined bowing their heads to a man before, let alone becoming someone's appendage? But if they didn't lower their heads, what else could they do? Keep going like this. Watch the supplies get used up little by little. Watch the monsters grow more and more numerous, more and more powerful. Watch the people around them disappear one after another. Next time, or the time after that, who would die? Would it be Yuan? Would it be Tang Shi? Would it be herself? No one knew the answer. The room sank once again into that heavy silence. After Yuan said what needed to be said, she didn't continue pressing them. She picked up the compressed biscuit in her hand again, tore open the wrapper, took a bite, and chewed slowly, leaving the silence for everyone to think things through on their own. That sentence was like a seed buried deep in everyone's heart, slowly beginning to sprout. Some lowered their heads and clenched their fists so hard their knuckles turned white. Some gently bit their lips, the corners of their eyes glistening with moisture. But they didn't cry. Some looked toward the doorway, their gazes complicated, as if repeatedly weighing something deep inside their hearts. After everything was done, Zhang Bing still left. Before leaving, She stood at the door with the bandages around her shoulder wrapped tightly, but her back was perfectly straight. She looked back at Lu Yuan and said only one sentence. I'm going back. Lu Yuan didn't stop her, leaning against the wall. He looked at her expressionless face and asked, You're sure? Zhang Bing nodded, her tone calm. I swore to my mother that I would protect her forever. That one change. After saying that, she gave no further explanation and showed no hesitation. She turned, pushed the door open, and walked out. The door closed softly behind her, and her footsteps gradually faded down the corridor, disappearing in the direction of room 201. Lu Yuan returned to the master bedroom, preparing to rest. After yesterday's turmoil, tonight was very quiet. The lights were already on. The newly connected electrical circuit had finally freed the room from its previous dim gloom. Lu Yuan lay on the bed with his hands behind his head, looking at the ceiling as he went over everything that had happened today in his mind. The flesh and blood monster, the encirclement, the chase in the stairwell, and those two girls taken downstairs by the all-female group. Lu Yuan had already learned that those two girls had been brutally slaughtered by the monsters. Those bloody, twisted things beyond human understanding were constantly emerging inside this building. At first, those monsters had only been zombie-like things. They were terrifying, but at least they were still understandable and still vaguely human-shaped. But now, those dark shadows in the corridor that could knock on doors, speak, and cry for help. And those completely inhuman masses of flesh from today, they were far more terrifying than the previous monsters. A question suddenly occurred to him. What had the world outside this building become by now? Was it also filled everywhere with things like this? This dark red sky, this endless darkness, these flesh aggregates that ate people. Was there really still any hope of surviving in an apocalypse like this? Lu Yuan closed his eyes for a moment. He didn't know the answer. At this point, all he could do was take things one step at a time. Anyway, with the system in his hands, there was no need to worry. If he kept lying low in the building and signed in bit by bit, his chances of survival were still very high. Just then, the master bedroom door was pushed open. A beautiful figure appeared in the doorway. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and looked over, then froze slightly. Su Mumu stood there with one hand gripping the doorknob, half her body leaning into the room, looking at him with shy eyes. She had just taken a shower, and her hair still held a trace of dampness, fluffy as it spilled over her shoulders, making her delicate little face look especially fair and clean. But what truly made his gaze stop was what she was wearing. She was no longer in the pure and youthful JK uniform from the daytime, but in a lace nightgown, thin, black, with slender straps resting on her shoulders, the neckline cut into a shallow curve that revealed a stretch of pale, tender collarbone underneath. The hem barely covered the tops of her thighs, leaving her two straight, slender legs completely exposed, glowing with a soft sheen under the bedroom light. The lace trim wound along the edge of the skirt, faintly revealing the warm tone of the young girl's skin beneath. Lu Yuan recognized this lace nightgown. It wasn't Su Mumu's. It was Qiu Yuan's. So the little girl had secretly put on a married woman's sexy outfit. Huh? Still, it had to be said, Su Mumu wearing Qiu Yuan's lace nightgown, that pure and lovely face paired with the impressive figure faintly visible beneath the lace, gave her a completely different kind of charm. Pure, yet full of desire. Quite a player. Qiu Yuan had probably taught her too. Brother Lu Yuan, can I come in? Su Mumu tugged at her skirt hem as she asked shyly. Seeing Su Mumu like this, Lu Yuan naturally felt his blood heat up a little as well. The corners of his lips curled upward. Of course you can. Okay. Su Mumu responded in a sweet, soft voice, then walked in barefoot, swaying her waist as she moved with graceful steps. She had only just reached Lu Yuan's bedside when he suddenly reached out and yanked her fiercely into his arms. Ah, Brother Lu Yuan. She wanted to say something more, but her lips were already sealed by a kiss, and her whole body went limp right in Lu Yuan's embrace. What followed was another bout of madness. 2 hours later, Su Mumu, drenched in fragrant sweat, had fallen into a deep sleep. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was still quite energized. Su Mumu was a soft and delicate young girl. Being with her didn't feel all that tiring. Instead, there was a strangely healing feeling to it. Just watching that breathtakingly pretty face of hers make all kinds of expressions was enough to brighten his mood considerably. As expected of a doctor, in every way, she could heal people. When Zhang Bing pushed open the door and entered room 201, everyone in the room instantly lifted their heads to look at her. Sister Zhang Bing. Su Wan was the first to cry out, her voice filled with unbelievable delight. You're still alive. She braced herself against the wall and stood up. Her legs were still a little weak, but the tension in her expression had clearly eased by a lot. Tang Shi also lifted her head. Her eyes were still red, but the moment she saw Zhang Bing standing in the doorway, they lit up for an instant. Qin stood up from the floor and looked Zhang Bing up and down, as if confirming whether she had really returned in one piece. They had all thought Zhang Bing had already died at the hands of the monsters. They never expected her to come back. Naturally, they were overjoyed. Sister Zhongbing is amazing. Su Wan's tone carried exaggerated admiration. She actually managed to escape from those monsters. I knew it. Sister Zhongbing would definitely be fine. Yeah, Tang sure chimed in. Her voice was still a little hoarse, but she looked much more spirited than before. I already thought Sister Zhongbing was even stronger than Lu Yuan before, and now it really looks that way. With Sister Zhongbing here, we'll definitely be okay. Sister Zhongbing held the rear by herself, and still came back unscathed. That is way too strong. As expected of a professional bodyguard. Yeah, we've got Sister Bing here. What monster should we be afraid of? Several women crowded over all at once, chattering over each other as they surrounded Zhongbing and showered her with praise. Right now, in their eyes, Zhongbing was the very definition of a tough woman. There are strong women like Zhongbing among us too. She is no worse than Lu Yuan. It was as if they had grabbed onto a drifting log and were clinging to it for dear life. Zhongbing stood in the middle of the crowd without replying. Thick gauze was wrapped around her shoulder, and some blood had seeped through the edge of the bandage. She sat down against the wall, moving very slowly. The wound pulled at her, but she only frowned a little. Only after the chattering voices quieted down a bit did she speak. Lu Yuan was the one who saved me. Her voice was low, her tone flat, as if she were stating something very simple. But after those words fell, it was as if someone had hit mute in the room. Every smile froze on everyone's faces. Su-Wan opened her mouth, her voice dry. What? I blocked that monster in the stairwell, but I couldn't beat it. Zhongbing's tone stayed calm. Lu Yuan rushed down from the 18th floor, split that thing open with an axe, and pulled me out. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the stunned faces. Then he took me back to his shelter and bandaged my wound. Without him, I'd already be dead. The room went quiet for a few seconds. It felt like the temperature in the air had been drained away. Tiny changes crossed everyone's faces in that instant. The corner of Su Wan's mouth twitched, like she wanted to say something but swallowed it back down. Tang sure lowered her head, her gaze landing on the tips of her own shoes. The joy from a moment ago seemed to have been swept away completely. Zhongbing looked at their expressions and added, I'm not as good as Lu Yuan. Never will be. Her tone was still flat, but there was no hint of modesty in it. It sounded more like she was stating an objective fact. She had seen Lu Yuan's shelter with her own eyes. She had seen the lights, running water, and plenty of food. She had seen the calm on Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu's faces, a kind of stability she had never seen before in her life. The gap wasn't just a little. It was heaven and earth. How could she possibly compare? So, Zhongbing said, stop saying that. No one spoke again. That warm feeling of shared pride was doused out completely by those words. Even Zhongbing herself admitted she couldn't compare to Lu Yuan. What was there for the rest of them to say when they were even further behind than Zhongbing? Gulan walked over from the corner. She stopped in front of Zhongbing and examined the wound on her shoulder from top to bottom. The bandaging was very professional, the gauze neat, the wrap tight and clean. You've already been to Lu Yuan's apartment? Gulan asked. Zhongbing nodded. They helped bandage me there. A faint glint flashed in Gulan's eyes. She had always wanted to know what Lu Yuan's apartment had developed into, and every time Lu Yuan, Qiu Yuan, and Su Mumu appeared, they all looked so well that she had vaguely formed a guess. But she never knew the exact situation. How was it over there? Gulan asked very softly, as if she were afraid of disturbing something. Su-Wan cut in from the side. Probably just a little more food than 201. What can a broken apartment develop into? The others all looked at Zhongbing too. Those gazes carried curiosity, anticipation, and a trace of unease, as if they had already vaguely sensed that the answer would not be good. Zhongbing spoke slowly. Lu Yuan connected the building's water pipes. Turn on the tap, and water comes out. He also has a new energy generator. No diesel needed. All the lights in the apartment work, and the fridge and air conditioner can run too. She paused. Her tone is flat, as if she were stating something unrelated to herself. Medical supplies, food, and other supplies. He has plenty of them over there. After just a few sentences, 201 fell silent, as if all the air had been sucked out of it. Someone's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. Chini's cup slipped out of her hand with a thud and rolled twice before stopping. She didn't pick it up. Lin Muxiue gripped her younger sister's wrist so hard her knuckles went white. She looked like someone had struck her from behind with a stick. Tang Shi leaned against the wall, staring blankly, as if she were trying to process information far beyond what she could understand. Plenty of food and supplies. They could guess that much. After all, Lu Yuan always showed up with abundant supplies, and the rosiness on Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu's faces couldn't lie. But water and electricity? In the apocalypse, power and water were cut off. That was common sense. The building had long since shut down. The pipes were dry, the wires dead. When you turned on a faucet, all you got was a mouthful of rusty air. When you flipped a switch, the lights didn't come on. They had long accepted those things as some of the most natural truths in the apocalypse. But now Zhongbing was saying that Lu Yuan's place had water. had electricity, could use the air conditioner, could run the fridge, could take showers, and could light the room. Yuan was the first to break the silence. Her voice was dry, carrying a stubbornness she herself didn't quite believe. Sister Bing, you're not lying to us, are you? How could that be possible? The building's water and electricity were cut off long ago. Tang sure chimed in too, speaking very fast. Yeah, how could that be possible? The power system's already dead. Without electricity in the pump room, there's no way water can even get up here. How could he possibly? He can't be some kind of magician, can he? Several women rushed to speak at once, as if clinging to the last straw. They were using doubt to resist a reality they didn't want to accept. Zhang Bing waited until they had all finished, then raised her eyes to those anxious faces and said calmly, "Do you think I lied to you?" Those words weren't heavy, but they blocked every doubt like a wall. That was true. No one would doubt Zhang Bing. In all of 201, anyone could lie, but Zhang Bing wouldn't. She never said useless things, and she never made up lies. Every word she said was true. If what Zhang Bing said was true, Yuan slowly sat down on the floor again. Only one thought kept echoing in her mind. Water, electricity, air conditioner, fridge, bright lights. While she was chewing compressed biscuits and counting bottle caps to ration her water, Yuan was turning on taps, turning on the air conditioner, and leaving all the lights on, while she was arguing with someone over half a pack of instant noodles until her face went red. That place had a fridge stuffed with food, and they could even take hot showers. Suddenly, the compressed biscuit still in her mouth tasted bitter and dry, like a thick layer of dust had stuck to her tongue. At that moment, she seemed to think of something and said, "If Yuan can connect the building's pipes, so can we. If he can find a generator, so can we. What are our sisters worse than Yuan at? What he can do, we can do too." Someone agreed at once. "Juan and S, right, we can do it too. We just never tried before. If we give it a shot, maybe we can." Leaning against the wall, Zhang Bing looked at Yuan with faint eyes. Her tone was so flat there wasn't even a trace of mockery in it, and that made it all the colder. Yuan can do it because he is strong. He is very unusual, and he has his own methods. And you? You can't even find a pack of instant noodles. What makes you think you can do it? Yuan was left completely speechless by those two sentences. Her lips moved a few times, but in the end she couldn't say a single word. The other women also fell silent. When Yuan had just said that, there'd even been a flash of light in some eyes, as if she had really moved them. But after Zhang Bing dropped those two sentences, that tiny bit of light went out again. Zhang Bing pulled her gaze back from Yuan and continued, "I don't think I could do any of that. Water and electricity being cut off, those aren't things you can solve just by scavenging. The pipes are all broken, the pump room has no power, and the water supply system collapsed a long time ago. I know this building situation better than any of you. If you think you can do it, go ahead and try. But I can't." The reason she sounded so certain was because she had actually tried long ago. After the water was cut off, she had tried fixing the pipes, tried pumping water by hand, tried climbing up and down the pipe shaft looking for an access point. She spent a full 2 days on it, and it was all useless. Once the water was cut off, it was cut off. This wasn't the kind of problem that could be solved just by looking around a little. As for why Yuan could do it, she didn't know. She really didn't know. There was something about that man she simply couldn't understand. That mysteriousness made her feel like she was looking at something that shouldn't exist in this world. She looked at the lowered faces in front of her and said nothing more. She had already said everything that needed to be said. Room 201 fell into deep silence once again. This silence was different from before. The earlier silence had been fear, shock, and the numbness of not having recovered yet. But this time, the silence carried something even heavier. It was the gradual collapse of their worldview. Soft, pretty girls could survive in the apocalypse too. They could survive without men too. Now, reality had completely slapped them in the face. There was no doubt about it. Yuan was operating on an entirely different level. The gap was too huge. So huge that they didn't even have the strength to feel jealous anymore. Gulan sat in the corner, looking at those faces full of shock and confusion, and gently shook her head. She had guessed long ago that there was something unusual on Yuan's side, but even she hadn't expected it to be to this extent. Being able to solve water and electricity in the apocalypse was completely beyond her imagination. Just how had Yuan done it? At that moment, someone suddenly glanced toward the master bedroom and asked in confusion, "Yaqi's been staying in the room ever since she came back. What's wrong with her?" "No idea. She feels kind of weird. Nothing happened to her, right?" Yuan didn't stay in Su Mumu's tender embrace for long. He got out of bed, left the master bedroom, and came to the living room. The lights in the living room were on, making the whole place bright. The newly connected circuit had completely driven away the old gloom of the shelter. The LED light tubes clearly illuminated the outline of every single thing. Yuan looked at the room full of light, thought for a moment, then reached out and switched the lights off. The camping lamp lit up again. Its warm yellow glow shrank back to its original range, casting most of the room back into shadow. Even though they now had water and electricity and no longer needed to be stingy like before, he still felt it wasn't a good idea. In this pitch-black, gloomy world, Keeping bright lights on all the time probably wasn't anything good. Better to be careful. Lu Yuan lay down on the living room sofa, resting both hands behind his head, staring at the shadows on the ceiling in a slight daze. The room was completely quiet, with only the almost inaudible faint electric hum of the nuclear generator running. He went over the current situation in his mind. The shelter had water, electricity, and food. The stockpile was enough to feed 3 people for a while. Now that there was electricity, the refrigerator could run, and the food could be stored even longer. The mysterious water tank supplied water steadily every day, and the nuclear generator never stopped. Bit by bit, he had transformed this apartment into a small fortress. It wasn't completely impregnable, but in the entire building, it was absolutely the safest corner. With the system in hand, there was really no need to panic. All he had to do was check in every day, build up little by little, and deal with whatever came. Lu Yuan got up and walked over to the window again. The apartment he lived in was a luxury unit with huge floor-to-ceiling windows. There was also a balcony outside. In the past, this place had always been covered by curtains, out of fear of some strange, bizarre thing outside. But today, Lu Yuan walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and gently pulled the curtain open a little. He wanted to see the world outside. He opened the curtain and looked out. The sky was still dark red, oppressive and hopeless, as if there wasn't a trace of life left. The outside world was still as silent as death. There wasn't the slightest movement. Back when Lu Yuan didn't have night vision, the most he could see when looking outside was just a stretch of pitch-black darkness. Now that he had night vision, he could make out some rough shapes and outlines. But he lived on the 21st floor, so he still couldn't see that much. Looking downward, everything was basically covered in thick black fog, and nothing could be seen clearly. Lu Yuan could only look straight ahead. Not far in front of him stood another towering building. It wasn't an apartment building. It was an office building. Before the apocalypse broke out, there had been plenty of office workers inside. As for what it was like now, he had no idea. The office building also had floor-to-ceiling windows, and behind one of them, there seemed to be a figure reflected there. It looked like there was a person standing inside the office building, looking toward him as well. Lu Yuan wasn't scared, because he didn't think that was a person. He had seen that figure long ago. Back when he had first entered this apartment and looked outside, he had already seen it. Although that figure looked a lot like a person, Lu Yuan felt it probably wasn't one. After all, it had been there all this time without ever moving, like a statue, just standing there, staring this way, without shifting even the slightest bit. So Lu Yuan judged that it was probably a mannequin, or maybe just a piece of clothing or something like that. He didn't take it to heart. Things outside still weren't something he should stare at too much. After taking a brief look, Lu Yuan closed the curtain and came back. He sat back down on the living room sofa and continued waiting. The time on his phone quickly jumped to 12 o'clock. The panel deep in his mind appeared right on time, a translucent light screen floating in the dark void. Check-in time has arrived. Lu Yuan silently said in his heart, check-in. The words on the panel flickered, and then lines of prompts slowly appeared. Check-in successful. Obtain supplies. 1A rank mechanical equipment. Obtained attribute point, strength +1, current strength, 89. Obtained trait, true silver knight's blood, S rank. Your blood gains a holy purification attribute, causing 200% suppression against all unclean things. Unclean things will instinctively feel fear and avoid you when approaching. Passive trigger. Lu Yuan looked at the lines on the panel, and his thoughts spun rapidly. First was the attribute point. His strength had increased by another point, and his body was already very close to the upper limit of a normal person. Combined with the constant improvements in endurance, spirit, and strength, he was now more than one level stronger than he had been at the start of the apocalypse. In every aspect of physical ability, he had already surpassed ordinary people by a huge margin. Then there was that mechanical equipment set. He stood up and walked over to the coffee table. Out of nowhere, a black metal case had appeared in the open space of the living room. The case was noticeably larger than the previous supply boxes, and its surface had a matte coating. Several simple mechanical patterns were engraved into the corners. I'm translating the passage now, keeping the original paragraphing and trimming only the non-story chatter. Next, I'm preserving the system item names and making sure the English reads like natural web novel prose. Lu Yuan crouched down and flipped open the lid. Inside, several items were neatly arranged, their metal surfaces glowing with a cold, eerie sheen beneath the black velvet lining. On top lay a battle saber. The blade was just over 1 meter long. Its streamlined edge reflected a dark silver chill, and near the hilt, a few fine mechanical grooves could be seen, as if something inside could drive the blade from within. Lu Yuan picked it up and tested the grip. It was lighter than he had expected, and the curve of the handle fit his palm perfectly, as if it had been custom-made for him. He gave a practice swing, and the blade cut through the air with a crisp whoosh. It felt great, and it was extremely sharp. The force it could unleash was also enormous. Its unique mechanical structure could let Lu Yuan explode with 7 to 8 times his normal strength. With one slash now, he should have no problem cutting down that flesh monster from yesterday. Below the battle saber were two compound bows of different designs. One was entirely silver-white, with fine blue patterns on the limbs, as if electricity were slowly flowing inside it. The other was dark red, with a faint warm glow hovering over the surface of its limbs. Lu Yuan picked them up and weighed them. Neither was heavy, and both felt smooth in his hand. If this mechanical compound bow really did not require much strength from the user, and only needed someone who could aim to shoot, then for a team that currently had no ranged attack methods at all, it was like timely aid in a snowstorm. And the introduction said that these two compound bows were one electric and one fire-based. The arrows had hidden energy and did not need to be loaded to unleash this power. That was unquestionably strong. At the bottom of the box were two more sets of things, a few thin metal plates with intricate patterns on the surface, like some kind of wearable armor components. Lu Yuan picked them up and examined them. They felt ice cold, and the part that touched skin had a soft cushioning layer. He did not know how they were supposed to be worn. These were mechanical alloy protection kits, but the system description said that once worn, they would detect external attacks and automatically defend against them, which sounded a lot more reassuring. Lu Yuan put the battle saber back in a box, closed the lid, and sat against the coffee table for a while. The moment he got this set of equipment, his combat ability leaped up several levels. Before, he had relied entirely on a fire axe to hack his way through. It could still work, but it had major limitations and a low ceiling. Now that he had this mechanical battle saber and two compound bows, he had both ranged and melee options, and that protection kit was basically an extra life. Then there was that S-rank trait, blood of the true Silver Knight. Lu Yuan felt a warm current surge through his body. A sacred golden glow rose in his blood, then quickly returned to normal. Other than that, he felt nothing at all. A deterrent against filthy things. He was not too sure what filthy things specifically referred to. Did those flesh monsters count? What about the black shadows in the hallway that could speak? Were those pale, red, drifting figures from last night? The system did not give a specific definition, only saying that all filthy things would fear him. That range could be as broad or as narrow as it wanted. If it really worked on monsters, then it would be like he walked around with a built-in intimidation aura. If it only worked on certain types, then the effect would be relatively limited. But he was not in a hurry. An S-rank trait. The system would not casually hand out something useless. As for when it would come into play and how useful it would be, he would know when the time came. What mattered most right now was this mechanical equipment. With this mechanical equipment, Lu Yuan's next exploration of the building would also be much more convenient. Just as Lu Yuan was thinking about all this, he suddenly froze. An indescribable feeling crept up from his back, like someone was brushing a gaze across his skin. His whole body stiffened for a split second, then he suddenly twisted around, his eyes locking precisely onto the floor-to-ceiling window. The curtains were drawn. The thick fabric covered most of the glass, leaving only a narrow slit. Outside that slit was a dark red sky and billowing black fog. Aside from the hazy light of day, nothing could be seen, but he could feel it. That pressure of being watched, of being locked onto from far away, kept surging in through that narrow gap. He did not hesitate. He pulled the mechanical alloy battle saber straight out of the box, stepped to the floor-to-ceiling window in one stride, and yanked the curtains open. The outside was empty. The dark red sky hung overhead like a frozen old photograph, while black fog slowly rolled through the air. The world outside the building was still that dead, gray, desolate scene, with no living thing moving anywhere. The opposite building stood dozens of meters away in the fog, its glass curtain wall reflecting a murky glow in the dim light, just as quiet as it had been a few days ago. Lu Yuan's gaze quickly swept across every floor of the building opposite. From the top floor to the bottom, he scanned each one in turn, fast and precise like a scanner. No silhouettes, no signs of movement, no abrupt black spots. He narrowed his eyes and checked again. Still nothing. Was it an illusion? Just as he was about to look away and close the window, his pupils suddenly contracted. On one of the floors of the building opposite, the 19th floor, something behind that window was gone. That black shadow was gone. The black shadow that had stood inside the building, silently staring over here for more than 10 days, was gone without a trace. At that moment, Lu Yuan felt a jolt of alarm. He hurriedly drew the curtain shut and stepped back. Even after stepping away, he still felt a lingering chill. At first, he had always thought that was just a piece of clothing or mannequin. So if that thing really was a person, or some kind of monster, then it was deeply unsettling. Not that having a monster was in itself so terrifying. It was that the black shadow gave off a different feeling. It did not seem like an ordinary monster. It was watching everything, watching Lu Yuan and everyone else, as if it were watching a show, or perhaps watching some kind of performance. That kind of thing was extremely frightening. Whether it was human, monster, or something else, its intelligence had to be very high. It had probably been in control of everything all along. The reason it disappeared now? Lu Yuan had already guessed it. Blood of the true Silver Knight. Lu Yuan obtaining blood of the true Silver Knight might have far exceeded that monster's expectations. and even made it feel fear, which was why it disappeared. Interesting. As expected, nothing the system rewarded would be bad. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. He did not need to worry too much either. If trouble came, he would deal with it. With the system here, as long as he quietly kept signing in, nothing would go wrong. No matter how messy those things were. Could they possibly be stronger than the system? In a corner of 201, a few people were sitting together. Su Wan, Tang Shi, Qin Yi Lin Mushiwa, and Lin Mushuang were huddled in the relatively quiet corner beside the sofa, speaking in low voices. The others were sprawled out on the other side, and nobody noticed them. The door to Fang Yaqi's master bedroom was still shut. A thin line of light leaked through the crack, but there was still no sound of it opening. Su Wan spoke first, her voice very low but her tone anxious. Sisters, about the current situation, you should all understand by now. Fang Yaqi has already shut herself off from everyone, so we can't count on her. If this keeps up, we'll still be gnawing on compressed biscuits every day until we run out of food and starve to death. Su Wan's words were like a cold iron sheet pressed against everyone's chest, making those fair-skinned rich girl princesses shiver at the same time. If this had been a few days ago, they definitely would have scoffed at something like that. Back then, they still thought they could find food, and they also thought someone would definitely come rescue them. But after watching 2 living people die right in front of them over the past 2 days, after that chase in the 17th floor corridor, every last fantasy had already been crushed by reality. No rescue was coming. Food would not appear on its own. They really could starve to death in this room. Lin Mushiwa's voice trembled slightly. Then what were we supposed to do? After she asked that, the others fell silent for a few seconds. No one answered. What options did they even have left? They couldn't find supplies when they searched. They couldn't beat the monsters. And even Zhongbing had said he wasn't as strong as Lu Yuan. Right now, the only thing they had left as a resource, other than themselves, was nothing at all. Su Wan looked around, gritted her teeth, and seemed to make up her mind. The only way now is Lu Yuan. He has far more food and water than we do. Lu Yuan? Lin Mushiwa, his eyes lit up slightly, as if she had heard something hopeful, but then dimmed again. Her older sister, Lin Mushuang, picked up the conversation in a more practical tone. We treated him like that before. He definitely won't give us anything. So what? Su Wan snorted, folded her arms, and lifted her chin slightly. We really did wrong him before, but that was before. Now we just go apologize, right? We've already apologized, so what else can he do? No matter how capable he is still just a security guard. If we give him a way out, he come running back, wagging his tail. She said it as if it were only natural, her tone carrying the meaning that her apology was already an enormous act of grace. As if Lu Yuan were just standing there waiting for them to generously offer him a chance at forgiveness. Lin Mushiwa frowned, her voice quieter now. That doesn't sound right, does it? Lu Yuan doesn't seem to have any reason to forgive us. Why wouldn't he? Tang Shi took over. She had been sitting to the side without saying anything this whole time, but now she raised her head, her tone carrying the arrogance of someone who had always been pampered. No matter how capable Lu Yuan is, he still just a security guard. We're the residents. We're his superiors. If this were before the apocalypse, he wouldn't even be qualified to carry my shoes. Now, he just got a bit of dumb luck and really thinks he can go to heaven? She paused, and a trace of contempt entered her voice. As long as we give him a little sweetness, he come crawling back to serve us? At worst, we can give him some promise. For example, if he is willing to come back and serve us, then I'd be willing to let him become one of my pursuers. Back then, the people who wanted to chase me could line up all the way from school to the school gate. Other people didn't even get that chance. For a little security guard like him to be singled out by me is already a huge honor. When she said that, she sounded completely matter-of-fact, without the slightest sense that anything was wrong with what she was saying. There really had been a lot of people chasing her before. So many that she had gotten used to that pattern where all it took was a nod from her and men would throw themselves at her. Even though the world had changed now, her way of thinking was still stuck in the old world. The Lin sisters exchanged a glance, both with complicated emotions in their eyes. The older sister pressed her lips together and said nothing. The younger sister lowered her eyes, her fingers lightly twisting the hem of her clothes. Neither of them responded. Su Wan clapped her hands once, as if settling the matter. All right, does anyone want to go try first? She glanced at Tang Shi. Tang Shi looked back at her. The instant their eyes met, both understood exactly what the other meant. They wanted the other to go first and be the one to bow her head. Both of them kept their chins up, and neither spoke first. To them, lowering their heads to Lu Yuan was far too humiliating. The sisters kept their heads lowered and said nothing either. Just as the silence seemed about to drag on, Qin Yi suddenly spoke. I'll go try in a bit. Her voice was not loud, but it was steady. Everyone turned to look at her, surprise and shock in their eyes. Qin Yi sat up a little straighter and lightly bit her lower lip, as if confirming her decision to herself one more time. Su Wan froze for a moment, then smiled. Good. You go try first. If you can get food, we'll go too. Qin Yi looked at her. It was a very brief glance, without much emotion. The view shifted back to Lu Yuan's side. In a shelter-s living room, Lu Yuan was currently holding that dark red mechanical compound bow and gesturing with it. A faint warm-colored glow floated over the bow limbs. It felt slightly warm to the touch, like fire was dancing inside it. He handed the bow to Qiu Yuan and motioned for her to hold it properly, then adjusted her stance. You don't need to pull hard. This bow has mechanical assistance. You just need to aim. Lu Yuan stepped back 2 paces and looked at the way Qiu Yuan held the bow. Line up the 3 points and aim at the bullseye. Following his instructions, Qiu Yuan held the bow level and narrowed one eye as she aimed at the target paper taped to the wall. Beside her, Su Mumu held her own silver-white electric bow and copied the same posture, aiming at another target on the other side. Both compound bows had strong mechanical assistance built into their structure, so the user didn't need much physical strength. Qiu Yuan adjusted the angle a little and released her fingers. The string gave a soft twang, and an arrow sank steadily into the outer ring of the target paper. It wasn't a direct bullseye, but for a first shot, it was already pretty good. Su Mumu also tried one shot. Her arrow went a little wide and stuck near the edge of the target paper. She pouted. This is hard. You'll be fine after more practice, Lu Yuan said. Accuracy is the kind of thing that comes naturally once you've practiced enough. The moment his words fell, all 3 of them stopped moving at the same time. Knock! Knock, knock! A series of knocks sounded at the door. Su Mumu and Qiu Yuan exchanged a glance. Both reacted quickly, instantly leveling their compound bows at the doorway. Lu Yuan raised a hand, signaling for them not to be nervous, but neither of them lowered their bows. Lu Yuan, open up. I need to talk to you. A woman's voice came from outside the door. It sounded a little hurried, but it still carried that usual not-so-polite tone. Qin, E. All 3 of them recognized it. Su Mumu and Qiu Yuan looked at Lu Yuan, waiting for his decision. Lu Yuan thought for a moment, then nodded. Only then did Qiu Yuan lower a bow. She went to the door, looked outside through the peephole, then asked a few questions through the door to confirm who it was before removing the steel bars one by one and pulling the door open. Qin, E stepped inside. The moment she entered the apartment, her gaze swept from the bright overhead lights, then fell on the clean reflective floor, the neatly stacked supply boxes, the silver-gray generator in the corner, and finally the 2 mechanical compound bows in Su Mumu and Qiu Yuan's hands. It was as if her whole body had frozen. She stood there in the doorway, stunned, for a long while without moving. The living room was brightly lit. The air was fresh and dry, without that damp, moldy smell, and there was none of that sour odor of dust mixed with sweat. The floor was spotless. On the coffee table sat cups that had just been used for drinking water, and beside them was a plate of unfinished nuts. The machine in the corner ran quietly. The numbers on the side LCD panel steadily ticking. Her throat moved slightly. When she had heard Zhongbing talk about it before, she had secretly felt he was exaggerating. Room 201 was practically turning into a refugee camp. How good could Lu Yuan's apartment possibly be? At most, she had figured he just had a little more supplies than the others. But now, seeing it with her own eyes and comparing it to the dusty, dim, sweat-soaked, despair-filled environment of room 201, this place was so clean and bright it felt like another world. If room 201 was a refugee camp, then this place was heaven. Qiu Yuan lowered her bow, crossed her arms, and spoke in an unfriendly tone. What are you here for? Only then did Qin E snap back to her senses. She took a deep breath, forced down that shock, then lifted her chin and put on that same arrogant posture again. She ignored Qiu Yuan completely, not even sparing her glance, and looked at Lu Yuan instead. Lu Yuan, can we talk? Her voice carried a deliberately flattened calm. Lu Yuan looked at the way she held herself up, as if she were generously granting him a chance to speak with her, and sneered inwardly. Even now, this kind of woman still couldn't recognize her own place. Sure, he wanted to see what kind of trick this woman was trying to pull. Sure, Lu Yuan nodded. Come inside and talk. He turned and walked toward the master bedroom, pushing the door open and stepping aside. Qin E glanced at Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu, then followed him in with her chin raised. The bedroom door closed softly behind her. Su Mumu and Qiu Yuan stood in the living room and exchanged a look. Neither of them said anything. They simply picked up their compound bows again and silently continued aiming at the target on the wall. They would not interfere too much in Lu Yuan's affairs. They just needed to do their own part well. Inside the master bedroom, Lu Yuan leaned against the bedside cabinet with his arms crossed. There was little expression on his face, but the corner of his mouth held a faint, barely visible curve. Looking at the rich young miss standing in the middle of the room with all her airs, he asked bluntly, "What is it?" Standing in the master bedroom, Qin E couldn't helped sweeping her gaze around the room again. The large bed with its clean sheets, the bedside lamp glowing with warm yellow light, the number on the AC panel showing 22 degrees, 2 unopened bags of snacks sitting on the windowsill. She felt like she was dreaming. Before the apocalypse, living in this kind of environment every day had been nothing special to her. But now, after suffering through the past few days, Seeing a scene like this again suddenly gave her a dazed feeling. She had almost forgotten what it felt like to sleep in a clean bed. Qin Yi came back to herself, forced her gaze away from that comfortable-looking bed, cleared her throat, and put on her little princess posture as she looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, I remember there were some unpleasant things between us before, right? Her tone sounded like she was interrogating a subordinate. Lu Yuan looked at her matter-of-fact expression and gave a flat hum. There were indeed some conflicts. In his mind, he went over what kind of person Qin Yi was. Before the apocalypse arrived, she had been a textbook spoiled little princess. Every day, she drove her sports car in and out of the residential complex, chin raised higher than the sky, looking down on this person and that person, carrying an aura of none of you are worthy even when she walked. Once, she drove into the complex way too fast and almost scraped a pedestrian by the roadside. Lu Yuan had reminded her to slow down in the complex and be more careful. The woman had exploded on the spot, rolled down the window, and shouted at him. Who asked a damn security guard like you to manage me? What right do you have to manage me? Just go open the gate. At the time, Lu Yuan hadn't argued with her. He had simply let her through. He knew very well that he had no power or backing. Arguing with a rich second-generation brat like her meant nothing. The only one who would end up unlucky in the end would be him. But even so, he still received a disciplinary notice from the company the next day. He was fined, and his performance bonus was docked. Altogether, he lost several $100s. It hadn't been a huge matter, but for him back then, when his salary wasn't high, it was definitely something he remembered for a long time. And now Qin Yi was standing in his bedroom, bringing up that matter again with this kind of attitude. The sneer in Lu Yuan's heart deepened, and his tone carried a hint of mockery. So, you came to apologize to me? He had assumed that with Qin Yi's personality, hearing that line would definitely make her flare up, roll her eyes, and snap back at him before putting on that attitude of I'm already giving you face just by coming to see you. But what he hadn't expected was that Qin Yi actually fell silent for 2 seconds, then gently nodded. Yes, I came to apologize. She paused, then added, what happened back then really was my fault. And the thing before, when we forced you to leave, Qin Yi continued, we were also wrong about that. And I can apologize to you for it too. Even while saying those words, her chin remained raised. Her tone carried what she thought was sincerity. But not a trace of that little princess attitude had lessened. As if simply saying those words was already an enormous act of grace. And Lu Yuan should be overwhelmed with gratitude just to receive them. Lu Yuan looked at her, the smile in his eyes deepening. He had already more or less guessed why this woman had come to see him. She had worked so hard to lower herself and say a few soft words. There was no way she had come all this way just to reminisce. And then, Lu Yuan's tone was flat, as if he were asking about something completely unrelated. At his question, Qin Yi's expression stiffened for a moment. She had thought that, after hearing her apology, Lu Yuan would at least show some sign of softening or happiness. After all, being able to receive an apology from her was something countless people could only dream of. But there wasn't the slightest ripple on Lu Yuan's face. He was as calm as if he were listening to her comment that the weather was nice today. Suppressing that bit of discomfort in her heart, she maintained her little princess posture and continued. So, now we invite you to return to room 201 and help us build a shelter. She phrased it as equally as she could. In her understanding, using the word invite instead of command was already the greatest kindness she could possibly show. She felt she had already gone as far as she could. She had lowered herself, she had apologized, and she had even treated him like a partner. Anyone should have been moved by that level of sincerity. When Lu Yuan heard that, he suddenly paused for a beat. Then he laughed. At first, only the corners of his mouth curved. Then a soft chuckle slipped from his throat. Then the laughter grew louder and louder. It was as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in the world, and he outright burst into laughter. Qin Yi had no idea why, and her expression changed. What are you laughing at? Lu Yuan took a moment to settle, then slowly straightened and looked at her, his tone carrying an incredulous sort of amusement. You mean I should give up my shelter, give up the water I got running, give up the electricity I just restored, give up this room where I can even run the AC, give up this big bed, give up everything I've spent all these days stockpiling, and run back there to serve you people as your security slave? He said every word clearly. Qin Yi flushed red from what he said. She pressed her lips together several times, but still couldn't find a single word to refute him. She really couldn't refute it. Why would the current Lu Yuan have any reason to go back? Here he had water, electricity, food, air conditioning. The doorway had been reinforced with steel bars, the window frames had locking clasps installed, and the whole shelter was solid as a fortress. What exactly was she inviting him back to room 201 for? To go back and sleep on the floor? To go back and chew compressed biscuits? To go back and argue nonstop with people like Su Wan and Tang Shi? Her lips parted, and only after a long while did she force out a sentence. Lu Yuan, you can't put it like that. We're just in a cooperative relationship. How could I possibly be some security guard-ass slave? As she spoke, her voice gradually weakened, as if even she felt that excuse didn't hold up. Then, as if she had suddenly thought of something. A strange look surfaced between her brows. She suddenly took 2 quick steps forward and moved right in front of Lu Yuan. The distance between them shrank to less than an arm's length. Qin tilted her head up slightly. Her gaze softened a little, and her breath was fragrant as she spoke in that deliberately lowered, suggestive tone. Lu Yuan, even though we haven't had much contact, I can still tell that you do have some feelings for me. Her voice softened further, carrying a deliberately seductive lilt at the end. You like me, don't you? She felt like she had found the key. She had always been confident in her looks and charm. Back then, who knew how many men had chased after her, lining up to flatter her? She never needed to do much. As long as she showed the slightest bit of goodwill, the other side would pounce like fish caught on a hook. She thought Lu Yuan was the same. After all, she was beautiful and came from a wealthy family. For a security guard to have some fantasies about her was perfectly normal. As long as she gave him just a little sweetness, he would definitely soften. But when she looked up at him, what met her was Lu Yuan's calm gaze. So calm it was almost cold. He really had once felt some attraction toward Qin. To be exact, he had felt some attraction toward her looks. Qin was beautiful, had a good temperament, and used to drive sports cars in and out of the residential complex, wearing short skirts and high heels with a good figure. She really did have that rich young lady aura that made plenty of young men glance at her a few extra times. Lu Yuan was the same. A man in his 20s taking a few extra looks at a pretty girl was perfectly normal. But that was all it was. A few extra looks. What he had liked was that face, those legs, and the visual pleasure brought by the beautiful body of a rich young lady. There was no essential difference between that and liking some borderline thirst trap girl in a short video feed. As for actually liking her as a person, that was completely laughable. Now Qin had leaned in front of him and put on this posture, thinking she had grabbed his weak spot. What she didn't know was that the way she was acting now, in Lu Yuan's eyes, was even more contemptible than the arrogant princess she had been before. She seemed to be trying to use this as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Lu Yuan. But perhaps she had overlooked one question. Did she even have the right to negotiate with Lu Yuan now? And if Lu Yuan really wanted to take her, what power would she have to resist? Lu Yuan looked at the delicate face before him and felt that deliberately pressed forward fragrance. He laughed soundlessly in his heart, while his expression remained flat. He did not step back, nor did he dodge. He simply stood there, lowering his eyes to look at the Qin leaning toward him, as if he were watching a stranger put on a clumsy performance. Seeing that Lu Yuan did not respond, Qin didn't understand what was going on. She had no idea what his attitude was, but she vaguely sensed something was wrong and hurriedly asked, Lu Yuan, what exactly do you mean? Are you agreeing or not? She was a little angry. She had already gone this far, so what on earth was Lu Yuan still thinking about? Come here. Lu Yuan smiled and beckoned to her, signaling for her to come closer. Qin didn't understand, hesitated for a moment, but still edged half a step closer and brought her face nearer. She thought Lu Yuan had finally been moved and was about to give in to her. She never expected that just as her cheek drew near, Lu Yuan's expression changed abruptly. The next second, he raised his hand, swung it wide, and slapped Qin hard across that fair, delicate cheek. Bah! The sound was crisp and loud, echoing through the quiet bedroom for several seconds. Qin staggered back several steps from the blow. The heels of her shoes scraped harshly against the wooden floor, and she nearly lost her balance. Her head was knocked to one side, a few strands of hair falling loose along her face. On her left cheek, a clear handprint rapidly surfaced at a visible speed. Covering her face, she looked up. Those beautiful misty eyes of hers were filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Yuan, what are you doing? Why did you hit me? She had absolutely no idea what had happened. She had clearly thought she had control of the situation, that she had already gotten a hold on Lu Yuan. Why had Lu Yuan suddenly changed his attitude and hit her with such a merciless slap? Lu Yuan shook out his hand and looked at her with a grim gaze. His voice is cold as ice. This slap is a debt you owe for what happened back then. Qin stood there covering her face, stunned on the spot. Before she could even process those words, Lu Yuan had already stepped forward and raised his hand again. Pa! The second slap landed solidly on her other cheek, with even more force than the first. This time, Qin was slapped straight onto the floor. She had to brace herself with one elbow against the ground to keep from collapsing completely. Both cheeks had swollen up, red and burning hot. Even the corner of her mouth showed a trace of blood. She lifted her head and looked at Lu Yuan. Her eyes were filled with tears, and those eyes were full of fear and grievance, like a cat that had had its tail stepped on. Lu Yuan looked down at her from above, his voice still cold and hard. The second slap is for your self-righteousness. He took a step forward and stood in front of her, looking down at this rich young lady on the floor, her face covered in tears and her cheeks red and swollen. You want to go back and build a shelter for you? What makes you think I'd go back? That bunch of you, he bent down, his eyes staring straight into Qin. Who the hell do you think you are? Qin turned pale with fright. Her whole body curled up on the floor as she covered her face, tears pouring down nonstop. She had never been treated like this in her life. From childhood to now, it had been rare for anyone to even raise their voice and say one harsh word to her. And now a man had slapped her twice, knocked her to the floor, and looked down at her while saying things she didn't even dare argue against. She had completely understood by now that Lu Yuan had never intended to give them any face at all. New grudges, old grudges, every bit it was being paid back in full. But she and T expected it wasn't over yet. Lu Yuan bent down, reached out, and lightly hooked her chin, lifting up that tear-streaked, horribly swollen face so it met his eyes. The way you look right now really is pitiful, and really is beautiful. His tone was still cold and flat, like he was stating something obvious. So, I need to tell you a third thing. You said I like you. He paused, his gaze sliding down from her swollen cheeks to her neck, shoulders, and collar. You guessed right. Your status as some rich young miss along with that face of yours. That body of yours, it really can attract people. When Yi heard those words, a faint trace of hope flashed through her eyes for an instant, as if she thought she had finally grasped something that could turn things around. But Lu Yuan's next words completely crushed that thread of hope. I like your body. His voice dropped a little lower. But if I really wanted to have you, do you honestly think you get to decide? Yi's pupils shrank violently. The moment the words fell, Lu Yuan's hand was already reaching out, grabbing the front of her coat in one fist. Rip, the sound of fabric tearing was especially clear in the quiet bedroom. The thin coat on Yi's body was ripped open by more than half, and the inner lining split with it. A large patch of snow-white skin was suddenly exposed beneath the bedroom's warm yellow light, while the lines of her collarbone and shoulders carried a faint chill in the air. That proud part of her was almost about to spill out. Yi let out a short cry of alarm and instinctively covered her chest with both hands, but the fabric had already been torn open. She panicked, trying to cover herself without even knowing what to cover. Her whole body curled up on the floor, head lowered, not daring to look at Lu Yuan, her shoulders trembling violently. Lu Yuan straightened up and continued forward. Yi shrank back in terror. Rip, Lu Yuan showed no intention of letting her off. With another pull, he tore open more of her clothes, exposing another large stretch of snowy skin. Why Yi was so shocked she could barely speak. She was trembling all over. Born with a silver spoon in her mouth, she had been spoiled and pampered since childhood. How had she ever suffered treatment like this before? Lu Yuan kept going. He raised his hand and slapped her again, sending Yi to the ground once more. Her face was red again from the blow, and blood even spilled from the corner of her mouth. Do you still think you're qualified to bargain with me now? Lu Yuan pulled Yi up from the floor and directly wrapped an arm around her slender waist, pulling her very close to him. At this moment, Yi's eyes were filled with fear. She no longer dared say a single word and could only keep shaking her head. Lu Yuan looked over her nearly naked body and let out a cold laugh. You think I need your consent if I want to take you right now? Tears welled in Yi's eyes. She lowered her head, not daring to show the slightest intention of resisting anymore. Right now, in front of Lu Yuan, she was nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. How Lu Yuan wanted to deal with her depended on a single thought. Just as Yi thought Lu Yuan was going to strip her completely and then do all kinds of things to her. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan only gave a scornful laugh and threw Yi back onto the floor. What a shame. Your figure isn't good enough. And you're not pretty enough either. I'm not interested in you at all. This was the ultimate humiliation. Lu Yuan had thrown Yi away like trash. Her dignity, her pride, her body, everything she had always been most proud of, was trash in front of Lu Yuan. Yi clutched her torn clothes and curled herself into a tiny ball. Tears dripped onto the floor, the pattering sounds mixing with her suppressed sobs. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. That face that had always been so proud was now covered in tears and fear. Supporting herself on the floor, Yi slowly stood up. Her legs were still shaking. Head lowered, she moved step by step toward the door. Those high heels she had specially worn here clicked against the wooden floor, each step feeling like she was walking on shattered glass. Lu Yuan watched her. When Yi reached the door, she stopped. She just stood there in the doorway with her back to Lu Yuan, her shoulders trembling faintly. The hand gripping her collar loosened a little, then tightened again, as if something inside her was being pulled back and forth again and again. Lu Yuan frowned, just about to ask whether she was leaving or not. Yi suddenly turned around. Her tear-filled eyes looked straight at Lu Yuan, something indescribable surging within them. She bit her lower lip hard, as if she had made some enormous decision. Then those hands that had been tightly covering her collar slowly fell away. Under the warm yellow light of the bedroom, the spring scenery was suddenly revealed. Her pale collarbones, rounded shoulders, and the curves outlined by the thin, close-fitting inner layer were all exposed to the air without the slightest cover. The coat on her body had already split open by more than half, hanging halfway off her arms, and several buttons on the inner layer had somehow already popped open as well. Before Lu Yuan could even react, Yi's knees suddenly bent. She knelt down. Both knees hit the floor. She knelt in front of Lu Yuan with her head lowered, her long hair falling along the sides of her face and hiding her swollen cheeks, but he could still see her tightly bitten lips trembling slightly. Lu Yuan stood in front of her, looking at this rich young lady kneeling on the floor, and for once he was a little surprised. He had imagined many reactions from her, crying, cursing, slamming the door, and leaving, but he had not expected her to kneel. Then Qin Yi spoke. Her voice carried a sob and a tremble, but every word was clear. Lu Yuan, I know what happened before was my fault. I was wrong. I apologize. I'm sorry. This apology was completely different from the one before. That lofty, arrogant young lady attitude had vanished completely, leaving behind only naked sincerity after being utterly shattered. When she said the words, I'm sorry, her voice was full of genuine regret and fear. Lu Yuan's 2 slaps had shattered the last bit of arrogance in her heart. This spoiled young lady had finally, completely recognized reality. Qin Yi sniffed, and tears rolled down, striking the floor. No matter how you hit me, no matter what you do to me, I can accept it, as long as you can forgive me. As she bit her lip, as if crushing even the last of her self-respect. I could do anything. Lu Yuan said nothing. What Qin Yi meant by do anything was already very obvious. Qin Yi's breathing became faster, and her voice carried an almost pleading tone. I just want something to eat. Beef jerky is fine. A Snickers is fine, just give me a few packs. She raised her head and looked at Lu Yuan through tear-blurred eyes. I'm begging you. Lu Yuan, there's no taste in my mouth at all. I don't want to eat compressed biscuits anymore. Just give me a little food, just a little. Really, her tone was full of longing, the kind of longing forced out from the depths of despair. In those beautiful eyes, besides tears, there was also a trace of humiliation. She couldn't control herself. Like someone who had been hungry for too long, finally putting down all pride and laying bare the most primitive desire in her heart before someone else. A proud, rich young lady, a little princess who had been pampered since childhood, a fair-skinned, rich beauty who had never lowered her head to anyone. At this moment, she was kneeling in front of Lu Yuan, clothes disheveled, face covered in tears, begging him to give her a little food. A few Snickers, a few strips of beef jerky. If this had happened before the apocalypse, it absolutely would have been earth-shattering news, but in the apocalypse, this would become normal. Lu Yuan looked down at Qin Yi kneeling in front of him, his expression as calm as a windless pool of water. Qin Yi tilted her face up, lips slightly parted, her gaze fixed firmly on him. She was already prepared. As long as Lu Yuan let her eat even one bite of something with flavor. No matter what he wanted her to do, even if he pinned her to the ground and violated her brutally, she would accept it. As long as she could eat beef jerky, anything was fine. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze, turned, and walked to the bedside table. From that pile of snacks, he pulled out one strip of beef jerky. Qin Yi's eyes followed his hand like a cat that had been hungry for too long, staring at food being dangled in front of it. She saw Lu Yuan tear open the package. Hearing that crisp plastic ripping sound, her whole body leaned forward ever so slightly for an instant, as if she was about to pounce at any moment. Then Lu Yuan lifted the strip of beef jerky to his own mouth and took a bite. Qin Yi froze. Lu Yuan chewed the beef jerky. She watched his cheek bulge slightly, watched him chew slowly twice and swallow, then take another bite. A tiny swallowing sound came from Qin Yi's throat. Her eyes were nailed to the strip of jerky in Lu Yuan's hand as it was eaten away bite by bite, like she was watching her last hope disappear inch by inch. Only after finishing the second bite did Lu Yuan lower his head to look at Qin Yi kneeling on the floor. His tone was as casual as if he were talking about the weather. Beef jerky, Snickers, I really do have plenty of both here. He paused, then shook the half-stick of beef jerky left in his hand. It's just that, I don't want to give it to you. Qin Yi's gaze locked onto the swaying piece of beef jerky, and her whole body leaned in that direction. Then she moved her knees across the floor, crawling forward 2 steps until she knelt at Lu Yuan's feet. Please, Lu Yuan. Her voice had completely lost the pride of that little princess, replaced by the most humble kind of pleading. I only want one stick. Just let me eat one, and you can do anything you want of me, really. Anything. She tilted her head up. The tear tracks on her face had not dried yet, and fresh tears were already sliding down again. Her eyes were filled with craving and despair. This once proud, rich young lady had now been humbled to her very core. Lu Yuan looked down at her without moving. He chewed up the last bite of the beef jerky in his hand, crumpled the wrapper into a ball, and casually tossed it into the trash can nearby. Only then did he look at Qin Yi, the corner of his mouth carrying a faint smile. Qin Yi, do you really think you still have much value to me now? Qin Yi's body trembled slightly. She raised her tear-blurred face and looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan continued at an unhurried pace. I have Qiu Yuan by my side now, and Su Mumu too. Qiu Yuan's figure is better than yours by who knows how much, and you've seen Su Mumu's look for yourself. Pretty, good body, obedient, efficient. You want to make a deal with me? He bent down slightly and looked at her. What do you have that you can actually offer? Qin Yi opened her mouth, but it felt like something was stuck in her throat. She wanted to say that she was pretty too, She wanted to say that she had family status, identity, that she had once been the eldest daughter of the Qin family, but she could not say it. Those things no longer existed. In this building, in this shelter, those old labels were worthless. Right now, she was just a woman who could not even get a decent meal, kneeling on the floor and begging. Qin slumped down on her knees, as if even her last breath of strength had drained away. Her hands hung limp at her sides. She stared blankly at the floor, her lips moving faintly, but no sound came out. She finally realized that in front of Lu Yuan, she seemed to be completely worthless. Even the body she had once been so proud of was not worth mentioning in front of him. But right at that moment, however, Lu Yuan's voice sounded again, carrying a thoughtful pause. "There's one thing about you that I'm actually pretty interested in." Qin's body jolted hard. Like a drowning person suddenly touching driftwood, she snapped her head up to look at Lu Yuan. A faint light reignited in her dry eyes. "What is it? No matter what it is, as long as you say it, I can give it to you." She did not hesitate for even a moment. She practically blurted it out before the thought had fully settled. At this point, she had completely abandoned all her self-respect and pride. As long as she could trade it for a little food, for one stick of beef jerky, she was willing to pay any price. Lu Yuan looked down at her, his gaze carrying the feel of scrutiny, like he was weighing the value of some object. After a while, he spoke. "If I remember correctly, both your parents are executives at Tianfu Pharma?" Qin froze for a moment. She had not expected Lu Yuan to ask that. She parted her lips, then nodded instinctively. "Yes, my parents both work at Tianfu Pharma. My dad is a vice president, and my mom is the director of the research center." She paused, as if recalling something, then added, "In the entire pharmaceutical industry of the Dragon Kingdom, they're among the very top." After hearing that, Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment, as if organizing his words. Then he continued, "Then have you ever heard your parents mention anything at all, even a single sentence, related to this current upheaval?" Qin was stunned. She blinked those tear-streaked eyes, as if she had not fully understood the question. "Upheaval? You mean this apocalypse right now?" Lu Yuan looked at her, his tone calm. This was also one of Lu Yuan's most important purposes. Women like Qin, Fang Yaqi, and Suan were all useless trash in the apocalypse. Their greatest use was their faces and bodies. They were beautiful resources that could be traded, and that was their only value. But while they were useless, their parents were anything but ordinary. Before the apocalypse, those people had all stood among the tiny handful at the very top of the entire Dragon Kingdom, controlling the most core information, the most cutting-edge resources, and the most secret channels. He had actually known Qin's parents' identities for a long time already. Both of them were giant figures in the pharmaceutical industry. Tianfu Pharma was involved with all kinds of biochemical research, virus testing, and drug development. And before a global disaster on this scale appeared, under normal circumstances, there should not have been no warning signs at all. So Lu Yuan speculated that some of the people at the very top must have sensed something before the apocalypse. There was even a more terrifying possibility. This apocalypse was not a natural disaster at all, but something manipulated by human hands. An accident caused jointly by some organization, some force, or maybe even certain people at the top. If all of this had truly been planned and carried out, then before the apocalypse, there definitely would have been traces left behind. Of course, all of this was only speculation. If he wanted to confirm it, it would be very hard for Lu Yuan to find evidence on his own. And people like Qin were the best breakthrough point. If those top-level figures had really made preparations before the apocalypse, or said anything suggestive, then these rich young masters and young ladies would have heard at least some whispers of it. He paused, and his gaze grew even more serious. "In the days and weeks before the apocalypse arrived, did your parents ever say anything strange to you? Did they ever warn you about anything? Or show any unusual nervousness?" This. Qin carefully searched through the fragments of memory from those pre-apocalypse days with her parents. Her mother calling to ask whether she was coming home for the weekend. Her father asking whether she had taken care of maintenance on her sports car. Her mother reminding her to come back early when she went shopping with friends. She turned those memories over and over in her mind, replaying every phone call and every conversation again and again. But no matter how she thought about it, there did not seem to be any trace at all. Her parents had seemed to go to work as usual and live as usual. They had left no special hints, said nothing strange, and shown no unusual nervousness. Qin's face grew paler and paler, and a thin sheen of cold sweat seeped out on her forehead. The harder she tried to remember, the more those memories seemed to contain nothing important at all, only trivial daily life. Nothing. There was nothing. Her voice was dry and trembling. "No hints. My parents, they never said anything." Lu Yuan looked at her increasingly pale face, a face practically covered in the words, "I can't remember anything at all," and his gaze slowly turned cold. There was no anger in that look, only pure disappointment. As if he were looking at a piece of trash he had thought had value, only to discover it was worthless. "Then you truly have no value at all." He said it very calmly, but that calmness made a person's heart turn cold more than any anger could. Qin Yi was pinned to the ground by his gaze, and a chilling cold ran up her spine. She felt Lu Yuan's attitude. Lu Yuan was already getting a little angry now. She didn't know what Lu Yuan was going to do to her next. Her heart felt like it was being clenched by something. No, this can't go on like this. She desperately searched through her mind, like a drowning person groping underwater for something to grab onto. Suddenly, two characters floated up from the depths of her memory. It wasn't something her parents had told her, nor was it something she had heard before the apocalypse. It was a word she had accidentally heard a long, long time ago when her parents were on the phone at home. At the time, she had been scrolling on her phone nearby. Her ears had caught those two words, but she hadn't paid much attention, thinking it was just the name of some work project her parents were discussing. But because those two words were so unusual, she had remembered them. They had stayed buried in the corner of her memory, never recalled, yet never forgotten. Qin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, like a streak of light slicing through the darkness. Not caring that she was still kneeling on the floor, like a lowly bitch in heat, she shuffled forward a few steps and crawled to Lu Yuan's feet. Looking up at him, her voice trembled with excitement. I got it. I really have heard something strange before. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on her face. Qin Yi hurriedly said, before the apocalypse, my parents never told me anything. But one time, when I heard them talking on the phone, they mentioned a word. I think it was magic medicine. I'm not sure what it was. She was speaking a little incoherently, but she looked incredibly agitated. Magic medicine? Lu Yuan looked at Qin Yi, who was kneeling at his feet, tilting her face up as if offering him a treasure, and his gaze shifted slightly. He rolled those two words over and over in his mind, linking them with the information he already had. Magic medicine. That term didn't sound ordinary at all. It carried a bizarre and mysterious air, like something that would only appear in sci-fi or fantasy novels. Although Lu Yuan didn't know exactly what the magic medicine Qin Yi mentioned was, the fact that it had been spoken in that tone by a senior executive of a top-tier pharmaceutical group meant it absolutely couldn't be something normal. Lu Yuan continued. What else do you remember about the details of this magic medicine? Still kneeling on the floor, Qin Yi saw that Lu Yuan was interested in the magic medicine, and it was like seeing a sliver of hope. She quickly lowered her head and tried to remember more. She searched through her mind for a long time, but those fragments of memory were like sand paintings washed by time, leaving only the blurriest outlines. That's all. I just remember those two words especially clearly. I don't remember much else. They never brought up anything like it again afterward. She paused, as if remembering something else. But I do remember that when they mentioned magic medicine, their tone was extremely cautious, like they were talking about something very important. It was the tone they used for ordinary work. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Something that could make the higher-ups of Tianfu Pharmaceuticals so cautious definitely wouldn't be simple. But with only those two words, the clue was still too thin. It was hard for him to guess what this magic medicine was for, or whether it had anything to do with the apocalypse. If he wanted to figure out, he would have to keep gathering clues. Lu Yuan, does this count as valuable? Kneeling on the floor, Qin Yi watched Lu Yuan sink into thought and carefully asked a tentative question. Her tone carried a trace of uncertain nervousness, as if she were afraid that even this bit of information still wouldn't be enough. Lu Yuan lowered his head and glanced at her. At this moment, most of Qin Yi's clothes had already been torn apart. Her outer coat was ripped open more than halfway and hung from the crook of her arm. Several buttons on her inner layer had popped off, exposing large patches of fair, delicate skin through the tears. Her collarbone, shoulders, and waistline were all clearly visible beneath the warm yellow light. The spring scenery on Qin Yi's body was laid bare before him without the slightest cover. She no longer looked at all like the rich young heiress who had once driven a sports car recklessly through the streets. Now she was kneeling by his feet, disheveled and miserable, like a little stray cat willing to give up everything for a single bite of food. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth lifted slightly, revealing an amused smile. He reached out and gently stroked the top of her messy hair, as if soothing a little beast that had finally learned to lower its head. With his other hand, he took out an unopened pack of beef jerky from the side and waved it in front of Qin Yi's eyes. Qin Yi's gaze was instantly drawn to it like iron to a magnet, locking tightly onto the brown package as she swallowed. As for this information of yours, Lu Yuan said slowly, it does have some value. Since that's the case, I do intend to give you some reward. Qin Yi's eyes lit up, and her body unconsciously leaned forward a little. But Lu Yuan didn't hand the beef jerky to her. Instead, he held it in his hand and continued in an unhurried tone. But before that, I want to test your sincerity a little more. A trace of confusion appeared in Qin Yi's beautiful eyes. Sincerity. Then how should I show it? Lu Yuan's gaze roamed brazenly over her graceful body, sliding from her bare shoulders to her waistline before returning to her face. The smile at his lips deepened a little more. You're the daughter of the Qin family, a rich beauty, part of the very top class in Modu. You should be very smart. You can understand, right? Those words were like a basin of ice water, completely extinguishing the last shred of fantasy in Qin Yi's heart. She understood. Lu Yuan wanted her to completely give up the last layer of dignity she still hadn't fully shed. He didn't just want information from her. He wanted her to lower her head, completely submit, and hand over everything she had. Qin Yi knelt there, her delicate body trembling for a moment. Her gaze moved back and forth between the beef jerky and Lu Yuan's face, then slowly lowered. She bit her lip lightly, as if it took every ounce of strength in her body to make that decision. She moved. She didn't stand up and turn away. Instead, with her head lowered, she crawled step by step to Lu Yuan's front. The sound of her knees shifting across the floor was especially clear in the quiet bedroom. When she raised her head again, a different expression had already replaced the one on her face. On that pretty face marked with tears and swelling, a deliberately seductive smile spread, and her eyes turned soft and alluring. "I understand, master." Her voice was light and soft, like a piece of candy melting in her mouth. "I'll definitely let you experience the most extreme service. I'll satisfy you." This former rich young heiress had finally lowered that proud head completely and knelt entirely beneath Lu Yuan. After some time had passed, Qin Yi pushed open the master bedroom door and staggered out. She looked utterly miserable now. Her gait was awkward, her legs weak, as if every step landed on cotton. She kept her head lowered, messy hair hanging down along the sides of her face and covering most of it, but it couldn't hide the two clear slap marks. Her left cheek was swollen and red. As she walked, she raised a tissue to wipe the corner of her mouth. From time to time, she let out a suppressed, dry heave, as if something was still churning in her throat, but she could only grit her teeth and force it back down. Her coat was completely ruined by now. The collar had been torn open in a large section, the rip extending all the way to her waist and exposing a broad expanse of pale skin beneath. One shoulder strap had slipped halfway off her shoulder, leaving her smooth, rounded shoulder completely exposed to the air. She gripped the torn front of her clothes tightly with one hand, trying to cover herself, but the fabric was no longer enough. No matter how tightly she clutched it, she couldn't cover everything. There were still a few faint red marks visible on her skin, like traces left from being pinched or pressed hard. Her steps were quick, almost like she was fleeing as she headed for the door, wanting nothing more than to leave this apartment as soon as possible. In the living room, Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu stopped practicing at the same time, both turning their eyes toward the figure that had walked out of the master bedroom. Their gazes were immediately drawn to Qin Yi's bedraggled appearance. Qiu Yuan's fingers, still wrapped around the dark red composite bow, didn't move. She merely swept a calm glance over Qin Yi from head to toe, then withdrew her gaze. Su Mumu blinked those pretty, wide eyes and lightly pressed her lips together, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. Qin Yi left the apartment. The apartment fell quiet again. Su Mumu's gaze lingered on the closed door for another 2 seconds before she looked away and turned to Qiu Yuan, her voice carrying a trace of uncertain caution. "Sister Qiu Yuan." A hint of worry flickered in her beautiful eyes. Qiu Yuan was a very smart woman, so naturally she could guess what Su Mumu was worried about. Before this, in front of them, Lu Yuan had always acted fairly restrained and gentle. He would never do anything too excessive. But now, the way Lu Yuan had treated Qin, he could be called utterly merciless. Without a doubt, it revealed his ruthless side. So it was only natural for Su Mumu to feel a little worried. But Qiu Yuan showed not the slightest concern and only said flatly, to show no mercy to enemies, while staying calm and restrained with one's own people. That is the quality an outstanding leader in the apocalypse must have. As she said this, she raised the bow again and adjusted her aiming posture, her tone even as ever. "Keep practicing." Hearing her words and seeing how unfazed she looked, Su Mumu pressed her lips together, nodded, and once again raised her silver-white electric bow, aiming at the bullseye on the target. The bowstring gave a soft twang. The arrow shot through the air and sank into the target paper. Inside the master bedroom, Lu Yuan leaned back against the headboard, his gaze resting on the door, deep in thought. Qin Yi had already left. From a living room outside came the continued sounds of Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu practicing archery, crisp and steady. He closed his eyes for a moment and went over the information he had just obtained in his mind. Magic potion. When Qin Yi said those words, her tone had been certain, and the unusual gravity she described in her parents' tone when they mentioned it made Lu Yuan even more certain of his guess. This apocalypse might not be some natural disaster at all. There was a real possibility that someone behind the scenes had been pushing it forward. And this thing called magic potion was very likely the core of the entire event. Was it a drug? Or some kind of biochemical agent? Or something else entirely? Qin Yi couldn't provide any more details. She had only happened to remember the term. And Lu Yuan himself knew very little as well. But at least one thing could be confirmed before the apocalypse descended. The top figures of Longhua, and perhaps even the top figures of the whole world, had known something about this disaster. As for whether this had been a long-planned catastrophe or a sudden accident, with the information he had now, Lu Yuan couldn't see through it. But digging too deeply into those things right now was not the priority. The world had already become like this. How the disaster started was, for a small security guard trapped inside a tower like him, not the most important thing for the time being. What mattered most right now was surviving. Surviving until the day he had the ability to uncover the truth. Before Qin, he left just now. He had already told her to go back and pass along a message. He wanted her to bring the other women over one by one, especially Su Wan, Tang Shi, Lin Muxue, and Lin Mushuang, that bunch of brainless rich girls. Their parents were also people standing at the top. Maybe they too had overheard something by accident. But like Qin Yi, hadn't he taken it seriously? Now that he had a breakthrough point in Qin Yi, those people would make excellent channels for information. As for whether they were willing to talk, once they came here, that would be completely out of their hands. Lu Yuan temporarily pushed the clue about the magic potion to the back of his mind, stood up, walked to the black metal box in the corner, and lifted the lid. The dark silver mechanical alloy combat blade lay quietly inside on black velvet lining, with a set of protective components beside it. His gaze paused on the blade for a moment. Then he reached out, gripped the hilt, picked it up, and gave it a casual swing. The blade cut through the air with a clean whoosh, and from inside the mechanical slot came a faint click, as if some component was responding to his movement. With this set of mechanical equipment, both his combat strength and exploration ability had risen to a new level. He had already decided that during the next exploration, he would begin moving downward to explore more areas. Maybe he could even find a way to escape the tower. Lu Yuan put the combat blade back into the box, closed the lid, and stood up, rolling his shoulders a little. The sound of bowstrings outside was still continuing, and from time to time came Qiu Yuan's low voice as she corrected Su Mumu's stance. He pushed open the master bedroom door, looked at the two backs in the living room as they practiced archery, and said, "Finish this round and pack up. We're heading down later." "Okay." Su Mumu and Qiu Yuan answered in unison. 201. Qin pushed open the door to room 201 and stumbled inside. The moment the door shut behind her, Su Wan, Tang Shi, Lin Muxue, and Lin Mushuang immediately crowded around her. They had been waiting all this time, waiting for Qin Yi to bring back news, waiting for Qin Yi to bring back food. But the moment they got a clear look at her, all of them froze. Qin Yi looked utterly miserable, and the way her legs seemed weak left them shocked beyond words. Su Wan's eyes widened. "Vinyi, what happened to you? Did Lu Yuan lay hands on you?" Tang Shi hurried over as well. "Your face, your clothes. What did he do to you?" Qin Yi's gaze swept over those faces crowding around her, and her lips moved slightly. She looked at the people in front of her, all anxiously questioning what she had gone through. Their expressions held surprise and curiosity, but not concern. They were asking about what happened to her only because they wanted to know what had happened on Lu Yuan's side, and whether they might be able to get a share of the benefits from it. Qin Yi suddenly thought of Lu Yuan's instruction to bring those women over one by one. So she lowered her eyes, stayed silent for about 2 seconds, then raised her head. A faint smile appeared on her face. No, nothing like that. I just ran into a little accident and fell by mistake." "Fell?" Su Wan frowned, her gaze sweeping back and forth across Qin Yi's face and clothes several times. "Does this look like a fall to you?" Tang Shi also looked at her suspiciously. "Yeah, look at yourself." She didn't say the second half out loud, but the meaning in her eyes was already obvious. This miserable state, her clothes torn up like this, no matter how you looked at it. It didn't seem like she had fallen. It looked more like she had been viciously humiliated by someone. "I really did fall." Qin Yi didn't respond to their doubts. Instead, she raised her voice slightly. "Look," Lu Yuan gave in, of course. "He already apologized to me." And she held up the beef jerky in her hand and waved it in front of everyone. "He even gave me food." The eyes of the others were instantly drawn to that brown package, as if by a magnet, locking onto it. Beef jerky. How long had it been since they had seen something like this? Ever since that female member had held up beef jerky and then gotten her head bitten off. Beef jerky had become a symbol in their hearts of both desire and fear. But right now, the beef jerky in Qin Yi's hand was whole, unopened, real, and lying quietly in her palm, its oily surface glinting faintly in the dim light. Su Wan's throat bobbed. Her voice rose a little on its own, carrying a smug. "I knew it, Tone. Heh, Lu Yuan really only has this much backbone." He gave in after just 2 sentences. "I was wondering how long he could hold out." "Exactly." Tang Shi picked up the thread, curling her lip. "I thought he had some spine, but now it looks like that's all he is." Someone else chimed in. "Just a little security guard. What future could he possibly have? Normal. That's about all he's good for." Another person followed along. Only Lin Muxue and Lin Mushuang did not join in the ridicule. The older sister, Lin Muxue, frowned slightly, her gaze moving back and forth between Qin Yi's swollen red cheek and the hand clutching the beef jerky. She kept feeling like something was off. but she couldn't put her finger on what. Qin, Lin Mushua said. Her voice was not loud, but her tone was serious. Then when is Lu Yuan coming back? Will he bring his resources back with him? Like water and electricity and things like that? Beside her, Lin Mushuang nodded too, a trace of expectation in her eyes. Does he really have electricity and water over there? Is he willing to share them? That bit of hope was obvious in their words, carrying a careful yet eager edge. They were already on the verge of being driven mad by the dryness and hunger in room 201. After hearing that Lu Yuan's apartment had water and electricity and plenty of food, the two words they cared about most were coming back. When would he come back? Would he bring resources back? That water, that electricity, all that food, he couldn't even finish. Would those things one day appear in 2012 too? She shook her head inwardly. These women really had no idea what situation they were in. They were still fantasizing that the security guard would bring water and electricity back to 201 and serve them the way he used to serve the residents before the apocalypse. They thought he was just a security guard. They thought that as long as they apologized, gave him some face, he would come trotting back to work like a beast of burden for them. She knew very well that next, Su Wan, Tang Shi, Lin Mushua, Lin Mushuang, all of them would go into that master bedroom one after another just like she had, then crawl back out crying. They would suffer every kind of humiliation, and then they would finally understand that they were nothing. That was how it would end for all of them. So right now, Qin, he was calculating something else in her heart. Since those stupid women were destined to be dealt with by Lu Yuan anyway, then she had to put herself in the right position earlier and faster than they did. Now Lu Yuan was her master. Everything she had was subject to Lu Yuan's command. As long as she pleased him, served him well, and became the most loyal and useful female dog by his side, then she would survive. She would not end up like those two idiots whose heads had been bitten off in the hallway. This once lofty rich young lady had completely fallen after what had just happened. She would not have any other thoughts anymore. Her only thought was to stay alive. Qin thought about all this, dazed for a moment, then slowly raised her head. Her gaze swept across those eager faces, and the corner of her lips curved into a perfectly measured smile. Lu Yuan is definitely coming back. But before he comes back, he wants to test everyone's attitude first. She paused, then continued, so he asked me to bring you a message. Next, each of you should go see him one by one. Not only will he give you food, he'll also let you experience water and electricity. You can take a shower, and there's even air conditioning. That feeling is really wonderful. When she said that last sentence, her tone carried a trace of deliberate longing, as if she were truly savoring some beautiful memory. When Su Wan and the others heard it, their beautiful eyes all lit up. Food, water, electricity. In their ears, those words seemed to carry magic, instantly washing away some of their hunger and exhaustion. They had been trapped in this gray, dim room 201 for far too long. They had almost forgotten what it felt like when hot water ran over their skin, almost forgotten what it looked like when the lights came on. And now Qin was saying that as long as they went to see Lu Yuan, those things would return to their hands. Su Wan let out a snorting laugh, her tone smug. Now it's more like it. Lu Yuan does know how to behave. Just thinking about water and electricity makes it sound desirable. Tang Shi nodded beside her too, her beautiful eyes carrying a trace of barely suppressed anticipation. Since he's already said that, then we should give him some face. After all, his attitude is fairly sincere. Her words sounded reserved, but her eyes had already betrayed her. She was desperate for it. The Lin sisters, Mu Xue and Mu Shuang, exchanged a glance. The older sister pressed her lips together and said nothing, but she couldn't hide that faint glimmer in her eyes. The younger sister did speak, with a trace of caution. Will he really give food and water and electricity? Her voice carried a kind of hopeful disbelief, like she was afraid this was just empty joy. Of course it's true. Qin's tone was certain. I've already brought something back, so what are you still worried about? Those words really were convincing. That beef jerky was still in her pocket. Something solid and real. It couldn't fool anyone. The few of them looked at each other, and in the end, none of them could suppress that stirring in their hearts. Their eyes were full of yearning. After a while, Tang Shi could not hold back anymore and took the initiative to speak. Fine, next time I'll go take a look. Just wait for my good news. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere finally relaxed a little. Su Wan patted Tang Shi on the shoulder. Go on, let him see how impressive you are. Tang Shi lifted her chin, carrying that arrogant air of a pampered rich girl. But when Qin heard that, a cold glint flashed in her half-lowered eyes. This Tang Shi was the most willful and spoiled among them. Back then, she had been Fang Yaqi's most loyal lackey, and when she went against Lu Yuan, she was the one whose words were the harshest. Things like a filthy little security guard wants to eat swan meat. Does he deserve it? Had always come out of Tang Shi's mouth without the slightest hesitation. This time, when she went over, Qin could already foresee what would happen. How would Lu Yuan deal with her? Would he be even harsher than he had been with Qin? A faint trace of anticipation even rose in Qin Yi's heart. Qin Yi, this once lofty rich young lady, had completely changed her mindset after being thoroughly tamed by Lu Yuan. Now, when she looked at Su Wan, Tang Shi, Lin Muxue, and Lin Mushuang, these sisters who had once stood on equal footing with her. There was no sympathy left in her heart at all. Instead, she was faintly looking forward to them being viciously humiliated too, completely crushed too, then kneeling one by one at Lu Yuan's feet and calling out that word, master. At that point, she would no longer be the most wretched and lowly one among them. Right at this moment, everyone, a mature woman's voice rang out from the corner. Breaking the low discussion in the room, Gulan stood up, standing there. Her steady gaze swept across everyone's faces, and her voice carried a weight that could not be ignored. It's almost time for the window period again. We should make preparations and go out to look for food. That sentence was like a stone thrown into stagnant water, but what it stirred was not ripples. It was a wave of dispirited silence. Several people lowered their heads. Some picked at their fingers, some turned their faces toward the wall, and some pretended to straighten their clothes. The last exploration of the 17th floor had already left a psychological scar on everyone. 2 living people had their heads bitten off right in front of them and were dragged into the darkness. That scene had nailed itself into everyone's minds like a spike, impossible to pull out. Gulan looked at their defeated expressions and knew the group's morale was at rock bottom, so she made her voice a little firmer. I know everyone's in a bad mood, but no matter what, the exploration has to continue. Our food, 1 tea, even lasts 1 more day. If we don't go out and look, then all we could do is sit here and wait to die. What she said made sense, but sense was one thing. A girl slumped in the corner, sounding weak and listless. I twisted my ankle when I was running last time. It's still swollen. Another girl lowered her head and muttered, I get dizzy at the sight of blood. I'd just hold everyone back if I went. Yet another girl shrank behind the others, her voice tiny and frail. I'm on my period. My stomach hurts so bad I really can't walk. One excuse after another came out in all kinds of forms. They all sounded reasonable on the surface, but everyone knew they were just excuses. Looking at all those faces trying to dodge responsibility, Gulan felt a wave of helplessness rise in her chest. This bunch of pampered women really were good for nothing and worse than useless. She opened her mouth, still wanting to say something more. Then a graceful figure stepped out from the side. Zhongbing. She moved through the crowd in silence and walked straight up to the girl who had said she got dizzy at the sight of blood. Then she stopped and looked down at her. The girl was curled up in the corner. The moment she looked up and met Zhongbing's gaze, her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Sister Zhongbing, what are you doing? Zhongbing didn't answer. She raised her hand without warning. Smack! With one crisp slap, the girl was sent sprawling onto the floor. Half her cheeks swelled up instantly, and a trace of bright red blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She covered her face and sat there on the ground in a daze, so stunned she even forgot to cry. Zhongbing crouched down, reached out, and wiped at the blood on the girl's mouth. Her fingertip came away stained red. Then she held that bloodied finger up in front of the girl's eyes, her calm gaze falling on her face. Still dizzy at the sight of blood, the girl stared at the fingertip right in front of her, stained with her own blood. Her throat bobbed violently, and she shook like a leaf, frantically shaking her head. And no more. Not anymore. Iem mifine. Iem mifine. Only then did Zhongbing pull her hand back and stand up. Her gaze shifted to the next woman, the one who had said she twisted her ankle. Still having trouble with your leg? The woman went rigid under that stare. The hairs on her back stood on end, and she jerked to her feet, taking several quick steps at once. And no problem anymore. No problem anymore. Sister Zhongbing, look, I can run, I can jump, there's absolutely nothing wrong. As she spoke, she even stomped the floor hard twice, as if trying to prove she really was fine. Zhongbing didn't spare her another glance. She turned her eyes to the woman who had said she was on her period. And you? That woman had already straightened up. Her voice was clearer than it had ever been. Sister Zhongbing, no problem at all. We can set out at any time. A medical miracle. Zhongbing truly lived up to being a divine doctor. The moment she made a move, every last one of them was suddenly perfectly fine. Only then did Zhongbing nod. She glanced at Gulan, and Gulan returned her a grateful look. Their gazes met in the air for a brief moment. Zhongbing did not respond to that look. She simply walked back to the wall in silence, bent down, picked up the fire axe leaning in the corner, weighed it in her hand, and began checking the condition of the blade as if nothing had happened. The living room was so quiet that only the suppressed sounds of a few women breathing remained. No one mentioned twisted ankles, dizziness at the sight of blood, or being on their period anymore. Those excuses had been slapped clean out of existence. All they could do now was start packing up and get ready to leave. The window period arrived very soon. On Lu Yuan's side, they were already fully prepared. Xiao Yuan wore a neat black jacket, with that dark red fire composite bow hanging at her waist. A layer of warm light floated over the bow limbs, making her whole appearance look clean and efficient. Su Mumu carried that silver-white electric bow on her back. The blue patterns on its limbs flowed slowly in the dim light, as if alive. The 2 women followed behind Lu Yuan and pushed the door open as they walked out. The moment they reached the corner of the hallway, they ran straight into the all-female team. More than a dozen people were crowded loosely into the corridor. Some carried clothes-drying poles, some gripped fruit knives, and some held half-length steel pipes in their hands. At the front was Gulan, standing at the very front of the group with an empty bag in her hand. Zhang Bing stood half a step behind her, the fire axe resting on her shoulder, the expression on her face as cold and indifferent as ever. Fang Yaqi did not come out. The figure wrapped in a cashmere shawl was nowhere to be seen in the team. That was because Zhang Bing had taken the initiative to shoulder Fang Yaqi's responsibilities. She did two people's work to ensure Fang Yaqi's role was covered. No one had any objections. So now, Fang Yaqi no longer needed to take part in the exploration either. Lu Yuan swept a glance over the crowd. Didn't he look any longer and walked straight ahead. Meanwhile, the eyes of the all-female team all landed on the three of them at once. Lu Yuan walked in front, his steps steady. The two women followed behind him on the left and right, their postures sharp. Whether it was their complexion or their mental state, both looked extremely good, carrying that feeling of being able to enter combat at any moment. Seeing the scene, someone in the group swallowed. If only they hadn't driven Lu Yuan away back then. Would Lu Yuan still have stayed with the team? Would they have been able to share these things of Lu Yuan's too? Would they have gained those benefits as well? That thought flashed through every person's mind like a thin needle stabbing into the bottom of their hearts. Without a single exception, all of them felt endless bitterness rise inside them. Their regret reached the extreme. Lu Yuan, at that moment, someone in the team suddenly called out. Tang Shi stuck half her body out from the crowd, straightened her chest, and spoke in a tone that carried the meaning of, I'm doing you a favor by calling you. She looked at Lu Yuan's back, waiting for him to stop and turn around to look at her. After all, Qin had said Lu Yuan had already apologized and given in, so she called him now on her own initiative. Then surely he would come running over to fawn on her. But Lu Yuan didn't even pause for a step, as if he hadn't heard anything. He led Xiao Yuan and Su Mumu straight past the all-female team. The three of them walked at an unhurried pace, turned the corner of the hallway, and disappeared in the direction of the stairwell. Tang Shi stood there frozen with her mouth open, her expression like someone had slapped her across the face in public. In the dim light, her expression changed several times before finally settling into a thin flush of embarrassed anger. What are you acting for? Just wait until I come over later. Then we'll see how you lick up to me. She was full of confidence. In her eyes, if Lu Yuan could even compromise with Qin Yi, then once she went over, he would definitely be even more reduced to kneeling and fawning over her. She had already imagined the scene of Lu Yuan standing in front of her, apologizing, trying to please her, and currying favor. Gulan paid no attention to everyone's attitudes. She withdrew her gaze, looked at the dazed group behind her, and spoke in a practical tone. Start searching. Today we're only going down to the 20th floor. We'll turn over everything above that one more time. Just try your best to look for supplies. As soon as those words came out, several people in the group visibly let out sighs of relief. The 20th floor was fine. As long as they didn't go farther down, they wouldn't run into those terrifying things. They were starving, yes, but at least they wouldn't have to face that constant fear of having their heads bitten off at any moment. So someone took the first step and headed for the stairwell. The others followed, and Zhang Bing walked at the very end of the group, gripping the fire axe in her hand steadily. Gulan walked in front to lead the way. The all-female team streamed into the stairwell in a loose, scattered line, their steps dragging. Some kept their heads down, some clutched the weapons in their hands, and some were still muttering softly about something. The hallway quickly fell silent, leaving only echoes and the sound of footsteps fading into the distance. Lu Yuan, Xiao Yuan, Su Mumu, and the all-female team were definitely different. The three of them were obviously going to keep moving downward. The farther down they went in the stairwell, the stronger that rusty, rotten stench in the air became. Lu Yuan walked in front without slowing down, while Xiao Yuan and Su Mumu followed behind him. The compound bows in both their hands were kept ready to fire. 17th floor. The moment he arrived here, Lu Yuan could already smell the foul rot coming from the monsters inside. It was disgusting. There were still a lot of monsters on the 17th floor. It even seemed like there were more and more of them. Lu Yuan frowned, did not hesitate, and directly pushed open the fire door to the 17th floor. The instant the fire door to the 17th floor was pushed open, low growls came from the hallway. In the darkness, several masses of twisted flesh slowly writhed. They crawled out from the shadows along the walls, as if something had awakened them, surging toward the doorway. Lu Yuan did not stop. He stepped over the threshold and shifted aside to leave space at the entrance. His tone was as steady as if he were saying the weather was nice today. Xiao Yuan. The dark red bowstring trembled once. A flaming arrow shot from Xiao Yuan's hand, slicing through the air as it flew forward and pinned itself precisely into the center of the foremost flesh monster's body. The flames exploded the instant they made contact, like a suddenly blooming red lotus, swallowing that twisted mass of flesh whole. That monster did not even have time to scream before it curled up in a blaze, carbonized, cracked apart, and finally turned into a pile of black ash scattered across the floor. The second wave of monsters flanked in from the side. Su Mumu immediately raised the silver-white electric bow. The blue patterns on the bow limbs lit up at once, and when she released her fingers, an arrow wrapped in arcs of electricity shot out like lightning and exploded among several monsters. Blue-white electricity flashed through the hallway. Those monsters twitched and froze in place. Their bodies locked as if frozen solid. White smoke carrying a scorched smell rose from the slime on their surfaces, making sizzling sounds. They were still alive, but they were completely paralyzed, unable to move at all. Lu Yuan gripped the dark silver mechanical alloy warblade and stepped forward. The blade seemed to come alive in his hand, letting out a low hum as it split the air. His movements were clean and efficient, without any unnecessary flourish. The first slash cut away half the body of the monster on the left, splattering sticky black fluid onto the wall. The second slash swept sideways and severed another monster's spine, causing that twisted mass of flesh to collapse like a puppet with its strings cut. The third slash came straight down vertically, splitting the last monster, still twitching, into two halves, sending black liquid and shattered tissue flying everywhere. Dark red daylight seeped in through the broken window at the end of the hall, staining the black liquid and chunks of shattered flesh all over the floor with a murky color. Lu Yuan flicked the slime off the blade. The silver-white edge looked so clean in the dim light that it seemed to glow. Qiu Yuan lowered her bow, and the flames slowly died out. Su Mumu pressed her lips together and looked at the wreckage on the ground. Her fingers tightened slightly around the bow, but quickly relaxed again. The cleanup of the 17th floor went faster than expected, with the boost from their mechanical equipment. The efficiency of Lu Yuan's three-man team in clearing monsters had risen to a completely different level, with the fire bow and electric bow providing range suppression and the warblade reaping them up close. Those flesh monsters that used to make people's scalps go numb could barely last more than a few exchanges against them. Qiu Yuan's flame arrows burned away several clustered masses on the east side of the hallway, while Su Mumu's electric arc arrows cleared out the shadows on the west side. Lu Yuan finished off the last few stragglers, and in just a little over 10 minutes, the hallway on the 17th floor became completely quiet. That should do it. Lu Yuan shook the blood off the warblade, sheathed it, glanced at the hallways on both sides that had already been cleared, and said, "Start searching." After confirming there was no danger at all, the three continued moving. Lu Yuan went one by one to the tightly shut security doors and used his skill to open them. He opened the doors while Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu followed behind, stuffing things into their backpacks. In the first room, they found several cases of bottled water and some canned food. In the second room, they found a few boxes of instant heating meals and a bag of rice. They were all standard supplies, not especially abundant but better than nothing. At the very least, they could help replenish the shelter's stockpile. The haul from the third room was more unexpected. Su Mumu pulled open the drawer of the bedroom nightstand and found a neatly stacked pile of first aid kits, iodine solution, bandages, tourniquets, disinfectant cotton pads, and several boxes of unopened antibiotics. Her eyes lit up. Squatting there, she sorted the medical supplies one by one and packed them away, then looked up and called out, "Brother Lu Yuan, there are so many medicines over here." Lu Yuan walked over and took a look. By his rough estimate, it would be enough to last them for quite a while. In this kind of apocalyptic environment, medical supplies were sometimes even more useful than food. When they searched the last room, the three of them found a very different door deep inside the living room. A metal door frame, airtight ceiling strips, a door panel twice as thick as an ordinary room door, and an electronic panel mounted on the side. Although the screen had already gone dark, a green indicator light at the lower right corner of the panel was still blinking. Lu Yuan reached out and pushed on it, but the door did not budge at all. He leaned closer to inspect the electronic panel, then looked around at the sealed structure of the doorframe and said in a low voice, "A cold storage room. The emergency power is still on." Qiu Yuan also leaned over to look at the little green light. No wonder it's still lit. Lu Yuan nodded. This is a high-end residential building. Some wealthy families install dedicated storage rooms or small cold rooms in their homes to store expensive ingredients or things like wine. Cold storage rooms have independent emergency power systems. After the building loses power, they can keep running for a while longer. As for how much longer, that's hard to say. Whatever's stored inside is probably valuable too. Lu Yuan crouched down and examined the structure of the lock. It was an electronic keypad lock paired with a mechanical lock core, requiring dual verification. It was much more complicated than a normal security door. He could open it, but it would take time. More than half of the window period had already passed. If he spent 20 or 30 minutes on this door and was still on the 17th floor when the window period ended, they could run into unknown danger at any moment. Lu Yuan stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. "No time today. We'll come back and open it next time. Let's go." Neither Su Mumu nor Qiu Yuan objected. The two of them quickly reorganized their backpacks. After confirming they had not missed anything, they followed Lu Yuan out. Lu Yuan walked at the very back. After coming out, he pulled the cold storage room door shut again, glanced at the blinking green indicator light on the doorframe, and silently memorized the location. Let's go. He turned and caught up with the two women as the three walked back along the hallway. The moment they rounded the corner, Lu Yuan's steps suddenly stopped, and his expression changed sharply. He abruptly threw out an arm to stop the two women and barked in a low voice. Watch out. Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan had been on high alert the whole time. The instant they heard the shout, they both instinctively threw themselves to opposite sides. The next second, two distorted figures flashed out of the darkness in the corridor. Bloodied claws swept through the spot where they had just been standing, kicking up a wave of foul stench. Lu Yuan was already moving. His mechanical battle blade came free of its sheath. The dark silver blade drew a cold arc through the dim light. The first slash cut into the neck of the monster on the right, a horizontal sweep that sent crimson blood spraying everywhere. The second came almost without a pause. A backhanded chop at the one on the left, slicing diagonally from shoulder to waist and splitting it clean in two. Su Mumu also stood up, brushed the dust off her hands, and shook her head. Yeah, I just looked around a moment ago. They were clearly all dead. The two of them looked at Lu Yuan at the same time. Lu Yuan did not meet their eyes. He was staring into the pitch-black depths of the corridor ahead. His expression as grim as it could get. Others could not see it clearly, but he had night vision. Deep in the corridor, the bloodied limbs they had just cut down, the ones that should have been corpses that no longer moved, were now writhing slowly in a bizarre way. The broken parts seemed to be pieced together by invisible hands, piece by piece pressed back into each other, as if they were trying to form something new. Viscous bodily fluid seeped up from the floor, coating those fragments and gluing the remains of different monsters together. What made Lu Yuan's spine go cold was that the severed parts were linked by extremely thin filaments of flesh, like tentacles growing up from the depths underground. One by one, they were stabbing into the minced flesh and dragging it in the same direction. They were not fusing on their own. Something was controlling them. Something was reaching up from below with invisible tentacles, putting those dead monsters back together again. Run. Lu Yuan was shaken to the core. He gave no explanation, only lowered his voice and said with an urgency that left no room for hesitation, back to the stairwell. The two women asked nothing more and followed him as he charged toward the stairwell entrance. New monsters burst out from the shadows on both sides of the corridor. Lu Yuan was in front, his battle blade flashing again and again, each strike precisely cutting off the vital parts of whatever lunged at them, leaving no chance for a counterattack. Xiao Yuan and Su Mumu stayed at his sides, firing in coordination. Fire arrows and lightning arrows took turns flying out, blocking one monster after another from the flanking side. When the three of them reached the stairwell door, Lu Yuan glanced back into the depths of the corridor. The monster remains he had just cut down had started writhing again. Blood flesh filaments spread up from the floor and coiled back around those broken limbs. He looked no longer. He pushed the door open and rushed into the stairwell. Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan were breathing hard, getting ready to head upward. But Lu Yuan stopped. He stood in the middle of the stairwell, his gaze fixed on the deeper steps below. When Xiao Yuan saw him stop, panic made her voice rise sharply. What is wrong? Lu Yuan was silent for a moment, then said 4 words. Go down and check. What? Xiao Yuan thought she had misheard. They had just barely escaped death on the 17th floor. Under normal circumstances, they would not have wanted to stay there 1 second longer. And now, Lu Yuan wanted to go down? Below was the 16th floor, a deeper level they had never set foot on. Who knew what was waiting there? Su Mumu's eyes widened too, and her fingers tightened slightly around the lightning bow. Brother Lu Yuan, going down now is too dangerous. Lu Yuan did not turn back. His voice carried an unquestionable edge of command. Follow me. He was already stepping down. The two women exchanged a look. Neither dared say another word. They gritted their teeth and followed. The stairwell echoed with the 3 of their hurried footsteps, sinking lower step by step. The air grew wetter and thicker with blood. The corridor door to the 16th floor appeared ahead. Lu Yuan stopped in front of it and pressed his ear to the door panel. After his senses had been enhanced, they were far sharper than an ordinary person's. Right then, he could hear clearly that there was breathing behind the door. Heavy, deep, slow. That breathing came through the thick door panel, muffled and low, like a stream of air being forced out of some enormous chest, each exhale carrying a shudder that made his scalp tingle. That was not a sound a human being could make. The thing's body size was at least dozens of times larger than an ordinary flesh monster's. Lu Yuan closed his eyes and focused all 5 senses on the huge darkness behind the door. The rhythm of the breathing, the position, the depth, all spread through his mind like an invisible net. After confirming the monster's exact position, he held out his hand. Give me the bow. Xiao Yuan did not hesitate and handed him the fire bow. Lu Yuan took it, drew it, and nocked an arrow. The dark red mechanical structure locked into place on the bow limbs with a click. He said to the two women, open the door. The two women stepped forward, one on each side, and violently shoved the 16th floor corridor door open. A rotten, bloody stench hit them in the face, so thick it felt almost solid. Black mist surged out from behind the door, visibly rolling and churning. Its density was far greater than on the 17th floor. Even Lu Yuan, with his night vision, could only barely make out shapes a meter ahead through the fog. But he did not need to see the whole thing clearly. He had already locked onto the breathing position. He released his fingers. The burning arrow shot through the air, slicing through the dense black mist and dragging a trail of bright fire as it flew into the darkness ahead. Boom! The arrow struck something, and flames exploded instantly, as if someone had doused it in oil. Orange-red firelight surged outward and lit up most of the 16th floor. The moment the firelight revealed it, all three of them saw the thing's full form. That was not an ordinary flesh monster. It was a tree, a giant tree, assembled from countless pieces of flesh and severed limbs. Its trunk and branches were made of twisted arms and leg bones, and its canopy was formed from layer upon layer of human faces and heads. Every face had eyes, nose, and mouth. They were all writhing, mouths opening and closing slightly as if they were breathing. Those faces were male and female, old and young, packed together so tightly it looked as if they had been forcibly fused into the body of the tree. Flames climbed along the trunk. Those faces twisted as they let out a low, unified hiss like a chorus of pain screams. But the moans that reached their ears were enough to make one's scalp crawl. When Su Mumu saw this, she covered her mouth and stood frozen in place. What? What is this? Qiu Yuan could not say a single word either. Her idea of the apocalypse was still limited to the zombie monsters for movies. But the thing in front of her had completely blown past the boundaries of her understanding. Movies had never shown anything like this. Her brain nearly shut down in that instant, unable to process such an absurd sight. Lu Yuan did not look for long. He tossed the bow back to Qiu Yuan and turned to charge upstairs. Go! The two women snapped back to their senses and ran after him. The three of them sprinted back up to the 17th floor in one breath. As they passed the corridor opening, Lu Yuan caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. The monster remains in the 17th floor corridor, which had been in the middle of being stitched and fused together by blood-flesh filaments, were also burning with fire now. Dark red tongues of flame licked across those twisted bodies. The monsters let out sharp screeches, rolling and struggling violently in the firelight. Lu Yuan's expression sharpened. Just as he had guessed, the monsters on the 17th floor that were being fused again through those filaments were connected to some kind of passage too. The fire on the 16th floor had spread upward along those filaments and ignited them as well. But there was no time to look any further. In the darkness at the end of the corridor, the black mist began to churn as if something was spreading upward from even deeper below. The window period had already passed. The threats that had lain dormant during that window period were starting to awaken again. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and continued forward with the two women. The three of them charged up the stairs, sprinting upward step by step. From behind them came low growls and the crackling of flames, mixed with the heavy, muffled sound of the black mist rolling, as if something was chasing after them from the place they had just left. Their footsteps overlapped in the empty stairwell like a rapid drumbeat, faster and faster, more and more urgent, as they ran desperately toward the tightly shut steel-barred door on the 21st floor. The moment the three of them rushed into the apartment, Lu Yuan swung his hand back and locked the steel bars into their slots one by one, twisted the lock cylinder shut, then leaned his whole body against the door and let out a long breath. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu could not hold on either. The two of them almost collapsed onto the floor at the same time. None of the three spoke. In the apartment, only their heavy breathing echoed through the quiet air. After quite a while, Su Mumu finally raised a hand and wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of it. Her voice still carried lingering fear. What exactly was that tree? When she said the word tree, her voice was still trembling slightly, as if that image was still hanging on her retinas and refused to fade. She forced herself to recall the sight of that enormous tree made of countless human faces and heads twisting and groaning in the flames. Those faces had been packed together so densely, every single one writhing, every single one wailing. In all her years as a doctor, she had seen every kind of corpse and injury, but she had never seen anything like that. That was no longer something anatomy or medicine could explain. It was some kind of existence she could not understand at all, something fundamentally wrong in its very structure. Qiu Yuan did not respond. She only leaned against the wall with her eyes closed, her breathing not yet fully settled. Zombies, monsters, ruins. That was Qiu Yuan's fixed impression of the apocalypse. It was terrifying, but at least still within the boundaries of human imagination. But that tree today had told her that this apocalypse was far stranger, far more horrifying than she had imagined. A giant tree made of flesh and blood, rooted on the 16th floor, spreading and growing without end. No one knew how much human flesh and blood was tangled around that tree. That tree alone had killed at least more than 100 people. If they had not gone down this time and shot it with that arrow, and if it had been allowed to keep spreading, she did not dare imagine the consequences. And Lu Yuan stood by the door without speaking. He leaned there, his expression grave, his gaze lowered slightly, as if he were processing everything he had just seen. Although that flesh and blood tree had startled him inwardly, he was not actually that surprised. After all, through the clue of the potion Qin he had provided, he had already vaguely sensed that this apocalypse was probably not an ordinary biochemical disaster or natural calamity, but something with an even stranger, more incomprehensible nature behind it. He just had not expected that strangeness to appear so quickly and so concretely. A tree made of flesh and blood had rooted itself on the 16th floor and had already grown to that scale. Those faces, those threads, those monsters in the corridor that kept being controlled, stitched back together, and reborn again and again all made him vaguely realize that behind this apocalypse, things might be far more serious than even the worst assumptions he had made at the beginning. But that arrow had already been fired. He had seen the flames licking across the tree's entire body, those twisted faces struggling in pain within the fire. Maybe it could slow the growth of that flesh and blood tree. But could that arrow really burn it down completely and kill it for good? He did not know. Those threads connected to the ground below, those constantly fusing broken limbs, made him feel that what he had shot might only be a temporary wound rather than a fatal blow. They could only wait for the next window period and go down to take another look. Lu Yuan put away his thoughts, straightened up from the door, and spoke in a deliberately steady voice. Don't worry too much. Rest first. His voice was not loud, but that plain tone was like a rope, pulling the two women out of their tightly wound state. Su Mumu looked up at him, and her tense shoulders slowly relaxed. Qiu Yuan also opened her eyes. She did not say much, only nodded and slowly pushed herself up from the floor. The three of them began taking off their gear one after another. Lu Yuan removed the mechanical combat blade from his waist and set it against the wall. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu also put away their curved bows and quivers one by one. Qiu Yuan began sorting through the supplies they had gained this time, arranging food and daily necessities by category. Su Mumu crouched in the corner, organizing the newly found medical supplies, counting the iodine, bandages, and antibiotics one by one before carefully putting them back into the waterproof case. Lu Yuan walked into the bathroom and took a shower first. He turned on the faucet, and hot water came pouring out with a rush. Steam quickly filled the entire cramped space. He stood under the shower with his eyes closed and let the hot water run over him for a while. Those images were still turning over in his mind, but he did not keep thinking about them. He only adjusted the water temperature up by 1/2 degree, letting the heat wrap around his whole body and temporarily drive those thoughts into a corner. After he finished showering and came out, Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu also went in one after another. In this apocalypse, a hot shower felt especially precious. The steam drifted out through the crack of the door, carrying the faint scent of body wash. By the time all three had cleaned up and changed into dry clothes, more than half their exhaustion had been washed away, and their bodies felt much more relaxed. Qiu Yuan then busied herself in the kitchen for a while. The pot on the portable gas stove bubbled with rising steam. She simply mixed the ingredients they had scavenged today and cooked a pot of hot noodle soup, then sliced a few pieces of luncheon meat and laid them on top. When the steaming food was brought to the tea table, the whole living room was filled with a warm, comforting aroma. The three sat together, each holding a bowl and eating with their heads down. No one spoke, but there was a kind of ease in that silence, the feeling that they could finally catch their breath. After they finished eating, Qiu Yuan collected the bowls and chopsticks, and Su Mumu wiped the tea table clean. It was about time as well. It was time to rest. Lu Yuan still had to get up for the night watch later. Although Su Mumu and Qiu Yuan had both mentioned before that they wanted to help him stand watch, he had refused every time. Without night vision and without sharp senses, if they were the ones keeping watch, Lu Yuan would never be at ease. Only when he sat there himself could he truly feel reassured. Lu Yuan returned to the master bedroom, but the moment he twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open, his movement stopped. The light in the master bedroom was on, and the warm yellow glow made the whole room soft and bright. Two graceful figures were kneeling side by side on the floor in front of the bed, their heads slightly lowered, their posture obedient like two cats waiting to be petted. On the left was Qiu Yuan. Qiu Yuan had changed into a wine-red ribbon nightgown. The satin fabric shimmered with scattered glints of light. Thin shoulder straps rested on her rounded shoulders, and the cloth fell along the curves of her body, outlining a full, mature figure so voluptuous it was almost excessive. The hem was not long, barely covering the tops of her thighs. The ribbon bow tied at her waist hung loosely at her side, as if one tug would make it fall away. Most importantly, beneath that thin layer of satin, she seemed to be wearing nothing underneath, with no extra covering. As she breathed, the extremely proud outline of her chest could be seen rising and falling faintly, and the skin below her collarbone glowed with a delicate sheen under the warm light. With nothing beneath it, her almost excessive figure was fully revealed, overflowing with temptation. On the right was Su Mumu. This time, she had changed into a professional office lady outfit. The hem of her white blouse was tucked into a black hip-hugging skirt, the skirt ending just above her knees. Her legs were wrapped in sheer black stockings, and on her feet was a pair of thin-heeled black high heels. 2 buttons at the collar of her blouse were undone, revealing a stretch of fair neck and the faint hollow of her collarbones. That uniform had probably been dug out from the wardrobe of some apartment. On her, it brought out a sharp, capable charm completely different from her previous pure campus goddess style. That youthful face layered with a mature uniform created a unique contrast that made the heart race. The 2 women were kneeling side by side in front of him, their heads slightly lowered, as if waiting for something. Standing in the doorway, Lu Yuan's gaze moved from Qiu Yuan to Su Mumu, then from Su Mumu back to Qiu Yuan. He paused slightly. You two? Qiu Yuan lifted her head. There was a faint smiling gleam in those alluring eyes of hers, and her tone was soft. Lu Yuan, pick one. Su Mumu also raised her head. A thin blush floated across her fair, tender cheeks, and her voice was soft and sweet. Brother Lu Yuan, pick me. Lu Yuan looked at the 2 peerless beauties before him. One was a mature beauty overflowing with charm, the other a pure schoolbelle with a striking contrast. Both kneeling there with their faces tilted up, waiting for his decision. He stood at the doorway for a while. Then the corner of his lips curved slightly. Without hesitating, he stepped forward, bent down, and took both of their hands at the same time. The mature woman's hand was smooth. The young girl's hand was soft. Each had its own feeling, its own flavor. Only children make choices, Lu Yuan said with a smile, holding the 2 different hands. Adults usually want them all. Qiu Yuan's cheeks instantly heated up, a faint blush spreading across them. Su Mumu lowered her face, the tips of her ears so red they looked ready to drip blood. But the hand he was holding did not pull away. Instead, she secretly curled her fingers back around his fingertips. With a light tug, Lu Yuan pulled both of them up on the floor at the same time. Qiu Yuan rose along with his pull, and the hem of her ribbon nightgown fluttered lightly with emotion. When Su Mumu was pulled up, she staggered half a step, her knee bumping against the edge of the bed. The 2 women understood very well. After the tense and thrilling crisis just now, Lu Yuan was the one who most needed to relax, and they were exactly the ones most capable of helping Lu Yuan relax. Bang! The master bedroom door quickly closed. That night was another crazy one. Crazy time passed very quickly. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu took turns. One was overflowing with mature charm, the other pure with intense contrast. Even under the 2 women's offensive, Lu Yuan remained completely at ease. After having his physical foundation strengthened by the system, handling this level of exertion was no challenge at all. Instead, the 2 women were the first to give out. Qiu Yuan lay on her side on the bed, breathing softly. The strap of her ribbon nightgown had slipped down to the crook of her arm, and the wine-red satin half-covered, half-revealed her graceful figure. Su Mumu was directly sprawled over the pillow without moving at all. Several buttons of her office blouse had popped open, exposing a large stretch of her fair, tender back. Her breathing was shallow and uneven, as if she no longer had the strength to even lift a hand. The 2 women could not hold on. Lu Yuan rested too. It was only after a little past 11 at night that he sat up from the bed, turned over and got down, put on his clothes, took the mechanical battle blade leaning against the headboard, and quietly walked out of the master bedroom, pulling the door shut behind him. The living room was very quiet. The warm yellow glow of the camping lamp pooled around the sofa. As usual, he pulled a chair over to the doorway and sat down, placing the battle blade within easy reach at his side. Then he leaned back against the chair and half closed his eyes, beginning his night watch. There was no movement in the corridor. The entire building was so quiet it felt as if it had been soaked in deep water. Occasionally, a burst of very distant wind would pour up from the direction of the stairwell, then quickly vanish into the darkness. Time passed little by little. The hands of the wall clock moved slowly, ticking from 11 to half past 11, then to 11:50. Lu Yuan's mind remained in a half-asleep, half-awake state of alertness. Only when the numbers on his phone screen jumped to 12 exactly did his focus snap fully back. He sank his consciousness deep into his mind, and a translucent panel popped out right on time, floating in the dark void. Sign-in time has arrived. Lu Yuan silently said in his heart, sign in. The words on the panel flickered, and rows of golden prompts slowly appeared. Sign in successful. Obtained attribute point, endurance, +1. The usual attribute reward point had arrived. A warm sensation spread from his chest, flowing along his blood vessels into every limb and bone, as if some current of warmth was refilling every corner of his body. The slight soreness and fatigue left in his body after that bout of craziness was washed away completely in this moment. He sat up straight and rolled his shoulders. He felt as if his whole body had just been fully recharged, refreshed, and invigorated. Obtain talent. Killing intent perception, passive trigger. When about to face a fatal threat, you will sense it in advance and automatically trigger an alarm. providing a brief reaction window for evasion or counterattack. After reading it, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. This was basically an early warning mechanism. It could buy him precious reaction time before danger truly arrived. In the apocalypse, life and death often came down to that fraction of a second in reaction time. With this ability on him, it was equivalent to having one more life. Not bad. Very not bad. And the final reward was especially interesting. Obtained resource, which potion times 1 be rank. Potion pathway unlocked. Lu Yuan's breathing stalled slightly for a moment. Potion? He had only heard that term from Qin Yi that afternoon, and the system reward had already delivered it by night. And there was also that line after it, potion pathway unlocked. Did that mean that from now on, similar potion rewards would appear among future resource rewards? Interesting. He quickly focused his attention on the line for which potion, and the detailed effect description clearly unfolded across the panel. Which potion, B rank, effect, can be used on one female target. After taking it, the target will become the taker's exclusive witch, absolutely loyal to you and unable to disobey any command. The taker can control everything about the witch, including vitality, physical ability, and mental power. The witch can continuously grow by devouring flesh and blood, but all the fruits of that growth will be under the taker's control. With a single thought, the taker can decide the witch's life or death. Looking at those lines, Lu Yuan's gaze slowly grew heated. The effect of this witch potion was simply heaven-defying. With one bottle of potion, a woman would become a witch who completely belonged to him, absolutely loyal, with everything about her under his control. She could even grow by devouring flesh and blood, and all of that growth would feed back to him. He could even drain all her life force dry with just a thought. This was equivalent to gaining a permanent, completely obedient combat unit that could keep getting stronger. To him right now, this thing was far too valuable. He did not even remotely think about whether this was moral or not. It was already the apocalypse. Talking about that now would be ridiculous. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. That was that there was only one bottle of the potion. Far too little. What a pity. Truly, what a pity. He did not know whether he would be able to sign in for more in the future. Nor did he know just how far this potion pathway would open up, but this one bottle of witch potion alone was already enough to tempt him. The only regret was that the witch potion had side effects. The witch potion is extremely unstable. After consumption, there's a risk of mutation. Host, please use it with caution. If there were no risk, Lu Yuan would probably have chosen to give it to Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan. For one, it could increase their strength. For another, it could greatly increase their loyalty. Now that there was a risk of mutation, it was better to forget it. After all, compared to Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan, Lu Yuan clearly had a better candidate now to test the potion on. Thinking of this, the corners of Lu Yuan's lips lifted slightly. Now he only needed to wait for the prey to come to him. The arrows for the compound bow were also replenished every day. After sorting everything out, he gripped the combat blade and leaned back against the chair, continuing his night watch. After going through the crisis on the 16th floor and seeing that twisted tree of flesh and blood, Lu Yuan's attitude toward keeping watch had clearly become much more cautious than before. He no longer dared to relax in the slightest. His 5 senses were fully activated. His perception spread out like an open net covering the direction of the door and the corridor, not letting even the smallest disturbance slip by. His ears caught the faintest sounds in the hallway. The first few hours stayed quiet the whole time. The entire building was sunk in a heavy silence. Only once in a while, a distant gust of wind would blow up from the stairwell, then quickly fade into the darkness again. Lu Yuan maintained a half-alert, half-relaxed posture. Every so often, he would get up and look through the peephole to check the hallway, then sit back down and continue standing guard. In the second half of the night, the situation began to change. Lu Yuan stood up from the chair, walked to the door, and leaned close to the peephole to look into the corridor. The black fog, which had originally been so thin it was almost invisible, was now slowly seeping upward from below. The fog was like a living thing, spreading upward layer by layer along the walls and the cracks in the floor. It did not have the violent, surging force it had yesterday, but that slow and constant infiltration was even more unsettling. He frowned. The black fog was back. After yesterday's battle, the monsters below seemed to have quieted down a lot, but right after that, the black fog started spreading upward. It was like some kind of rotating balance. When the monsters rested, the black fog filled in the gap. He kept watch for another 2 or 3 hours. When he got up to look again, the black fog had already become much thicker than before. The entire corridor looked like it had been soaked in a basin of gray-black ink. The outlines of the walls had become so blurry they were almost impossible to make out, and the fire hydrants and emergency light signs that had still been visible before had all been swallowed by the fog. That thick, viscous fog, carrying a faint smell of rust, made the tension in his heart tighten a little more. He knew very well in his heart, once the black fog became dense, everything would start turning strange. Those shadowy figures he had seen before, those drifting pale white and blood-red figures, had all appeared in the dense fog. He stepped back, sat down again, and went over his daytime plan once more in his mind. Originally, he had already arranged everything. As soon as the safe window arrived, he would go to the 17th floor and open that refrigerated cabinet, take out whatever good stuff might be hidden inside. Then head down to the 16th floor and see what state that tree of flesh and blood, which had been swallowed by flames, was in now. If it could still move, Lu Yuan wanted to finish it off with another strike to make sure it was completely dead. If it had already been burned into ashes, then that would naturally be the best result and save him a lot of trouble. But now the black fog had already spread up. Based on his previous experience, once the black fog thickened, the risk of going outside would multiply several times over. Those flesh monsters were twisted and terrifying, but at least they could be cut, burned, and fought. They had physical bodies. If he could see them, he could attack them. But the things in the black fog, those shadowy figures that knocked on doors and spoke, those drifting pale white and blood-red figures, he still had no idea what they really were. If he brought the mechanical combat blade down on them, would it even hurt them? He was not even sure whether they had physical forms at all. Compared to that, those monsters were actually easier to deal with. As Lu Yuan thought about all this, his gaze fell on the door, tightly sealed with steel bars and reinforcements. He could not follow the original plan. He felt a little regret deep down, but he also knew there was no helping it. Taking risks in the black fog was far too unwise, especially after just seeing something as strange as the thing on the 16th floor. Any wrong judgment could make him, Xiao Yuan, and Su Mumu pay an irreparable price. So he pushed back the plans for the refrigerated cabinet on the 17th floor and the tree of flesh and blood on the 16th floor, waiting until this wave of black fog receded before dealing with them. Life still had to go on anyway. Rushing would not help. He just did not know what kind of strange thing this wave of black fog would bring this time. He still remembered the bizarre disturbance from the last wave vividly. Those shadowy figures, those scenes, even now, thinking about them still made his back turn cold. If those things had not been restricted by some kind of rule, then once they broke through the door, Lu Yuan believed that even with the system in his hands, he would probably have a hard time resisting them. Fortunately, for some unknown reason, they had never been able to launch an attack on them. Or rather, most of them seemed to have no desire to attack at all. They were only running, fleeing from something even more terrifying. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan stood up from the chair and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Ever since learning that the shadowy figure in the building across from them was a living thing, he had rarely pulled open the curtains to look outside, afraid he might see something he should not. But now he still wanted to look outside. After being cooped up in this room for so long, he had to see what it was like out there, or it was just too stifling. Besides, based on past experience, looking outside should not be dangerous. Even when the shadowy figure had been there, nothing dangerous had happened. Lu Yuan reached out, grabbed the edge of the curtain, and pulled it open. The first thing that entered his sight was the red moon in the sky. It was so crimson it made one's heart pound. Lu Yuan stared at it for a while and felt that the moon seemed even redder than it had been the past few days. That color almost looking as if it were about to drip down from the sky. He frowned and lowered his gaze. Boundless black fog shrouded the entire world. The surrounding skyscrapers had all been swallowed by the fog, and even their outlines were impossible to distinguish. Only the building not far away could still be vaguely seen. But that was all. The shadowy figure that had once stood behind the window had completely disappeared. The building was empty inside. There was nothing there. The whole world seemed to have fallen into dead silence. After watching for a while and finding nothing of value, Lu Yuan was just about to pull the curtain shut when the dense black fog outside suddenly started churning. It was as if something was about to rush out of it. Lu Yuan's expression changed. He turned, grabbed the compound bow placed by the window, knocked an arrow, aimed at the rolling black fog, and drew the bowstring to the limit, fully prepared for battle at any moment. Very soon, that thing burst out of the black fog. When he focused and got a clear look, Lu Yuan could not help sucking in a cold breath. It was a bird. More accurately, it should have been an eagle. But at this moment, the eagle was already completely disfigured. Its eyes bulged out of their sockets, almost falling out, held on only by a few blood vessels. Even so, those vicious blood-red eyeballs were still moving. Its whole body had already rotted. More than half its feathers had fallen away, exposing the blackened, decaying flesh underneath. He could even vaguely see white maggots crawling through the rotten meat. And yet it was still flying, moving forward in a bizarre, unnatural posture, as if some force that did not belong to it was driving this body that was already thoroughly dead. What made Lu Yuan's pupils contract even more were its talons. Beneath those claws, several bloody lengths of intestines were dangling. One look was enough to tell they weren't some animal's guts. They were human intestines, the torn and still bright red, obviously ripped out not long ago. Lu Yuan drew his bowstring to the fullest, the arrowhead aimed at the blood hawk flying toward him. The blood hawk seemed to sense his presence too. Its rotten neck turned stiffly, shifting its direction toward Lu Yuan. Those two eyeballs that were practically falling out of their sockets stared at him without blinking, red light bursting from the depths of their pupils. It let out an excited, Piercing screech, its voice hoarse, like its throat was stuffed with rotting chunks of flesh. Then it changed course and lunged straight at the floor-to-ceiling window. Lu Yuan held the compound bow, but he wasn't too worried, because in the next second, bang, the Bloodhawk slammed headfirst into the thick glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, bursting into a cloud of murky blood. Rotten feathers and black flesh splattered everywhere, like a flower exploding against the glass. The Bloodhawk twitched once, its claws hanging down weakly, then plummeted from the sky and fell into the endless black fog, quickly swallowed by the thick darkness. Lu Yuan kept his bow drawn for a few more seconds. Only after confirming there wasn't a second one following behind did he slowly lower the bow and let out a long breath. He looked at the filthy bloodstain left on the glass, his brows knitting slightly. What the hell was that thing just now? Calling an eagle didn't really fit. More accurately, it was a monster wearing an eagle's skin. That body had long since died. Rotten flesh, fallen feathers, writhing maggots. Not a single part of it belonged to a living creature, but it was still flying, still looking for targets. It had even sensed his presence and turned toward him to attack. Could something like that still be called a bird? What bothered him even more was its aggression. That thing was already rotted to that extent, yet it could still accurately lock onto the direction of the floor-to-ceiling window and rush over with that excited shriek. Had the outside world already been completely taken over by monsters like this? Lu Yuan's mood sank. If things like this were everywhere outside, then even if he found a way to leave this building later, the outside world would probably be full of danger too. If even the things flying in the sky had become like that, then whatever was on the ground could only be worse. He stood in front of the window and looked at that foul smear of blood for a while, then shook his head. Thinking too much was useless. Life still had to go on anyway. If soldiers came, he'd block them. If floodwater came, he'd dam it. He could just take it one step at a time. With the system in hand, as long as he moved forward step by step, there would always be a way. Lu Yuan reached out and pulled the curtain shut again, sealing them tightly and blocking that scarlet moon and the rolling black fog outside once more. Then he turned and walked back to the doorway, sat down again on that chair, set the battle blade within easy reach, and continued keeping watch through the slowly dragging night. Under Gulan's arrangements and Zhang Bing's suppression, the all-female team gradually settled down a little. They hadn't gained much, but they had still managed to rummage up some scattered supplies. They found around a dozen bottles of water and scraped together some food, barely enough to last 2 or 3 days. But once life got a little easier, conflict started surfacing too. I'm using this bottle of water to wash my hair. You can't take it. Tang Shi's voice carried a spoiled willfulness that sounded completely justified. One hand pressed down on the bottle of mineral water on the table, her knuckles turning white from how tightly she gripped it. Standing across from her was a girl with a ponytail named Jiang Xiaoran. Before the apocalypse, her family had been in business too, so her conditions weren't bad. But in front of a rich young lady on Tang Shi's level, she had still been a step lower. Wash your hair. Jiang Xiaoran's voice shot up. Tang Shi, this is drinking water. This is all we have left. If you use it to wash your hair, what are we supposed to drink? Aren't there still a few more bottles over there? Tang Shi lifted her chin and pointed at the pile of supplies in the corner. Besides, my hair is dirty. I can't stand it if I don't wash it. Why can't I wash it? If you can't stand it, then endure it. This is the apocalypse. Do you think you're still in your villa at home? Jiang Xiaoran, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? I'm saying you're not in your right mind. Jiang Xiaoran refused to back down and stepped forward, her voice crisp and hard. Back then, every time you saw me, it was Sister Sure this and Sister Sure that. Calling me so affectionately. You kept talking about besties and good sisters, and now that something's happened, you're fighting me over supplies? What kind of best friend are you? Tang Shi dragged up old grievances, but she still wouldn't let go of that bottle of water. Back then, Jiang Xiaoran let out a cold laugh. Wasn't that because your family was rich? Tang Shi, do you really think things are still the same as before, like the whole world revolves around you? I'm telling you, without your family's influence, you're nothing in this building. Those words were like a needle, piercing straight through the layer of pride Tang Shi still hadn't fully shed. Her cheeks flushed bright red, and her lips trembled twice, as if someone had grabbed her by the throat. She couldn't say that line, "What the hell are you?" anymore. Jiang Xiaoran was right. Back then, Tang Shi had been able to stir up whatever she wanted in her social circle, step on other people's heads, and make countless men kneel and call her Mississippi. What she relied on was her family's background and the balance on her bank card. Now all that was gone. She was just an ordinary girl now, no different from anyone else. That was what Tang Shi couldn't bear the most. Tang Shi finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She suddenly pounced, throwing her whole body at Jiang Xiaoran. The two girls started grappling together like two enraged cats. When women fought, it was always the same few moves, pulling hair, scratching faces, tearing clothes. Tang Shi grabbed Jiang Xiaoran's ponytail and yanked back hard. Jiang Xiaoran, meanwhile, reached for her collar in return, her nails scraping across Tang Shi's collarbone and leaving behind a red mark. The two of them rolled on the ground twice. Their shoes got kicked off, and their hair came loose into a tangled mess. When the other women in the all-female team saw this scene, not a single one stepped forward to break it up. Some leaned against the wall holding cups of water, watching as if it were a free show. Some hugged their knees in the corner without even lifting their eyelids. A few others even started quietly discussing who would win. Anyway, I'm betting on Jiang Xiaoran. This kind of scene had already become routine in Room 201's all-female team. It played out almost once every 1 or 2 days, and nobody had the energy to mediate anymore. They were numb to it. Put 3 women together, and you got to play. Here, nobody even knew how many plays there had already been. It was obvious that this spoiled rich girl Tang sure couldn't beat Jiang Xiaoran. She scratched at the other girl a few times with her nails, but she was weak and the angles were off, so she couldn't do any real damage at all. Jiang Xiaoran, on the other hand, was much harsher. She grabbed the collar of Tang Shi's jacket and yanked hard. Rip! The fabric tore from the collar all the way down her waist, revealing a large stretch of pale skin underneath and the pink strap of her underwear. Tang Shi let out a scream and instinctively raised a hand to cover herself, but Jiang Xiaoran gave another hard tug, and even the inner layer was pulled down. Her proud curves were exposed to the air without any cover, even the last bit of restraint loosening. Tang Shi curled up on the ground, clutching her chest. Her cheeks were burning red, and tears were already starting to gather in her eyes. She bit her lip and glared at Jiang Xiaoran, but the spoiled confidence from before was already gone from her gaze, leaving only humiliation, anger, and grievance. Jiang Xiaoran stood up, patted the dust and the few strands of torn hair off her hands, then looked down at Tang Shi from above. Still want to wash your hair? Tang Shi kept her head lowered, clutching her chest without saying a word. That bottle of water was still sitting on the table. No one wanted to take it. At last, one of the women watching let out a laugh, and then the others started laughing too, sparse and scattered. Hearing those laughs, Tang Shi bit her lips until they turned white. Her fingers clenched the torn edge of the fabric so tightly that it dug into her flesh, leaving pale marks. After a moment, she suddenly lifted her head, gritted her teeth, and glared at Jiang Xiaoran, who was still standing there with her hands on her hips. Her voice trembled, but her tone was vicious. You just wait. She said it with all her strength, as if she had forced all her humiliation, anger, and grievance into those 4 words. But Jiang Xiaoran only snorted, turned around, and walked away without even giving her another glance. Tang Shi fiercely wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, pushed herself up from the floor, clutched her torn collar, and hurried back to her corner with her head lowered. She crouched down by the wall, buried her face in her knees, and shrank into herself, like an injured cat hiding away. Her coat was still split open, and large patches of her snow-white skin were exposed through the tear. But she no longer cared enough to cover herself. She only curled up there with her face buried, as if trying to pull herself out of that miserable scene. No one went up to comfort her. The women who had been laughing just now had already returned to their own spots. Some started gnawing on compressed biscuits again. Some leaned back against the wall and closed their eyes to rest. Some lowered their heads and played with their fingernails, as if nothing had happened at all. Plastic sisterhood. Before the apocalypse, when they gathered together for selfies and shouted about being besties for life, none of them had ever imagined there would be a day like this. Now, forget a lifetime. They could not even make it through a single day. A single bottle of water was enough to make them fight, and after the fight, no one even came to help her up or say a single comforting word. This little disturbance in room 201 was finally over. No one cared about what had happened. For the all-female group in room 201, this kind of farce was just everyday life. The perspective shifted to the other side. Yuan looked out through the peephole. The black fog in the corridor had already grown dense to the extreme, almost filling the entire hallway. Even the outline of the wall across from him was so blurred it was hard to make out. There was definitely no window period today. With black fog this dense, forget going outside. Just looking at it for too long made his chest tighten. Yuan stepped back and sat down in his chair again. After waiting a little longer and confirming there were no unusual sounds in the corridor, he stood up and walked toward the center of the living room. Su Mumu and Qiu Yuan had also finished preparing. Each of them held a compound bow, one dark red and one silver white. The limbs of the bows reflecting a soft sheen in the dim indoor light. Yuan's mechanical warblade was strapped at his waist as well, ready to be drawn at any moment. The 3 of them did not say much. They each took their seats, set compressed food and canned goods on the coffee table, ate a little to fill their stomachs, and then continued waiting. At a time of crisis like this, naturally everyone had to stay on full alert in case something changed. Second by second, time passed. The living room was so quiet that the only sound were the faint electric hum of the nuclear generator and the ticking of the wall clock as secondhand. There was no movement at all in the black fog. The corridor was deathly silent, so silent it felt eerie. But that silence did not feel like real silence. It felt more like something was pressing down beneath the surface of it, ready to surge out at any moment. The oppression was suffocating. Yuan sat closest to the door, his war blade set beside him, his eyes never leaving the reinforced door covered with steel bars. Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan sat behind him on either side, arrows knocked on their bowstrings, ready to fire at any moment. After waiting for a little over 2 more hours, there was finally movement in the corridor. This time, the sound was not violent at all. It was completely different from the frantic running, pounding on doors, and hoarse howling from before. It was a steady, even set of footsteps, like someone walking unhurriedly through the black fog, each step landing at exactly the same interval, without the slightest trace of panic. It moved very slowly, so slowly that every step felt deliberately calculated. The footsteps came from the far end of the corridor, sounding evenly as they drew closer, moving forward through the gray-black dense fog. It stopped for a moment in front of one apartment door, then came 3 knocks. Knock, knock, knock. When there was no response, the footsteps continued forward to the next apartment. It paused again, knocked, waited, then left. Su Mumu's breathing lightened for a moment. Xiao Yuan's fingers tightened soundlessly around her bow. Lu Yuan listened closely to the distance and rhythm of those footsteps, silently calculating in his mind. It was knocking door to door. At that speed, there were still 3 apartments before it reached theirs, then 2, then 1. The footsteps stopped at the door of their shelter. Lu Yuan shot Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan a look. The two understood instantly. Do not make a sound. Do not make any noise at all. Even their breathing had to be lowered to the bare minimum. The 3 of them held their breath, their whole bodies frozen in place, as if nailed there. Not even their eyelids moved. Sure enough, that thing raised its hand and knocked on the door, just like before. Knock, knock, knock. 3 times, with exactly the same rhythm as when it had knocked on the other doors, unhurried and mechanical, like a machine carrying out a fixed program. Lu Yuan tightened his grip on the warblade, but he still did not move. Su Mumu had already raised her bow slightly, the arrowhead aimed at the door. He had thought that after knocking, it would do the same as it had at the previous doors, leave after getting no response. But this time it did not. The footsteps did not continue forward. It stopped at the door. It just stood outside, unmoving. A bad premonition rose in Lu Yuan's heart like icy water. His grip on the war blade tightened again, and his gaze locked onto the door. He was already prepared to strike at any moment. Then the shadow outside the door spoke. Its voice was hoarse and low, like breath being squeezed out from deep in its throat. Every word carried a sticky, clammy texture. You don't need to keep hiding anymore. It paused for a moment. I saw you. That voice pierced through the heavy door and fell into the air of the living room. A chill ran down all 3 of their backs at the same time. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. It felt like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over him from head to toe. Saw them? How? His eyes involuntarily shifted to that tiny round hole in the peephole on the door. From inside, they could see the corridor through it, but from outside, someone could also see the faint light inside and the silhouettes of the people. If that thing really had eyes, if that thing was standing outside and looking in through the peephole, in this pitch-black, terrifying world, something unknown was standing at the door, staring at you through the peephole. That was absolutely the kind of thing that made your scalp crawl. When Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan heard the monster-esque words, their faces turned pale with fright, and both of them looked toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not speak. He only gently pressed his hand down, signaling for them not to be afraid and to stay quiet. Seeing his gesture, the 2 women swallowed back the words at the edge of their lips, steadied their bowstrings again, and lowered their breathing to the minimum. The shadow outside the door did not leave. It was still standing there, separated from them by the door, by the layer of steel bars, and by the blast-proof lock cylinder, as quiet as a statue, standing in the corridor. The standoff lasted for about 2 minutes. The shadow outside the door suddenly spoke again. Its voice was still hoarse and low, but now there was a trace of helplessness and pleading in its tone. I know you're terrified of me. To be honest, I'm also very afraid of what I look like now. It paused for a moment, as if organizing its words, or gathering the strength to keep speaking. But please rest assured, I'm really not a bad person. I come from the Aurora Church. What I believe in is the Northern Aurora, and I'm a clergyman responsible for dealing with this aberration crisis. Under the Archbishop's orders, we came to clear out all aberrant monsters in this area. But when we arrived, we discovered that the scale of this aberration had already far exceeded our imagination. We were attacked by all kinds of aberrant monsters and suffered heavy casualties. I was separated from the other clergymen, and the Archbishop's whereabouts are also unknown. He has been lost here. Its voice grew even hoarser, carrying an obvious sense of weakness for being utterly drained. I've been infected by the aberration and am already completely exhausted. If I can't get some rest soon, it will be very hard for me to survive. Death itself is not frightening, but what is frightening is that the aberration is still continuing to erode this world. If it cannot be purged, then for all the people in this entire region, it will be an incomparable disaster. It paused, and its voice became solemn again. So I hope you can save me. Save my life, and I swear to the Aurora that I will be forever grateful to you. Lu Yuan stared at the blurry shadow through the peephole, his brows tightly furrowed. That speech had been far too complete. Aurora Church, aberration crisis, cleansing the area, archbishop, separated clergyman. This was completely different from any of the previous knocks he had encountered. Those shadows usually only said fixed lines like I'm a resident from downstairs. Just give me a little food, the kind of thing that sounded like an excuse to trick someone into opening the door. But this time, the thing outside the door was telling a whole story he had never heard before. It had an organization, a mission, a background, a purpose. And somehow, it seemed to have some vague, indescribable connection to the flesh and blood tree he had seen on the 16th floor, to those monsters that were fusing together, and to the potion Sheen E.S. parents had mentioned. But the problem was in the apocalypse, how much of Monster S words could be trusted. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuan chose to speak. His voice wasn't too loud. Passing through the door, it carried a steady, probing calm. Why did you choose to come here? There should be a lot of rooms in this building. You could just pick any one of them and lie down inside. It shouldn't be any different from staying here with us. He voiced the question in his heart. Indeed, there are plenty of empty rooms in this building. So why had it specifically chosen to knock on his door? The shadow outside fell silent for a moment, as if thinking about how to answer. Then it spoke. Its voice was still hoarse and low, but its tone was steadier than before. There are indeed many rooms in this building, but places where people are still alive are very, very few. Only places where people are still alive can truly receive protection. Lu Yuan's brows knitted slightly. Why? Because. The shadow paused, as if gathering strength to continue. Before we came here, the red-robed archbishop had already used curse marks to protect the rooms where survivors remained. As long as you stay inside and do not open the door lightly, you will not face too much danger. Its voice carried a weak but certain conviction. This is also our final retreat. On these upper floors, only your side still has protection left. So, you're also my last hope. Lu Yuan fell silent. If this was true, then it could explain quite a few things that had puzzled him before. Why was it that hiding inside a room kept them from being corroded by the black fog? Why had those shadows and monsters wandered outside the door for so long without truly forcing their way in? If some kind of curse mark or protection was really at work, then everything made sense. But the problem was, how credible was this thing itself? A monster that claimed to be a clergyman, yet had already been infected by the aberration. Were its words actually stating facts? Or was it just trying to gain their trust so it could slip into the room? Standing on the inner side of the door, Lu Yuan still held the combat blade in his hand, the hilt pressing steadily against his palm. He didn't lower the weapon, nor did he move closer to the peephole. After a while, how can you guarantee that what you're saying is true? Lu Yuan asked. And how can you be sure that you aren't already a monster transformed by the aberration? The shadow outside the door remained silent for a very long time. The hallway was so quiet it felt as if time itself had frozen, so long that Su Mumu couldn't helped tilting her ear, trying to catch the movement outside. So long that Xiao Yuan's fingers on the bow loosened slightly and then tightened again. Lu Yuan did not urge it. He simply waited in silence. Then that voice sounded again, weaker than before, carrying a deep exhaustion. I cannot be sure. Lu Yuan's brow lifted slightly. Cannot be sure. That made the uncertainty far too great. If even it couldn't say clearly whether it was a monster or not, how could he possibly open the door and let it in? The shadow seemed to sense his hesitation. Its voice grew more urgent, yet it still tried to maintain that pleading steadiness. Sir, please, you must believe me. I can swear in the name of the Aurora. And believe me, this is also your last chance to survive. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. Why? Tomorrow. The shadow's voice sank, as if stating an unchangeable fact. The monsters in the black fog will completely mutate and lose control. When that time comes, if no outside force steps in to eliminate them, then not a single one of us here will survive. It paused, and there was something almost imploring in its tone. Sir, whether for your own sake or for the sake of the others, please, you absolutely must believe me. Lu Yuan's brows furrowed even more deeply. What it said really did sound reasonable, coherent, and complete. The chain of logic was so clear that it didn't seem like something a lump of mutated flesh or a mindless shadow could fabricate. But in this apocalypse, traps and schemes were everywhere. Who knew whether monsters had already evolved to the point where they could use complete human language to deceive their prey? He didn't dare gamble. He had no way at all to verify whether every single word it said was true or false. In this situation, he thought of the safest method and probably the best choice. Go farther inside, Lu Yuan said evenly, as calmly as if he were giving directions. Go to 201. There's also a human shelter there. It should have received your archbishop's protection too. It was quiet outside for a moment. Sir, the shadow seemed to want to say something more. I know you may feel disappointed at being refused. Lu Yuan cut it off, but for our own safety, I will not let you in. If you really are human, then you should be able to understand my choice. There was a long silence outside the door. Then at last, that hoarse voice sounded again, leaving only a single soft word. All right. Right after that, footsteps began to sound again. This time, they were heading deeper into the corridor, one step at a time, neither hurried nor slow. as if it had finally given up on this doorway and was moving toward another direction. Lu Yuan listened to the footsteps gradually fade away. The string in his heart still had not loosened, but just as he turned around and was about to sit back down, his steps stalled again. After thinking for a moment, he spoke once more. Wait. The footsteps outside the door stopped. After you get to 201, Lu Yuan said, just say I sent you. My name is Lu Yuan. After a moment, that hoarse voice drifted back from deep in the hallway. Only 2 words. Thank you. Then the footsteps started up again, growing farther and farther away, fainter and fainter, until they were swallowed by the black fog. Lu Yuan leaned against the door and closed his eyes. Qiu Yuan and Sum Yinu were both looking at him, their faces wearing the same expressions of unease, curiosity, and a trace of indescribable worry. Lu Yuan walked back to his chair and sat down, gesturing for the 2 women to relax as well. Only then did Qiu Yuan and Sum Yinu lower their bows a little, though they still did not fully let their guard down. The 2 sat down beside him, their breathing gradually steadying. After a while of silence, Qiu Yuan spoke first. Lu Yuan, do you think what he said was true? Lu Yuan's expression was grave. He leaned back in his chair and thought for a moment before slowly speaking. It did sound pretty credible. He was saying what he truly thought. Every detail in what that priest had just said fit tightly into a logical chain. The church, the mutation, the archbishop, the curse mark, the sanctuary. None of it sounded like something made up on the spot. It felt more like he was describing a fact he had long since accepted. An ordinary flesh and blood monster would have a hard time coming up with something this complete. Not to mention that it even used terms like Red Archbishop Aurora and mentioned curse marks and protection. Honestly, in modern society, a mutated monster probably wouldn't even have heard these words before. But after a pause, he added, there is also the possibility that it's a higher level monster. If mutated creatures really could evolve to the point of having complete language ability and logical thought, then everything it said just now might have been fabricated just to trick us into opening the door. Sum Yinu sat beside him, her fingers tightening slightly around the electric bow, her voice carrying a hint of unease. If what it said is true, then that is way too scary. Lu Yuan and Qiu Yuan both understood what she meant. If that priest was telling the truth, then beyond the world they understood, there was another group. People from some ancient and mysterious organization who perhaps did not belong to this modern society at all. Their existence had already far surpassed the scope of ordinary rescue teams and police. They were responsible for clearing mutations, responsible for handling this crisis. But they themselves were also being hit hard, suffering heavy losses. Even their Red Archbishop could only set up curse marks to protect the survivors. If even they could not deal with these monsters, then how much hope did ordinary people have of surviving? Qiu Yuan set the fire bow on her knees, her voice lower than usual. And if such an organization really exists, then this apocalypse is probably far more complicated than we imagined. It doesn't seem like an ordinary disaster. It feels more like something bigger is driving all of this from behind the scenes. The 3 of them fell silent for a while. The priest's appearance had subtly changed their understanding of this apocalypse. This was not a disaster that could be endured just by waiting for rescue. It was a world-shattering upheaval far beyond their imagination, carrying a strange and insane quality. Ordinary monsters and ruins were only the surface. Deeper down, something even more terrifying was hiding. Sum Yinu's voice broke the silence, carrying a simple kind of awe. If everything he said is true, then he is really a good person too. Risking danger to clear mutated monsters, trying to protect innocent people. That does sound like a good person. Neither Lu Yuan nor Qiu Yuan responded. Qiu Yuan lowered her eyes, as if thinking of something, her fingers lightly tracing the fine patterns on the surface of the bow limb. Lu Yuan looked at the tightly drawn curtains by the window, his gaze unfocused, his thoughts already drifting farther away. Back when he was working, he did not have many hobbies. He just liked flipping through books on world history during lunch break, and he had only a rough understanding of church culture. Among those organizations, many of the low-level priests were indeed true believers, ordinary people with genuine goodwill, willing to give everything to protect something. But the higher up you went, the more complicated it became. What cards those people held in their hands, what they were plotting, outsiders simply could not see clearly. Something that could turn the whole world upside down in a single night could not have been done by some small force. There had to be countless tangled threads behind this, and what kind of role were the power brokers hidden deep within the church playing in this disaster? We need to be even more careful from now on. As he spoke, Lu Yuan put the battle saber back by his side. Whether what he said is true or false, we can't let our guard down. Okay, the 2 women answered at once. And at the other end of the hallway, that hoarse set of footsteps was step by step approaching the door to 201. The shadow of the priest stopped in front of door 201, and just like before, raised a hand and knocked 3 times. Then in that weak, hoarse voice, he repeated the same explanation from before. He came from the Aurora Church, was a priest responsible for clearing mutations, had been separated from his companions, had been infected by mutation urgently needed rest and was requesting sanctuary. He spoke even more slowly than before, and the weariness in his voice was heavier too, as if every word was consuming what little strength he had left. Inside the door of 201, several women exchanged glances. Suwon was the first to step forward. She put her hands on her hips, stood in front of the door, and said with absolute certainty, "No, there's absolutely no way we're letting you in." Outside, there was a brief silence. Then the Shadow's voice sounded again, carrying obvious confusion and weakness. "Why? Are you worried I'm a mutated monster too?" Suwon snorted lightly. "I don't care about your messy nonsense. As long as you're a man, I want to let you in." She said it very naturally, like a rule she had repeated many times before. But this time, after she finished, she did not get the expected agreement. The sisters Lin Muxiue and Lin Mushuang exchanged a glance, neither of them saying a word in support. Qin, he was even sitting in the corner, head lowered, clutching a pack of unopened beef jerky in her hand, not even lifting her head. Before, she had been one of the loudest ones, shouting along with Su Wan that men were not allowed in. But now, she had already knelt before Lu Yuan and called a master. And she had even shown Lu Yuan the utmost in seduction, doing countless things that crossed every line. How could she possibly dare say something like that now? Zhang Bing and Gu Lan also remained silent. They stood in their own spots without saying a word. Gu Lan's fingers tightened slightly around the cup in her hand. It definitely wasn't tea because of this all-female reason that she stayed quiet. She was only weighing whether what this shadow, calling himself a priest, was saying was true or false. If he really was some member of the church, then would opening the door bring new variables? If he was fake, then opening the door would be no different from courting death, when a situation could not be judged. Keeping him outside was definitely the safest choice. So she chose silence. The shadow outside the door was clearly caught off guard by Su Wan's words. It took a long while before he spoke again, his tone carrying a kind of incomprehensible confusion. "Madam, I do not understand what you mean. Why is it that just because I'm a man, you're not letting me in?" Su Wan huffed. "Because in the apocalypse, men are the most dangerous existence." The shadow fell silent again, as if digesting that logic. Then it spoke once more, its voice rougher now, though its tone still carried a certain patience. "But ma'am, recently, several clergymen, the archbishop, and I have been fighting all kinds of mutated monsters. I have been protecting all the civilians. Everything I have done is clear to my conscience. Why is it that just because I am a man, you think I'm a threat?" Suwon did not hold back, speaking at a rapid-fire pace. "First of all, I don't know whether what you're saying is true or false. Second, even if it's true, so what? Just because you're saving us now doesn't mean you won't harm us later. Who knows what you'll do after entering the shelter? Will you get lustful when you see women? Will your beastly nature take over? All of that is possible." The shadow fell silent once again. It had probably imagined 10,000 possible ways it might be rejected. Maybe it would be treated as a monster. Maybe its identity couldn't be verified. Maybe people would be afraid it would become a burden. But it probably never would have imagined that it would be kept outside the door because of its gender. This was truly a little absurd. Only after a long while did it speak again, its tone carrying an obvious, carefully restrained helplessness. "Ma'am, please do not pin things on me based on things that have not happened. That is extremely unfair to me. If it hasn't happened, does that mean it won't happen?" Suwon shot back instantly. "I've seen plenty of things like this. Don't tell me you think you're completely blameless." The shadow went completely silent. This clergyman, who was either from some ancient organization or from some other world, was clearly getting mentally battered at this point. It stood outside the door as if something had blocked all its words. From its throat came only a few faint, hoarse breaths. Watching Su Wan act like she had gained the upper hand, Gu Lan felt her heart tighten. She did not dare let this brainless woman keep talking. If she really pissed him off, and this clergyman stopped fighting monsters and instead wiped out everyone in this house first, then they would truly be finished. So she put down the water cup in her hand, stepped forward, and spoke in as steady and polite a tone as possible. "Sir, I'm sorry.